The atmosphere was anything but ordinary under the crimson glow of the moon, with countless casualties strewn about the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, humans weren't the sole inhabitants of the battleground. A sinister creature let out a deafening roar, baring its menacing teeth. Facing off against the creature stood a mere mortal, wielding a knife, preparing to confront the monstrous adversary. The creature, resembling a colossal centipede, proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, toppling the man to the ground with ease. Despite the odds, the young man fought valiantly, his knife lodged in the beast's maw as he attempted to sever it from within. Straining with exertion, his right hand trembled as he exerted every ounce of strength to overcome the creature. Then, at a pivotal moment, victory was achieved as the monstrous entity fell to the ground, defeated at last by the human's resilience. With the battle won, the man took a moment to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the vanquished foe. Finally triumphant over the beast, the man was taken aback as a voice hailed him as a hero. Standing before him were seasoned warriors, evidenced by the swath of defeated monsters at their feet, dwarfing his own accomplishment. Tasked by one of the warriors, the man was assigned the grim duty of collecting the fallen monsters' corpses. Preferring to avoid conflict with the formidable fighters, the man humbly apologized and pledged to commence his assigned task immediately. With disdain, the warriors turned away, disparaging the man as they departed, leaving him alone amidst the mound of carcasses. Discontent with the situation, the man silently followed his comrades into their next battle, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. Consumed by self-reproach, the young man lamented his inability to alter the circumstances as the world underwent drastic changes with the emergence of the abyss. The revelation of another dimension inhabited by monstrous creatures reshaped reality, presenting unimaginable forms beyond the realm of human comprehension. As people delved deeper into the abyss, they began to unlock extraordinary abilities and superhuman powers. These newfound skills empowered individuals to combat the monstrous inhabitants of the abyss, with abilities varying greatly in potency and specialization. However, within this dimension, individuals were subjected to the whims of fate, unable to choose or control the abilities bestowed upon them. Among those who ventured into the abyss was a man who, until the age of 35, lived a mundane existence as a mere laborer, devoid of awakened skills. Following his first triumph over a monster, the man was relegated to menial tasks, tasked with the grim duty of collecting the corpses left behind by the abyssal battles. Amidst this surreal reality, a profound silence descended, leaving the man to grapple with the surreal nature of his surroundings. Surveying the scene, the man was confronted by a chilling sight. The lifeless bodies of fellow warriors who had recently issued him commands now lay before him, casualties of the abyssal conflict. Recognizing the faces of those who had once held authority over him, the man was struck by the harsh reality of their demise. With the absence of any living presence, the man found himself standing alone amidst the eerie expanse of the abyssal dimension. Suddenly, an ominous disturbance rippled from beyond the barrier, signaling the emergence of a formidable adversary from beneath the earth. The monstrous entity, Asmodeus, assumed its ultimate form, standing as a harbinger of dread among the abyssal creatures. Though awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the creature, the man remained steadfast, knowing that survival in this realm was contingent upon triumph. Unrelenting, the monstrous entity advanced, refusing to yield to the man's impending strike with his knife. In a swift and brutal motion, the man's hand was ruthlessly torn from his body, leaving him in agonizing shock and disbelief. Helpless and wounded, the man crumpled to the ground, clutching his severed limb, unprepared for the ferocity of the monstrous adversary before him. Suddenly, a cascade of even stranger phenomena unfolded around him, catching the herald's attention amidst the unknown natural disasters. His gaze, filled with dread, seemed drawn inexorably into the abyss, as if his very consciousness teetered on the brink of surrender. Blame fell squarely upon the monster as a bolt of lightning, a manifestation of its sinister will, arced towards the man, compelling obedience. Paralyzed, the man knelt among the skeletal remains littering the ground, his body and mind held captive by the malevolent force. As the lightning found its mark upon his forehead, a peculiar sensation coursed through his veins, signaling a profound change within. Faced with the stark possibility of his own demise, he grappled with the surreal absurdity of his predicament within this alien dimension. Memories tainted with the crimson hue of tragedy flooded his consciousness, evoking the painful recollection of his parents' fatal accident. A lifetime of helplessness and humiliation haunted him, a constant companion in the face of relentless bullying and public scorn. Refusing to accept his fate as a mere carrier, resigned to his knees, the man's gaze fixated upon the monstrous hand that threatened to snuff out his existence. Amidst a torrent of curses directed at his perceived worthlessness, self-loathing consumed him for his perceived failures and inertia. Blood continued to flow unabated from his wounds, clouding not only his vision but also his thoughts in a suffocating haze. Yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of defiance ignited within him, a resolute determination to seize control of his destiny. With gritted teeth, he commanded his artifact to awaken. The final droplet of blood, a silent witness to his struggle, lingered briefly before descending, a harbinger of change. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped him, as if drawing strength from the ambient light, heralding a profound transformation. It dawned upon him that he, an ordinary medium, had fulfilled the prerequisites for awakening, witnessing a dazzling array of colors unfurling before him. Over time, these vibrant hues coalesced, giving rise to the form of an enigmatic being, its majesty and purpose yet to be revealed. Before the ordinary man stretched a magnificent golden staircase, seemingly leading him towards the enigmatic creature. Overwhelmed by the kaleidoscope of colors before him, the carrier stood in awe, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. As he gazed ahead, the young man beheld a towering figure, humanoid in shape yet radiating an ethereal luminosity. Struck by the swiftness of events, the man resolved to assess his surroundings, seeking to make sense of the situation. His gaze fell upon his own prone form, trembling on the ground, as the colossal entity approached. Though relieved to be free from immediate danger, the man grappled with the inexplicable circumstances surrounding Asmodeus's transformation. Descending from the staircase, a celestial presence addressed the man, inquiring about his curiosity regarding Moebius's cessation. Turning towards the stranger, the man's voice quivered with uncertainty as he sought to discern the identity of his interlocutor. The luminous entity cryptically remarked on its varied perception by others, reassuring the man of its inconsequence. Transported to a celestial expanse devoid of tangible substance, they beheld planets fashioned from a myriad of colors. Seated upon a throne, the enigmatic figure bestowed upon the man a profound gift, leaving the carrier stunned by his unexpected fortune. Perplexed by the cryptic nature of the encounter, the man struggled to decipher the creature's intentions, wary of potential parallels to Asmodeus. The radiant being offered a gentle admonition to trust more freely, surprising the man with the revelation of his own crimson thoughts. Seated opposite, the unknown entity expressed admiration for the man's resilience and determination, leading to his selection. Confronted by a shimmering stream of light, the carrier voiced his bewilderment, seeking understanding of why he had been chosen. Fearing for his life, the man pleaded with the luminous entity, but was simply instructed to await his destiny, assured that their paths would cross again someday. Despite his confusion, the man resigned himself to his fate, recognizing the lack of alternatives in the face of the unknown. Utilizing his extraordinary powers, the mysterious being crafted an object in his hands, presenting it as a key to the man. As the stream of light dissipated, plunging him into darkness, the man felt compelled to embark on his journey, propelled towards an uncertain future. Swallowed by encroaching darkness, the once bright light faded, leaving the man to navigate through the void. Amidst the darkness, a rough voice pierced the silence, rousing him from his stupor. Slowly awakening, the man heard disparaging remarks, urging him to regain consciousness. Blinking blearily, he discerned a hand poised to strike, a harsh wake-up call looming. The forceful slap jolted him into awareness, dispelling the haze of unconsciousness. Though disoriented, he gradually regained his senses, albeit under less than pleasant circumstances. Confronted by a menacing figure from his past, the man recognized the sinister glare of his tormentor. Memories flooded back as he recalled the boy from his former school, addressing him as Tae-hyung. Another blow brought realization crashing down upon him as he grasped the disorienting truth of his displacement in time and space. Confusion clouded his gaze as he struggled to reconcile his recent journey to the abyss with his current surroundings. Returning to the familiar setting of his old school, he found himself subjected once more to the torment of his past. As he examined a blood-stained note bearing his name and a brief description, he noted the age clause, revealing a startling revelation of time travel, thrusting him 16 years into the past. As the realization dawned upon him, Tae-hyung's lips curled into a sinister smile, a prelude to the demonic laughter that echoed through the corridors, silencing the taunts of his peers. The demonic laughter reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of the high school students who had once mocked him. Another resounding slap snapped Tae-hyung back to reality, prompting his assailant to inquire about the source of his amusement. In a moment of defiance, Tae-hyung refused to endure the abuse any longer, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed squarely at his tormentor's face. The blow landed with unexpected force, leaving the high school student bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Hig-soo, the leader of the schoolboy gang, was forcibly propelled backward, much to the shock of his companions. Despite the odds, Tae-hyung maintained a sinister grin, exuding an air of confidence as he faced his older adversaries. Empowered by his newfound resolve, Tae-hyung recognized this as a wake-up call, signaling a shift in the balance of power. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd as the tables turned, with a small boy emerging victorious over his abuser. Unfazed by the tears streaming down his face, Tae-hyung pressed forward, undeterred by the uncertain circumstances. Enraged by Tae-hyung's defiance, the other students sought retribution, intent on teaching him a lesson for daring to challenge their authority. Undeterred by the onslaught, Tae-hyung expertly evaded the attacks with deft maneuvers, poised to strike back with equal ferocity. With a swift uppercut, Tae-hyung delivered a devastating blow, momentarily staggering his opponent and asserting his dominance. A forceful kick to the stomach sent another assailant reeling backward, the impact propelling him several meters away. Determined to assert his strength, Tae-hyung pressed on, resolved to vanquish his tormentors who preyed upon the vulnerable. For 35 grueling years, Tae-hyung dedicated himself to survival within the abyss, commencing with rigorous physical training to fortify his body. Delving deeper, he immersed himself in the intricacies of abyssal creatures, studying their skills and weaknesses to equip himself for any eventuality. This knowledge became his lifeline, providing him with a semblance of support in the face of imminent danger. Armed with this expertise, Tae-hyung stood firm against the onslaught of ignorant high school students who dared to challenge him. Dispensing swift justice, Tae-hyung administered punishing blows that rendered his adversaries incapacitated, unable to rise from the ground. The defeated youths lay prone, their bodies unable to withstand the ferocity of Tae-hyung's onslaught. With the confrontation concluded, Tae-hyung finally allowed himself a moment of reprieve, though his malevolent grin remained a haunting reminder of his prowess. Content with his performance, Tae-hyung's attention was suddenly drawn to a strange occurrence behind him, prompting him to swiftly pivot and investigate. To his surprise, a defeated high school student rose to his feet, challenging Tae-hyung's earlier victory with newfound determination. Unfazed by the threat, Tae-hyung braced himself as Hek-soo invoked the stone skin technique, intent on ending his life. Transformed into a formidable stone adversary, Hek-soo launched a relentless assault, his heavy fists moving with surprising speed. Tae-hyung narrowly avoided the initial blow, instinctively tilting his head to evade the collision with the stone appendage. However, Hek-soo's subsequent attack proved swifter than anticipated, forcing Tae-hyung to dodge once more. Caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, Tae-hyung could only watch as his opponent closed in with deadly intent. In a heart-stopping moment, Tae-hyung looked up to see Hek-soo hurtling towards him from the air, poised to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted in chaos as a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, signaling an unforeseen turn of events. Amidst the swirling smoke, Hexa's form emerged, barely visible after delivering his devastating blow. Sensing a presence behind him, Taehyung seized the opportunity to strike, launching an attack on his unsuspecting adversary. However, Hachasu swiftly detected the impending danger, reacting with haste to maintain control of the situation. Taehyung's powerful strike was met with a stone barrier, thwarting his advance mere centimeters from its target. Caught off guard by the unexpected defense, Taehyung's expression betrayed his surprise at the opponent's quick reflexes. With a menacing glare, Taehyung questioned his opponent's audacity to challenge him in combat. Bewildered by his sudden injury, Taehyung was unprepared for Hachasu's retaliatory strike. The forceful blow sent Taehyung hurtling backward, overwhelmed by the sheer power of his opponent's assault. Helpless to resist, Taehyung collided with the unforgiving rock, absorbing the brunt of the impact. Though battered and bleeding, Taehyung managed to withstand the onslaught, albeit at great cost. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, Hachasu confronted his fallen foe, questioning Taehyung's belief in his own victory. With a taunting sneer, the stone monster extended a hand, labeling Taehyung as a mere novice in the realm of awakening. Continuing his mockery, Hachasu goaded Taehyung, daring him to flee from the inevitable outcome. Offering Taehyung the chance to showcase his newfound abilities, Hachasu was met with refusal as Taehyung remained grounded. Disheartened by his perceived shortcomings, Taehyung lamented his lack of formidable skills compared to other awakens. Reflecting on the varying ranks of awakening, Taehyung understood that prowess ranged from mere human capability to that rivaling true monsters. The potential of awakening skills and physical prowess could exponentially increase, shaped by the unfolding circumstances. However, Taehyung found himself at a disadvantage, branded a true underdog with the lowest-ranked hunting skill, a testament to his perceived inadequacy. Despite his apparent weakness, Taehyung managed to catch Hec off guard, eliciting a look of horror from his opponent. A crimson aura enveloped Taehyung as he tapped into his inner reserves, channeling the energy of his wounds into a formidable display. Rising to his feet, Taehyung asserted his determination, refusing to surrender to his adversary. Hec watched in disbelief as Taehyung's strength grew exponentially, instilling fear in the high school student's heart. Hec struggled to comprehend how Taehyung, once deemed a weakling, could rapidly master a skill and defy expectations. Taehyung observed the surge of magic coursing through his veins, recognizing it as his hunting skill manifesting. Despite the uncertainty, Taehyung felt a sense of security, silently sizing up his opponent's threats. In a sudden burst of aggression, Hec charged forward, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Taehyung, still grappling with his newfound abilities, instinctively extended his left hand to ward off the impending attack. Miraculously, Taehyung's action triggered a release of immense energy, freezing Hec in his tracks. Hec stood stupefied, his fist hovering mere centimeters from its intended target, awestruck by Taehyung's unexpected prowess. Taehyung maintained his composure, channeling the energy within him as he stood firm in the face of his astonished adversary. Taehyung's newfound understanding of his technique brought a sense of empowerment, the taste of victory lingering on his tongue. Unperturbed by Hec relentless assault, Taehyung maintained his stoic demeanor, effortlessly deflecting each blow. Refusing to concede defeat, Hec doubled down on his efforts, determined to overcome his adversary. Sensing an opportunity, Taehyung shifted from defense to offense, shattering his opponent's armor with a decisive counterattack. Unbeknownst to the school children enjoying recess, a fierce battle raged in the backyard, hidden from their view. Suddenly, a colossal surge of red energy and a powerful gust of wind drew attention, signaling the climax of the conflict. Debris and earth soared through the air until the tempest subsided, marking the end of the intense confrontation. Taehyung stood victorious, his hand still outstretched as the residual energy dissipated from his body. Hec transformed and defeated, conceded defeat, unable to withstand Taehyung's overwhelming force. Stripped of his stone skin, Hec lay defeated at Taehyung's feet, vanquished by the newcomer's unexpected strength. As the adrenaline faded, Taehyung noticed something peculiar on his hand, which began to envelop itself in stones. Elevated to the rank of Yi, Taehyung also acquired a new skill, further enhancing his prowess as a hunter. Unaware of his new ability, Taehyung reflected on his journey, surprised by the unexpected gifts bestowed upon him. With his last formidable opponent conquered, Taehyung contemplated a visit to his old school, the long-awaited break finally at hand. Entering the office, Taehyung was met by a beautiful woman seated at her desk, her attention now focused on the unexpected visitor. Bearing the burden of two motionless bodies and dragging another across the floor, Taehyung's arrival heralded a new chapter in his story. Upon entering, Taehyung lifted his blood-stained face, offering a friendly smile to the startled woman. The young woman, overcome with fear and confusion, struggled to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Following the altercation near the school, Taehyung escorted the injured students to the local medical center, seeking aid from the nurse's office. Taking advantage of the nurse's expertise, Taehyung made use of her skills to tend to the wounded, including Hexa. To shield the truth, Taehyung fabricated a story, attributing the injuries to a mere accident involving a fall down the stairs. Once healed, Taehyung departed the school grounds, satisfied with his revenge en masse, but troubled by lingering thoughts. Despite his triumph, Taehyung couldn't shake off the weight of uncertainty, constantly replaying past events in his mind. His newfound ability hunting posed both a solution and a challenge, prompting Taehyung to ponder its implications. Initially expecting years of effort to advance his rank, Taehyung was surprised to achieve immediate progress through hunting. Yet, the true anomaly lay in the ability's unexpected feat of disarming his adversaries, a capability that intrigued Taehyung as he ascended the stairs. Contemplating the purpose behind the bestowed power and his return to the past, Taehyung was confronted with a multitude of unanswered questions. Amidst the chaos of his thoughts, Taehyung recognized the need for focus, determined to fulfill a singular objective. Learning the intricacies of hunting became his paramount goal as he approached a familiar yet distant building. Nostalgia washed over Taehyung as he gazed at the structure, a symbol of his long-lost home he hadn't visited in 15 years. Following his parents' demise, Taehyung found himself under his uncle's care, a period marked by familial ties and the presence of his cousin. As Taehyung reminisced about the past, a smile crept onto his face, not from amusement, but from the enduring bond of family. Stepping inside the house, Taehyung intended to search for information on similar techniques while his uncle was absent. However, his plans took an unexpected turn as he entered a room and beheld a scene that halted him in his tracks. Bandits had infiltrated his uncle's home, with a young man collecting scattered money from the floor. Recognizing his nephew, Taehyung's cousin, his uncle's son, eyed him with displeasure at his untimely arrival. Taehyung faced his cousin Gaon, who questioned his presence during school hours. His attention then fixated on a startling sight, leaving him momentarily speechless. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung noticed a cardboard box brimming with money, instantly suspecting his cousin, Jane. Jane, harboring dreams of affiliating with gangsters, had pilfered their home's funds prior to Taehyung's return. Whispering to one of the thugs, Jane sought to identify their uninvited visitor, prompting a realization for Taehyung. He recognized himself as the unwelcome guest from his past, a presence disrupting the events unfolding once again. The gang's leader approached Taehyung, urging him to depart if he valued his safety on their turf. Dismissing him as a powerless nuisance, the leader belittled Taehyung, his hand resting on his head in a gesture of dominance. Taehyung watched silently as the bandits ransacked his uncle's home, biding his time for the opportune moment. With a sinister smile, Taehyung prepared to test his newfound abilities as the perfect opportunity presented itself. Seizing the moment, Taehyung launched a swift strike, his fist connecting with the gang leader's face in a decisive blow. Taehyung's strike landed with devastating force, causing the bandit to crumple to the ground. But Taehyung knew it wasn't over yet. The bandit leader, taken aback by the sudden reversal, couldn't believe Taehyung, who had always been considered weak, had delivered such a blow. His incredulous words echoed alongside Jane's stunned silence as they stood frozen near the central window. Undeterred, Taehyung pressed forward, resolved to test his newfound abilities immediately. Ignoring the bandit's protests, Taehyung raised his hand, intent on unleashing his technique against his opponent's face. Despite the bandit's pleas, Taehyung remained resolute, positioning his hand precisely as he prepared to deploy the hunting technique. A sense of satisfaction surged through Taehyung as he realized he could finally stand up to those who had always belittled him. However, his elation quickly turned to dismay as he discovered that the hunting technique eluded his grasp in this moment. The bandit leader, still prone on the floor, awaited Taehyung's next move, bewildered by the lack of action. Taehyung persisted, holding his hand near the bandit's face, but the hunting technique remained unresponsive. Frustrated, the bandit seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick aimed at dislodging the young man who dared to defy him. Taehyung staggered under the impact, his frustration mounting as events took an unexpected turn. Helpless on the ground, Taehyung realized he lacked the means to defend himself beyond the hunting technique. The bandits, deeming Taehyung a threat, prepared to end his life then and there, assuming their positions to deliver the final blow. One of the masked assailants activated a technique, summoning chains imbued with red energy from his hands, poised to strike. The other thug unleashed a technique known as poisoning, expelling a toxic vapor from his mouth that swiftly filled the room. Meanwhile, the bandit leader, skilled in key rank techniques, employed bleeding to deliver a fatal triple strike against his enemy. Taehyung struggled to his feet, just as the onslaught of powerful blows descended upon him, leaving him defenseless. In a desperate moment, he glanced up and realized he couldn't evade the incoming assault from the enemy's weaponry. A deafening explosion ripped through the house, signaling Taehyung's demise, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Amidst the poisonous smoke that filled the room where the bandit stood, Taehyung's lifeless body lay somewhere within. The bandit leader declared that Taehyung, unworthy of claiming awakening, had paid the ultimate price for his pretense. But fate had other plans. As the smoke began to dissipate, a surprising sight greeted the bandit leader's eyes. Within the dense haze of poison, a human figure emerged, still standing defiantly, refusing to yield. Taehyung miraculously absorbed and repelled the attacks of his adversaries, harnessing their force as his own. Even he was astonished by this unexpected turn of events, realizing that his abilities were far more potent than he had imagined. The bandit leader was left dumbfounded as the smoke cleared, revealing his resilient foe beginning to advance. His astonishment turned to dread as he recognized that Taehyung was preparing to launch a counterattack. With lightning speed, Taehyung closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow to the bandit leader's chest, driving him to the ground. Though still grappling to understand the workings of his newfound abilities, Taehyung exuded satisfaction at their formidable power, evident in his expression. The bandit leader found himself helpless against an unfamiliar technique wielded by his adversary, one he had never encountered before. Having effortlessly dispatched the would-be thieves attempting to pilfer his uncle's possessions, Taehyung surveyed the defeated bodies before him with a pleasant smile, relishing the outcome. The defeated adversaries lay sprawled in front of him, a testament to his victory, and Taehyung couldn't help but enjoy the sight. Reflecting on the recent events, Taehyung realized that only awakened individuals could access the status window, where all pertinent information was displayed. Despite possessing sufficient mana, Taehyung noted that his hunting skill remained inactive, suggesting that its activation wasn't solely reliant on mana. Recognizing hunting's passive effect, which reflected health-related skills like bleeding, Taehyung pondered its implications. Taehyung continued to contemplate his defeated opponents, resolving to deepen his understanding of his abilities in due time. Amidst his thoughts, one particular concern weighed heavily on Taehyung's mind, causing his brow to furrow with apprehension. His reverie was interrupted by his brother's unexpected actions, as Jian fell to his knees and bowed his head in deference to Taehyung. As Jian raised his head, he acknowledged Taehyung's fighting prowess and apologized for his earlier behavior. Taehyung's cousin vowed to comply with any request, his contrition evident in his demeanor. Despite Jian's attempts to please him, Taehyung remained preoccupied with other matters. The pressing issue on Taehyung's mind wasn't his cousin's behavior, but rather the impending events. Taehyung halted his cousin's attempts at subservience, expressing his desire to be left alone to contemplate his next steps. However, Taehyung had additional conditions for his forgiveness, insisting that his cousin accompany him and offer assistance. In the city lay an abandoned factory, its purpose long forgotten, but Taehyung sensed that it held significance in the events to come. A sign at the entrance of the factory sternly warned against trespassing, reserving access exclusively for employees. 2 women and a man stood before an immense structure, its imposing presence casting a shadow over them. Before them lay a horde of monsters, emerging from the abyss into the real world through what was known as a loss vault. The man explained that such an event had occurred a decade ago, but the unexpected opening of the gate signaled impending disaster. Sensing the urgency, one of the women passionately advocated for the immediate evacuation of nearby areas. However, the man countered, asserting that evacuation wasn't necessary as he possessed a technique known as the barrier. Despite his efforts, the monsters relentlessly assaulted the barrier, threatening its integrity. As the pressure intensified, some monsters managed to breach the barrier and escape into the world. While the man remained focused on maintaining the barrier, a group of monsters approached from behind, eliciting fear from the women. Quickly reacting to the threat, the man turned to confront the approaching monsters, though he hadn't anticipated their speed. Assessing the situation, he swiftly engaged in battle, delivering a decisive blow that severed a monster's head from its body. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he knew he had to swiftly neutralize the escaped monsters. He was perplexed by the appearance of new, higher-ranked sea monsters that had breached his supposedly impenetrable barrier. Meanwhile, Taehyung and his cousin embarked on their own crucial mission, hoping for a favorable outcome. Curious and concerned, Taehyung's cousin questioned how such a breach could occur when the management team was tasked with preventing it. Taehyung's cousin expressed disbelief that the management team, comprised of individuals of higher rank, had failed to contain the monster onslaught. Jan couldn't comprehend why they were rushing to the scene if the management group was capable of handling the situation on their own. Taehyung cautioned that the fault might not be of rank but something entirely different, causing Gyum to grow increasingly apprehensive. The leader of the control group demonstrated his prowess by swiftly dispatching a large number of monsters now lying lifeless on the ground. Placing his hand on one of the fallen monsters, the man confirmed they were ranked sea creatures, but puzzled over how they breached the barrier. Casting a wary glance at the gate, he struggled to accept that the mana emanating from it could surpass his own rank. Just then, news arrived that another group of monsters had emerged from the gate, prompting the management team to prepare for another confrontation. Ready to repel the new arrivals, the management team braced themselves for the impending onslaught. Monsters of varying sizes continued to pour through the gate, culminating in the appearance of a colossal entity that dwarfed the rest. The management team, previously confident in their abilities, found themselves increasingly overwhelmed as events unfolded. As massive teeth protruded from the gate, belonging to a monstrous sea creature, panic rippled through the group. The woman in glasses was visibly shaken by the sight of the imposing monster before her, realizing the gravity of the situation. Towering over the smaller monsters, the gigantic creature strode forth, its sheer size instilling fear in all who beheld it. Uncertain of how to proceed, the management team stood momentarily frozen, desperately hoping for a solution to present itself. The monstrous entity, known as the giant ogre, with its 4 eyes and formidable stature, cast a shadow over the group, spelling imminent danger. Realizing the direness of the situation, the man understood how the monsters had breached the gate, now faced with an adversary beyond their comprehension. Before he could even react or prepare to defend himself, the man was struck in the temple with incredible speed. The impact was followed by a deafening explosion, engulfing the factory in smoke and destruction. Jian, still in disbelief over his older brother's actions, ran alongside him, bombarding him with questions. Curious about how his cousin could have foreseen these events, Jian asked for an explanation. Taehyung attributed it to ordinary intuition, leaving Jian puzzled. Taehyung struggled to articulate the concept to his cousin, suggesting that Jian would understand once he witnessed everything firsthand. Though unsure how to properly convey the situation to his cousin, Taehyung reassured Jian that he would soon comprehend. As they made their way, Jian witnessed a group of people fleeing from the monsters, pleading for help. Taehyung remained calm, sticking to their plan. Shocked by his cousin's intuition, Jian nervously inquired about Taehyung's next move. Taehyung remained silent, springing into action without hesitation. With determination, Jian asked his cousin what role he should play in their plan. Taehyung wasted no time, swiftly executing his part of the plan, leaving Jian astonished. Taehyung assured Jian that he would catch up with him later, focused on confronting the impending threat. In the night city, panic ensued as the tallest building began to glow ominously, signaling the emergence of a rank rift. Contemplating the dire situation, a man by the window acknowledged that sending reinforcements was futile, as the forces were already occupied in the dungeon. Realizing that the only hope lay in an awakened A-rank individual, he steeled himself for the impending battle. Another man, upon whom the city's hopes rested, stood beside him, ready to confront the A-rank monsters threatening their home. The blade of madness and awakened rank stirred emotions within Taehyung. Tears welled up in his eyes as he addressed Hans, declaring himself ready to take charge. With tears streaming down his face, Taehyung implored Hans to trust him as the hero who would surely succeed. Taehyung began his assault on the monsters, delivering powerful blows that flattened faces and stunned red eyes. Another monster felt the impact as Taehyung struck its temple, causing its red eyes to bulge in surprise at the unexpected attack. Taehyung's focus was unwavering as he effortlessly dispatched another monster along his path. With precision, Taehyung felled each monster, sending them crashing onto the stones with thunderous impacts. Every action was a testament to Taehyung's determination to prove Hans's assumption correct, that he would employ the hunting technique. Taehyung's opponents were defenseless against his onslaught as he shattered their bodies and created a swirling vortex of destruction around himself. Satisfied with his performance, Taehyung took a moment to rest and reflect, confirming his suspicions with his actions. Taehyung understood that his technique's activation relied on his level of fatigue, which currently stood at 52%, unable to exceed 70%. Recognizing that mana alone was insufficient for his skills, Taehyung realized the importance of managing his fatigue for optimal performance. He learned that fatigue was a critical factor affecting the use of techniques and movement speed, more so than mana alone. Discovering that mana could be replenished by absorbing the energy of defeated monsters, Taehyung's mana reserves were nearly full. With the successful completion of the hunt, Taehyung regained his strength, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. Taehyung was pleased that not only had his rank ascended to D, but his hunting technique had also improved, marking his continued growth in strength. The young man believed that at such a pace, achieving C rank or even SS rank would be effortless within days. Tum's ambitions stretched even further. He aimed to be the world's first SS rank capable of defeating any opponent. Surveying the surroundings, Taehyung discerned the presence of monsters nearby and decided to return to Hwang promptly. Unexpected circumstances arose when something powerful caught the young man's attention, drawing nearer. A man of similar age to Taehyung engaged in combat with an A-rank monster, ultimately felling it with his final strike. Driven by the desire to avenge innocent lives, the young man swung his sword with intent to slay the monster. Identified as Hensel, he saw himself as a champion of justice, determined to uphold it then and there. Taehyung scrutinized the fighter's form closely, feeling somewhat uneasy in the current situation. The A-rank monster showed no intention of yielding. Summoning its strength, it retaliated. However, Hensel anticipated this twist and readied his attack, imbuing his sword with vibrant yellow energy. He followed through with over 10 precise strikes, inflicting severe physical damage upon the monster. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the city, accompanied by a blinding flash akin to a falling comet. Taehyung couldn't shake the feeling of utter disbelief as he witnessed the spectacle unfolding before him. The young man swiftly deduced that the one who vanquished the A-rank monster was none other than the renowned A-rank Awakened One, Blade of Madness. Rumors about his immense combat prowess proved true as Hensel basked in the glory of victory, having subdued the unruly monster. Hence celebrated his triumph and commended himself for pacifying the troublesome creature. Taehyung couldn't help but acknowledge his own foolishness, though the validity of rumors seemed inconsequential at the moment. His mind raced with questions about the unexpected appearance of the hero. Hansu was meant to be engaged in battle on the opposite side of the city, yet here he was, offering prayers for the deceased. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, Taehyung found solace in simply standing and praying amidst the looming threat. Suddenly, a jarring incident occurred, causing Taehyung to question if he had somehow altered the course of events. His eyes widened in disbelief. Without warning, the enemy ambushed Han from behind, thrusting a sword into his body as he prayed for those already lost. Caught off guard by the unforeseen betrayal, Han coughed up blood, unable to sense the attacker's presence. The assailant smirked with satisfaction, hinting at the hero's imminent demise. Night City, typically serene, descended into chaos as monsters wreaked havoc, turning the day into a nightmare. Amidst the destruction, one room stood relatively unscathed, a supermarket, an unlikely sanctuary amidst the chaos. On a pristine sofa lay an unconscious woman, watched over by a vigilant young man. Slowly regaining consciousness, the woman stirred, her condition still precarious. The vigilant watcher was Jin, discontent evident as he grappled with the situation thrust upon him. Recollections of his cousin's foretelling haunted Jin, warning of the impending tragedy and the inevitable loss of lives. Taehyun's ominous prophecy included the death of their school nurse, Choi Ji, a revelation Jin struggled to accept. The young man clarified that Choi's fate diverged from the others. Instead of fleeing, she would remain to administer aid to the injured. Taehyung instructed his cousin to gently sedate the nurse and relocate her to safety, ensuring her survival. Maintaining an air of composure and confidence, Taehyung delegated the task to his cousin, resolute in tackling the remainder alone. Jane stood watch over the slumbering nurse, pondering the inexplicable awareness of these unfolding events. Wrestling with myriad possibilities, he found each one incredulous and seemingly beyond belief. Despite scrutinizing the unconscious woman, he couldn't rationalize the phenomenon scientifically, left baffled for clues. A sudden epiphany struck him, propelling him from his seat with newfound certainty about the situation. Entertaining the notion that his cousin possessed precognitive abilities, Jane struggled to reconcile such a fantastical notion. Dismissing the idea of extraordinary abilities as madness, he grappled with persistent doubts and uncertainties. Beyond the confines of their shelter, the full moon cast its luminous glow upon the city, while a gentle breeze whispered through the air. Time found itself entangled in the unfolding events, pondering whether his scheme had spiraled beyond his control. Helpless, he observed as the intended blow landed on the A-rank individual, unable to intervene. Turning to his assailant, Hansu demanded identification, seeking to unveil the true identity behind the attack. Despite his astonishment at his adversary's survival, the assailant acknowledged the A-rank's formidable prowess. Revealed as Han Sando, a B-rank thief with a penchant for hunting and delighting in his victim's demise. Dubbed wakers, individuals who inexplicably turned to crime, Han Sando stood as the most infamous, prowling nightly for prey. Each night, Han Sando stalked the streets, seeking victims to satisfy his twisted pleasure in murder. Familiar with both individuals, Taehyung was certain their paths hadn't crossed in his previous experiences. Contemplating the peculiar intersections in this reality, he realized his presence or actions might be catalysts for these meetings. Nursing his wounds, he recognized his adversary as a thief and vowed to dismantle him piece by piece. Grasping his formidable sword, he strode purposefully toward the thief, declaring an imminent end to their encounter. Fate, however, intervened as Han's attention was abruptly diverted by a looming threat. With his blade suspended mid-air, both he and the thief observed the unfolding chaos. An A-rank monster emerged from the earth, its presence foreboding as it sought revenge. Determined to display its true might, the colossal ogre prepared for battle. Surprised by the monster's resurgence, Han was informed by the thief that such resilience was common among A-rank monsters. The giant ogre spotted its adversaries in the air, aiming to strike them down with its immense strength. Swiftly evading the monster's attack, the men scattered across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding its wrath. Frustrated by his inability to combat the monster, the thief contemplated abandoning the fight. However, driven by a twisted desire for power, he conceived a sinister plan that demanded human sacrifices. Eyeing Taehyung and their captive audience, he saw an opportunity to satiate his ego through their suffering. With sword in hand, the thief charged toward Taehyung, hungry for victims to satisfy his dark ambitions. Taehyung's shock reverberated as he braced for the impending attack, anxiety gripping him tightly. In a blur of motion, the thief closed the distance and aimed his dagger for a lethal strike. Employing the stone skin technique learned from a previous adversary, Taehyung deftly blocked the sword strike. With a swift retaliatory kick to the thief's face, Taehyung inflicted a painful blow, causing blood to well in the assailant's mouth. Startled by his mistake, the thief realized he had targeted the wrong individual. Taehyung was fully awake and aware. Taehyung's address by name caught Han Sandro off guard, halting his advance. Curious, Taehyung questioned whether his adversary was the same obsessed assassin known for his stealth skills. A sinister grin crossed Taehyung's face as he began to encase his hand in stone, relishing the confrontation. Unwilling to wait for his opponent's next move, Han Sandro launched a blow, met with a solid block. Undeterred, the thief unleashed a powerful sword strike, aiming to overwhelm his adversary. Anticipating the attack, Taehyung maintained a poised stance, ready for the onslaught. Han Sandro wielded his sharp daggers with precision, aiming for vulnerable spots, yet continually thwarted by Taehyung's stone-protected hands. Taehyung's stone-enhanced defenses not only blocked the onslaught, but also delivered calculated counterattacks. Despite facing adversity, Taehyung refused to yield, recognizing retreat as an untenable option. Acknowledging Taehyung's formidable skill, the thief realized the battle was far from one-sided. With determination etched on his face, Taehyung abandoned his earlier amusement, focusing intently on the unfolding duel. As the adversaries exchanged words, a fierce battle raged between the A-rank warriors in the background. Han Sandro's taunts echoed, warning Taehyung of his impending demise, adamant that the world wouldn't bend to his will. The gravity of the situation dawned on the thief as he recognized the strength of his opponent, realizing the stakes were high. Vanishing from sight, Han Sandro's disappearance signaled his intent to employ stealth tactics, sending a chill down Taehyung's spine. Taehyung scanned the surroundings, bewildered by the thief's invisibility, lost in the vast expanse of space. A sudden sensation alerted Taehyung to someone's presence behind him, prompting a swift reaction. Lashing out with a powerful punch, Taehyung aimed to strike his unseen adversary, estimating their approximate location. However, a miscalculation left Taehyung vulnerable as Han Sandro slipped behind him, complicating the young man's plight. In a desperate move, Taehyung managed to block the thief's sword strike, but not without sacrificing some of his own blood. Bewilderment washed over Taehyung as blood seeped through his stone-covered form, a sight both shocking and perplexing. Unrelenting, Han Sandro pressed on, delivering another blow, boasting of his prowess in defeating formidable foes. Circulating around Taehyung, the thief struck intermittently with his sword, forcing Taehyung into a relentless defense. Hindered by the thief's speed, Taehyung found himself struggling to keep pace, relying on his stone hands to deflect the onslaught. With a decisive strike, Han Sandro landed a final blow on Taehyung's defenseless body, sealing his fate. Before Taehyung's demise, Han Sandro imparted a sobering lesson, emphasizing the necessity of versatility in combat. The battlefield bore witness to Taehyung's valiant but unequal struggle against the thief, marked by a river of spilled blood, a testament to the unequal match. Despite enduring the vicious assault, Taehyung's survival hung by a thread, his breaths shallow as he huddled on the ground. Unaware of the vulnerability in his technique, Taehyung marveled at how adeptly his enemy exploited it in battle. The stone skin skill, he realized, offered only partial protection, vulnerable to sharp blows capable of shattering the stone. With each strike, the stone armor weakened, cracks forming as fragments fell away, exposing Tae-hyung to further harm. Reflecting on the battle, Tae-hyung understood that his enemy had identified his weakness from the outset, targeting speed and precision. Despite his realization, Tae-hyung found solace in the realization that his abilities surpassed mere rankings, allowing him to hold his own in combat. Han Sandro's astonishment was palpable when Tae-hyung declared his intention to conclude the experiment. Dismissing Tae-hyung's resolve as madness, Han Sandro charged forward, attributing Tae-hyung's defiance to a mere concussion from his fall. Ignoring Tae-hyung's inquiry, Han Sandro pressed on, determined to assert his dominance in the ongoing struggle. Abruptly, Han Sandro's advance halted as he encountered a daunting sight, prompting a moment of hesitation. Tae-hyung unleashed his hunting technique, revealing his intention to acquire Han Sandro's skill, sending a chill down the thief's spine. Perplexed by his opponent's sudden revelation, Han Sandro questioned why Tae-hyung concealed such a formidable technique until now. Unwilling to betray his unease, Han Sandro belittled Tae-hyung's request, dismissing the hunting technique as inconsequential. Tae-hyung countered, asserting that mastery of the technique relied on understanding the opponent's body, hinting at the inherent weakness of every technique. With a raised hand, Tae-hyung confronted Han Sandro, a subtle reminder of their shared vulnerability in the midst of their clash. As Tae-hyung slew numerous monsters, he realized that although many escaped, his hunting technique ensured their eventual surrender, draining them of their energy. In the final confrontation, Tae-hyung's hunting technique proved decisive, compelling all monsters to submit and relinquish their energy. Tae-hyung asserted that no matter the enemy's hiding place or speed, his hunting technique rendered such evasion futile. Surging with energy, Tae-hyung surpassed the thief, who believed himself hidden from imminent attack. Tae-hyung forewarned the thief that his hunting technique would inevitably ensnare him, regardless of his attempts to evade. Han Sandro recoiled in shock as the realization of impending death washed over him, his screams echoing in desperation. Tae-hyung showcased his true strength, demonstrating his analytical prowess and ability to draw conclusions even amidst chaos. As the sun rose, casting its light over the city, the unstable situation persisted amidst the ruins. Amidst the wreckage lay a man, incapacitated and bleeding, a victim of the ongoing turmoil. Hansol, near defeat at the hands of the monster, cursed the thief who had dealt him a fatal blow before the battle began. Even an A-rank warrior like Hansol couldn't elude death, regretting his failure to properly assess the situation. The relentless giant ogre, undefeated until now, approached, intent on dispatching its foe. With a mighty swing, the giant delivered a fatal blow to the enemy's motionless body. The impact caused a minor earthquake, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the blow. Roaring in triumph, the giant expressed its fury, surprised that the battle had ended so swiftly. Surveying the aftermath, Hansol, the giant, beheld only emptiness and destruction wrought by his own hands. Turning towards the giant, someone questioned how the events unfolded, considering the giant had been incapacitated moments ago. It was Tae-hyung who intervened, coming to the aid of the rank warrior just in time, saving him from certain death. Holding a wounded light in hand, Tae-hyung resolved to confront the monster using his hunting technique. Despite the restless night by morning, the city seemed to have quieted, with no monsters in sight on the horizon. In a nearby house, parents opened the door to a shocking sight before them. Their son, Jion, returned home accompanied by his cousin Tae-hyung, who immediately inquired about the well-being of his aunt and uncle. Overjoyed to see their children safe, the parents were moved to tears, grateful that happiness had finally returned to their home. Relieved that their children had not fallen victim to the monsters, they warmly invited them in for breakfast. Tae-hyung playfully teased his younger cousin about the state of the house, urging him to keep quiet. The Jion family resided near the city center among similar private houses, each boasting a small terrace on its roof. The following day, news channels and public discourse buzzed with urgent discussions about the recent seismic event. News anchors reported that, according to top authorities, the monster threat had been eradicated, reassuring the populace. In response to lingering fears, authorities decided to temporarily close nearby schools, prioritizing the safety of children. While the population gradually regained composure, the management team leader grappled with how the threat had been misjudged. Authorities questioned the school nurse about her whereabouts, but she could only recall waking up on the couch, with no memory of the events that transpired. Despite media interest, the main character deflected credit for defeating the monster, insisting it wasn't solely his accomplishment. Concerns lingered among the populace, doubting the adequacy of authorities' decisions for ensuring security. A young man in a tracksuit, backpack slung over his shoulders, watched the news with a satisfied grin, pleased with the unfolding events. Tae-hyung, content that his involvement had gone unnoticed, felt a sense of relief. Now he could resume his normal life without interference. Yet, true to his nature, Tae-hyung sought out new adventures, emboldened by his newfound anonymity. He prepared to venture into the tram tunnel despite its inherent dangers, eager for the challenges that lay ahead. Surveying his progress, Tae-hyung noted his burgeoning abilities, brimming with energy for the journey ahead. Aware of the limitations of his current level, Tae-hyung acknowledged the potential risks of attempting to master all his techniques simultaneously. He recognized the importance of prudent mana usage, understanding that mismanagement could prove fatal. Seeking a solution, Tae-hyung considered potions, designed to replenish mana and alleviate fatigue. As he ventured into the underground, Tae-hyung realized the costliness of potions and the necessity of hunting to acquire them. Passing through the narrow passage, Tae-hyung recalled the need for a permit, lest his actions be deemed illegal by the authorities. Unsure of his next move, Tae-hyung opted to explore the dungeons as his sole legitimate option. His presence immediately attracted the attention of a horde of monsters, their hostile gazes fixed upon him. Tae-hyung, undeterred, questioned the monster's intelligence, prompting an unexpected exchange in the depths of the dungeon. Recognizing the spiders as B-ranked creatures, Tae-hyung calculated that absorbing hundreds of them would be necessary to elevate his rank. Upon hearing Tae-hyung's intentions, the dungeon's inhabitants grew incensed, launching into battle to expel the unwelcome intruder. A monster with pink hair filled its mouth with an unfamiliar liquid, preparing to unleash an attack. The surrounding monsters followed suit, collectively forming a massive energy ball hurtling towards Tae-hyung. Unfazed, Tae-hyung stood firm, observing as the monsters collaborated in an attempt to eliminate him. With a release of immense energy, the monsters taunted Tae-hyung, foreseeing his demise. Unexpectedly, Tae-hyung absorbed their combined attack with his hunting technique, stunning the monsters. Recognizing the usefulness of his opponent's techniques, Tae-hyung made note of them as he prepared to fulfill his purpose in the dungeon. Despite the monsters' attempts to negotiate, Tae-hyung remained resolute, initiating his mission. Chaos erupted in the subway as Tae-hyung systematically neutralized each monster, absorbing their energy in the process. Meanwhile, life in the city resumed its normal rhythm, with the Players Association headquarters bustling with activity. The entrance to the meeting hall was secured, allowing entry only to those invited to the gathering. 3 individuals convened at the table, their gazes locked in silent contemplation. Among them was the deputy HR manager, accompanied by 2 esteemed players of the association. These players, possessing awakened abilities and official authorization, were pivotal figures in utilizing skills for various tasks, including delving into the abyss. Currently, there are 5 game centers within the association, reserved for those capable of confronting monsters of varying ranks. Additionally, there are 4 prominent guilds in New South Korea, each with distinct focuses. One such guild, the Invincibles, is renowned for its prowess in combat. Another guild diverges from traditional fighting methods, comprising individuals who specialize in alchemy rather than direct confrontation. The Sorcerers Guild stands out for harnessing magical abilities, leveraging their power and popularity within the association. Lastly, the Vagabond Guild primarily consists of informants, playing a less conspicuous yet essential role within the organization. The New South Korea Players Association serves as an umbrella organization overseeing the management of these guilds and their members. Feeling somewhat uneasy in this setting, Go took care to avoid saying anything extraneous at the table. As the master of the Vagabond Guild, Go took initiative to ease the tension, offering greetings to those present whom she hadn't seen in some time. Association representative Seorang thanked Go for attending the meeting despite her busy schedule. Seorang wasted no time in broaching the topic, inquiring about any developments regarding the Thieves Guild and their intentions. The Thieves Guild operated independently, comprising the most dangerous thieves recognizable by the rings adorned with 3 skulls. Seorang presented Che-jin with a document detailing recent activities of the Thieves Guild, along with a list of implicated individuals. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Seorang suggested addressing the matter directly. Che-jin V, known for valuing directness, sought Seorang's insights on potential future actions of the Thieves Guild. Surprised by the nature of the inquiry, Seorang listened intently, ready to provide her expertise on the matter. Perplexed, Che-jin queried the woman about her testing history, leaving her puzzled by the unexpected line of questioning. She clarified that she underwent testing at 19, the age at which it was permitted, but the misunderstanding lingered. Seated across from her, a man smiled ominously, posing the curious question of whether a high school student could vanquish a monster. Meanwhile, Taehyung efficiently dispatched all surrounding monsters, stacking their bodies into a pile upon which he could now perch. Dialing the phone, Taehyung contacted one of the major guilds, the Alchemists, his gaze fixed on the distant light. As he continued to extract energy from the monster corpses, Taehyung explained his need for a potion to the guild representative. With a week having passed since the school closure decision, students returned to their classrooms, resuming their studies. Taehyung spent the week engaging in physical training with Jane, contemplating his next steps. Additionally, he ventured into dungeons periodically, honing his skills and clearing several within the week. Determined to obtain a potion, Taehyung decided to join the Alchemists Guild, utilizing his amassed jewels for the purchase. The guild members were astonished by the quantity of jewels Taehyung possessed, eager to secure him as a long-term customer. Taehyung's diligent training paid off as his rank steadily increased within a relatively short span of time. Despite his progress, Taehyung remained acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, his thoughts consumed by the uncertainties of the future. Despite his reluctance, Taehyung resumed attending school, feeling the weight of constant scrutiny from his peers. Classmates buzzed with gossip about Taehyung's reported altercation at school, assuming he finally found some excitement. Amidst the gossip, an underlying belief persisted that Taehyung's days of peace were numbered, anticipating imminent threats looming on the horizon. Meanwhile, the approaching footsteps grew louder, signaling the arrival of 3 individuals hastening toward the classroom entrance. Taehyung's attention was drawn to the approaching commotion, prompting him to cast a quick glance toward the door to assess the situation. The unwelcome guests wasted no time in causing chaos, hurling chairs across the room with alarming force, 2 of which collided with the school board and thudded against the wall. 2 towering high school students barged into the classroom, their expressions contorted with displeasure over some matter. While these students were imposing, the true figure of authority was the last to enter, nonchalantly taking a seat with his feet propped up on the desk. Lee Chang-jae positioned himself across from Taehyung, indicating that a serious conversation was about to unfold, hinting that he wouldn't leave matters unresolved. Greeting Taehyung with a mischievous smile, Lee Chun-jae acknowledged him as a friend, revealing his status as a C-rank awakened master. Hailing from a wealthy lineage, Lee Chang was the 3rd-generation heir to the Taizen Company, a prominent sponsor of their high school, commanding both fear and respect among his peers. Others in the high school often tested their boundaries with Lee Chang, mindful of his influential position and the repercussions of crossing him. Reflecting on a past encounter, Taehyung recalled being ruthlessly assaulted by high school students without provocation, enduring their relentless abuse without retaliation. He endured the physical torment silently, recognizing that the perpetrators were merely pawns in a larger scheme orchestrated by Lee Chang. Positioned above the perpetrators were Lee Chang's enforcers, manipulating them to carry out his bidding, while Lee Chang himself wielded influence from the shadows. In truth, Li Chang orchestrated the bullying campaign against Taehyung as retribution for his failure to awaken his abilities, fueling his resentment. Refusing to remain passive, Taehyung confronted Li Chang, demanding an explanation for his presence and defiantly challenging his authority. Meeting Li Chang's gaze with a steely resolve, Taehyung silenced his adversary with a commanding tone, insisting that he leave immediately. A supporter of Li Chang took offense at the young man's disrespectful tone toward their leader and immediately voiced his complaint. In response, Li Chang swiftly dealt a blow to the dissenter's face, silencing him with a stern warning not to interrupt their conversation. Li Chang's blow was a demonstration of authority, serving as a reminder to his follower not to interfere with his dialogue. Kim Tae-hyun remained motionless, observing the unfolding confrontation. The ordeal had transformed him into a different person altogether. While Li Chang outwardly praised Taehyung's apparent triumph over his critic, the underlying tone suggested a less-than-friendly sentiment. Taehyung felt a twinge of concern as his potential adversary rose from his seat, asserting his dominance in the room. Releasing a surge of fiery energy, Li Chang cautioned Taehyung to be more discerning in choosing his opponents in the future. Transitioning from shock to amazement, Taehyung marveled at the display of awakened magical strength. Despite Li Chang's advice to think carefully before acting, Taehyung remained steadfast in his resolve not to give up. Taehyung poised his right hand, preparing to unleash a hunting technique to gauge his opponent's response. A blue-haired girl entered the room and immediately commanded Li Chang to cease his actions. Employing her own techniques against Li Chang's supporters, she then approached him to speak privately. It was Oh Myung-yoon who intervened, exuding an air of authority as she urged both parties to cease hostilities. Taehyung felt a sense of relief upon seeing Oh Myung, as her presence elicited positive emotions in him. Oh Myung-yoon, known for her leadership as class president, her aspirations as a model, and her combat prowess as a C-rank master, held sway in the room. Letting go of Taehyung's hand, Oh Myung's main concern was that he appeared too principled and stubborn in his actions. She never backed down, and this case was no exception, as she decided to confront Li Chang head-on. When Li Chang protested, she responded with a smile, insisting that there was no need to intervene as they were just having a conversation. Oh Myung-yoon questioned if it was acceptable for the young man to deliver such forceful blows to his friends. Li Chang cautioned Oh Myung that she might lose control of her temper and advised her to stay quiet. In response, Oh Myung warned that she would resort to force if Li Chang didn't leave the classroom immediately. Observers feared that if the altercation continued, it would disrupt the classroom entirely. Li Chang, known for his stubborn nature and determination, showed no signs of backing down. However, Oh Myung possessed an even greater level of stubbornness, willing to go to any lengths to defend her honor and that of her friends. Suddenly, Li Chang changed his tone, suggesting that he had no intention of fighting the girl at that moment. However, it was clear that this was merely an act, and Oh Myung questioned whether that was what he truly wanted. With tension mounting, Li Chang conjured a magical fireball, signaling his readiness to engage in combat. The situation became increasingly serious, with no room for retreat for Li Chang and high stakes on the line. Oh Myung also braced herself, prepared to defend against any potential attack from her opponent. Taehyung chose to remain on the sidelines, opting not to interfere but rather to observe the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, a loud bell rang, signaling the end of the class and effectively halting the escalating conflict. An announcement echoed throughout the school, summoning all students to the main hall for a meeting with the Players Association. This message wasn't confined to the school's walls, it carried significant weight for all students. Upon hearing about the Players Association, Li Chang swiftly extinguished the magical ball in his hand. With a displeased expression, he faced his potential opponent, who was also preparing for combat. Oh Myung-yoon remained resolute, fully aware that her adversary could strike at any moment. Li Chang chuckled at Oh Myung's determination, suggesting she relax and take a breather. The leader of the school gang departed, summoning the discontented students as he left. Referring to Taehyung as a fortunate individual, Li Chang left him sitting in silence. Oh Myung-yoon maintained her fighting stance until she heard her potential opponent slam the door behind him. She turned to Tae-hyung, who had remained behind her, and inquired about his well-being. To her surprise, Tae-hyung had already left. He swiftly rose from his seat and made his way to the door. In the doorway, Tae-hyung suggested Oh Myung-yoon accompany him to the important meeting. Momentarily speechless, Oh Myung-yoon followed Tae-hyung to the main hall after a brief silence. The door closed loudly, leaving Oh Myung-yoon slightly taken aback by Tae-hyung's behavior. Stepping outside and gazing at the sky, she pondered whether Tae-hyung had always been this peculiar. As school lessons concluded, all students made their way to the main hall, housed in a separate chamber. Anticipation filled the air as students speculated about the topic of the upcoming lecture, leaning towards it being about monsters. All eyes turned to Go-tuk as he introduced himself as the deputy manager of the Players Association, immediately commanding attention. He began by apologizing for the delayed response from the players during the outage, but hinted at another reason for his visit. Taking a moment to compose himself, Go-tuk prepared to reveal the second purpose of his visit. Go-tuk announced changes in the selection process for players who would shape the future of the Players Association of New South Korea. Lee Chang wasn't thrilled about the gathering, his mind lingering on Kim Tae-hyun, whom he disliked. Oh Myung-yoon also couldn't shake thoughts of him, planning an important discussion with him soon. Meanwhile, Tae-hyung stifled a yawn, feeling bored and eager to leave the hall. The meeting continued in the main hall, where Go-tuk delivered a speech outlining the new conditions. As students questioned the increase in minimum age, Go-tuk clarified that it had always been the case, but they had convened for a specific reason. With the recent surge in Dungeons and Monsters, the Players Association was recruiting high school students due to a shortage of manpower. This revelation shocked the students, realizing this could be their only opportunity in the next 3 years. Go-tuk explained that each school would select candidates based on their skills and grades, leaving the students in disbelief. Recognizing the significance of this opportunity, the students listened attentively, realizing the gravity of the situation. Go-tuk's words were met with a smile from Tae-hyung, who seemed to have a plan forming in his mind. His memory served him well. Indeed, the selection process for high school students had already commenced. Go-tuk possessed a unique technique for evaluating players known as the Eye of the Observer, which allowed him to assess individuals with precision. This technique could gauge a person's maximum potential strength, and with focus, even reveal the status window of the selected target. As Go-tuk continued his speech, addressing the students' inquiries about their prospects, he observed their reactions keenly. He was surprised by the high numbers of awakened individuals in the room, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, what truly astonished him were the exceptional scores of 2 individuals among them. One of them was Lee Chang-gai, emanating a warm energy, with an impressive score of 1924 points. The other standout was Iron, whose score surpassed even Lee Chang's, reaching an impressive. Reviewing the list of candidates prior to the gathering, Go-tuk hadn't anticipated such a high concentration of awakened individuals in the school. Despite his surprise, Go-tuk couldn't hide his satisfaction, evident from the smile gracing his face. These remarkable achievements deserved recognition within the association. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Lee Chang, who raised a hand to interject, surprising Go-tuk, who wasn't accustomed to interruptions during such events. Lee Chang expressed his reservations about the selection process, suggesting that only awakened individuals should be considered eligible for the Players Association. Taken aback by this assertion, Go-tuk inquired further, seeking clarification on Lee Chang's stance. Lee Chang elaborated that those who hadn't awakened had no place in the selection process, directing a pointed look towards Tae-hyun. With a firm stance, Lee Chang emphasized the importance of only allowing awakened individuals to participate in the selection process. Go-tuk absorbed Lee Chang's words, realizing the gravity of the sentiment expressed and the implications for the selection process. Being a player requires more than just physical strength. It demands knowledge of the abyss, awakening, rank, and the ability to adapt to various situations. To navigate the abyss effectively, a player must possess a comprehensive set of skills and attributes to confront monsters on equal footing. Li Chang mocked Taehyung, insinuating that he had yet to awaken, implying that the selection process held no value for individuals like him. With a sinister smile, Li Chang asserted his dominance over Taehyung, relishing in the opportunity to belittle him. Taehyung couldn't comprehend why Li Chang was so fixated on verifying his awakening status. Li Chang, the school gang leader, was indeed intent on confirming Taehyung's awakening status, challenging him to prove himself. Iron intervened in the dialogue, demanding that Li Chang cease escalating the conflict. Taehyung, however, bristled at Iron's interference, insisting that he could handle the situation on his own. Iron, feeling slighted, turned away, deciding not to intervene further in the matter. Go-Tuk acknowledged the validity of Iron's stance, but emphasized that attendance at the lecture was optional for the students. Li Chang directed another question at Taehyung, probing whether his inability to participate in the lecture due to lack of awakening would bother him. Taehyung remained composed, silently enduring his interlocutor's taunts while keeping his hands in his pockets. Aware of Li Chang's attempt to provoke him, Taehyung recognized that he didn't need to prove anything for selection, trusting in the eye of the observer to do the work for him. Go-Tuk proceeded with evaluating the students, including Taehyung, Li Chang, and Iron in his assessment. Another student caught Go-Tuk's attention, drawing his focus to yet another potential candidate. Although Li Chang was an awakened individual, his behavior left much to be desired, resorting to mockery. Go-Tuk shifted his attention to Taehyung, deeming him as unawakened and therefore without a rank, considering him insignificant among his peers. Despite Go-Tuk's attempt to assess Taehyung's abilities with his technique, he found no information, perplexing the assistant manager of the Players Association. Go-Tuk couldn't comprehend why his technique failed to work on someone seemingly ordinary like Taehyung. Meanwhile, Taehyung acknowledged Li Chang's point about the selection process, agreeing that it would be unwise to participate rashly. Li Chang was taken aback when Taehyung expressed his reluctance to participate in the player selection, citing that he would only feel ashamed to do so. Opting not to reveal his true abilities to Li Chang, Taehyung decided to leave, showing his disinterest and disdain. Taehyung gestured rudely to Li Chang, declaring his departure from the room, expressing his lack of interest in the ongoing lecture. Li Chang was further surprised by Taehyung's boldness, receiving a sarcastic farewell from him as he exited the room. Go-Tuk remained puzzled by Taehyung's resistance to his assessment technique, unable to fathom why it failed to work on him. Reflecting on his previous experiences with the technique, Go-Tuk remembered how effectively it assessed other members of the association. However, Taehyung remained an enigma, beyond the reach of Go-Tuk's usual assessment methods. After bidding farewell, albeit unkindly, Taehyung departed from the room, leaving Go-Tuk still puzzled by his uniqueness. Observing Taehyung's departure, Go-Tuk pondered what made him so exceptional that his assessment technique failed to capture his abilities. Taehyung slowly made his way through the crowd, garnering attention as he headed towards the front door. Despite several futile attempts, Go-Tuk struggled to assess Taehyung's abilities, leaving him mystified by the young man's elusive nature. Despite the assistant manager's efforts, he remained unconscious, deeply disturbed by the presence of the young man. Abruptly, Taehyung turned towards the player, who observed the revelation in his expression. He recoiled from the sight, his eyes registering shock at the imposing figure beside the young man. Taehyung's impressive strength score of 50-96 puzzled onlookers, wondering how he achieved it so swiftly. The main hall emptied after the general assembly, the setting sun casting long shadows as students departed for home. The school corridors resembled a deserted landscape, a stark contrast to the earlier commotion. Unchanged amidst the quietude, the library stood verdant and serene, devoid of human presence. Hyung visited the library that evening, pondering clues from the king as he scanned through pages, interrupted only by looming shadows. The young man lifted his gaze, unsurprised by the identity of the approaching figures. Taehyung found himself confronted by school bullies looming over him as he perused the books. A boy asserted that Tae-hyung sought Lee Chang-gi, demanding his immediate compliance. Hyung hesitated, strongly inclined to reject the demand. The bandit suggested acceptance, hinting at knowledge of his aunt's restaurant, instilling fear for his family's safety. Kim recoiled, comprehending the threat posed to his loved ones. Questioning how they obtained the information, Tae-hyung received a chilling response from the school thug, implicating Chang-gi's involvement. The robber scorned Tae-hyung as a worthless orphan, cautioning him against burdening his already troubled aunt further. Fed up, Tae-hyung interrupted the bandit mid-sentence with a swift punch to the face. A deafening explosion rocked the school library, the force of Tae-hyung's outburst blowing open the front door. Shelves toppled like dominoes as books scattered, evidence of the young man's underestimated strength. Grasping his assailant firmly by the throat, Tae-hyung rendered the robber powerless, begging for mercy. Time pressed on, urging Tae-hyung to extract information about his aunt from the thug. The other thugs could only watch helplessly as Tae-hyung retaliated with swift kicks. Fuming with rage, Tae-hyung demanded to know the whereabouts of the despicable Lee Chang-gi. Tae-hyung gleaned Lee Chang-gi's location from his supporters and proceeded to a secluded room in the school. Recent classes had ended, leaving basketballs resting in the bins. Lee Chang-gi awaited Tae-hyung alongside one of his cronies, positioned at the gym's center. Tae-hyung sensed the anticipation upon entering the gymnasium. The man beside Lee Chang-gi gestured towards Hyung, prompting Tae-hyung to inquire about his purpose. Sol-han, Lee Chang-gi's bodyguard, stood beside him prepared to defend his leader. Despite his efforts, Sol-han's skills failed against Tae-hyung, leading him to speculate about the young man's true strength. Tae-hyung, now awakened to his potential, prepared to converse with the school gang's leader as Lee Chang-gi had anticipated. Tae-hyung was puzzled by the robber's sudden shift towards communication rather than confrontation. Stepping forward, Lee Chang-gi offered an apology for his earlier behavior, expressing a desire to simply check on Tae-hyung. He disclosed his ambition to establish a guild upon assuming leadership of the Taesong groups. Seeking assistance, Lee Chang-gi prodded Tae-hyung to grasp the direction of their conversation, met with the young man's stoic silence. Emphasizing the need for truly talented individuals, Lee Chang-gi dismissed those easily defeated, contrasting them with barroom brawlers. Singling out Tae-hyung, Lee Chang-gi asserted his suitability for the role, pointing to his talent and strength. With a sinister laugh, Lee Chang-gi dangled promises of wealth and fame in exchange for Tae-hyung's allegiance. Lee Chang-gi, successor to Tencent, pledged to elevate Tae-hyung's family from their current plight. Tae-hyung brushed off the robber's rhetoric as excessive, surprising Lee Chang-gi with his skepticism. Dismissing Chang-gi's delusions, Tae-hyung metaphorically stoned his arguments, refusing to entertain them. Preparing for a potential confrontation, Tae-hyung declared this to be his breaking point. Lee Chang-gi was taken aback by Tae-hyung's unexpected rebuttal, shocked by the turn of events. Suddenly, Tae-hyung's demeanor shifted, his mischievous smile hinting at comprehension. Tae-hyung suggested that such dogs needed to be tamed by force, readying himself for battle as Lee Chang-gi mirrored his resolve. In response, Lee Chang-gi's bodyguard conjured energy, employing a technique called a room to erect a barrier. This barrier cloaked their presence, concealing their energy from detection. The room was encased in a wall composed of numerous hexagons emitting a bright blue hue. Even the floor was ensconced within this barrier, ensuring the concealment of magic within the room. Sol Hondo felt reassured knowing that his boss's energy remained undetectable, freeing him from restraint. Within the room, the battle commenced as both combatants rose from their seats and advanced towards each other. Hondo observed from outside, anticipating the swift resolution of the impending spectacle. Tae-hyung's demeanor was grave, recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent. Conversely, Lee Chang-gi appeared relaxed, confident in his ability to emerge victorious. The clash between the fighters unleashed a surge of energy, creating a powerful shockwave within the room. Chang-gi's fiery fist prevailed, shattering Tae-hyung's defensive stance upon impact. Sensing his opponent's strength, Tae-hyung braced himself for the arduous battle ahead. Undeterred, Lee Chang-gi took to the air, launching a swift attack with a powerful kick. The forceful blow propelled Tae-hyung backward several meters, engulfing the area in a thick smoke screen. Tae-hyung bore the brunt of the blow, his body convulsing as he coughed up blood from the impact. Seizing the moment, Lee Chang-gi moved in to deliver the finishing blow, taunting Tae-hyung about his perceived inferiority. Hondo observed as his boss swiftly dispatched his opponent, the battlefield resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. The guard admired Tae-hyung's bravery, feeling only pity and sympathy for the young man's plight. Determined to fight back, Tae-hyung rose to his feet, impressing Hondo with his skillful maneuvers. Despite his efforts, luck was not on Tae-hyung's side that day, as the guard acknowledged Lee Chang-gi's superior strength. Lee Chang-gi effortlessly parried Tae-hyung's attacks, maintaining a wicked smile as he continued to dominate the battle. Plotting a sneak attack, the bandit amassed energy in his hand, preparing a devastating strike. Tae-hyung found himself forced to withstand the ferocious assault, the disparity in their ranks evident. Mentally urging Tae-hyung to surrender, Hondo believed victory was beyond reach for the young fighter. Yet the guard's perspective shifted as events took an unexpected turn. Lee Chang-gi maneuvered through the fray, evading Tae-hyung's onslaught to recuperate his energy, forcing Tae-hyung into a defensive stance. Seizing a moment of respite, Tae-hyung gathered his strength, preparing to seize the initiative with a counterattack. Tae-hyung skillfully launched his assault, but Lee Chang-gi's proficiency in close combat posed a formidable challenge. Their fists clashed in a flurry of strikes, the battle intensifying with each passing moment. Tae-hyung landed the first significant blow, his strike nearly crushing Lee Chang-gi's face. The force of Tae-hyung's attack sent his adversary reeling backward several meters, the impact echoing loudly. Hondo, incredulous, witnessed his boss falter in close combat, prompting concern for the unfolding situation. Lee Chang-gi's body collided heavily with the floor, his pained sigh indicating the severity of Tae-hyung's punch. The bandit demanded to know what Tae-hyung had done to render his body immobile. Hondo now realized that Tae-hyung was far more dangerous than he had initially believed. Contemplating the young man, the guard questioned his origins and the acquisition of his numerous skills. Satisfied with the outcome of the fight, Tae-hyung finally experienced the fulfillment he had long sought through battle. Through his endeavors, Tae-hyung acquired 3 skills. Stone Skin, obtained after defeating a thief in one of his earliest battles. Presence Concealment, pilfered from a renowned burglar during a break-in. And Paralysis, acquired during his journey to the abyss from monsters he encountered. Initially, Tae-hyung refrained from utilizing all his skills, but in this particular fight, circumstances compelled him to employ them differently. Under the influence of fire, Tae-hyung's stealth vanished, while his stone skin succumbed to searing resistance. Left with only the option of paralysis, Tae-hyung found it challenging to apply in the heat of battle. Opting for close combat with Lee Chang-gi, Tae-hyung recognized paralysis as his best chance, despite the difficulty in its execution. Despite facing searing resistance, Tae-hyung's paralysis proved effective, immobilizing his opponent with relentless strikes. Tae-hyung's strategy unfolded seamlessly, allowing him to exploit Lee Chang-gi's vulnerabilities. Tae-hyung's relentless paralyzing strikes overcame the resistance, incapacitating Lee Chang-gi effectively. Tum's plan unfolded flawlessly, enabling Tae-hyung to swiftly identify and exploit his opponent's weaknesses. Underestimating his adversary, Lee Chang-gi succumbed to Tae-hyung's devastating blows. Lee Chang-gi, leader of the school gang, lay powerless on the floor as Tae-hyung emerged from the smoke screen, poised to confront him. Seoul Honda was utterly stunned by the outcome of the battle, unable to fathom the defeat of his master yet refraining from intervention. Recognizing Tae-hyung's brilliance, the guard marveled at how he surpassed Lee Chang-gi on a cosmic level in their one-on-one duel. Tae-hyung approached his fallen opponent, stopping a few meters away, his gaze fixed upon Lee Chang-gi in silence. Despite his motionless state, Lee Chang-gi acknowledged Tae-hyung's strength with a laugh, surprising the young man. Admitting to underestimating his opponent, the bandit vowed not to succumb to someone like Tae-hyung. Lee Chang-gi retrieved a purple jewel from his inner pocket, raising it to eye level before shattering it with 2 fingers, exerting his remaining strength. Perplexed by the action, Tae-hyung sensed ominous implications, despite his lack of understanding. As Lee Chang-gi rose to his feet, emanating a surge of energy, Tae-hyung and his team braced themselves for the unexpected turn of events. Declaring his refusal to yield to the enemy any longer, Lee Chang-gi vowed to fight with newfound determination. Realizing the imminent danger, Tae-hyung swiftly fled from his position, sensing the urgency of the situation. Lee Chang-gi, unwilling to let his adversary escape, initiated pursuit with the aid of a fire monster. Tae-hyung sprinted forward, periodically glancing back, and was met with a wave of intense heat approaching him. Reacting swiftly, Tae-hyung ascended into the air, narrowly evading the enemy's attack as he prepared to retaliate. The fire monster's attack missed its mark, causing substantial damage to the floor as Tae-hyung readied his counterattack. Summoning his strength, Tae-hyung delivered a powerful blow with his stone fist, catching the enemy off guard. Tae-hyung's counterattack struck true, delivering a decisive blow before the enemy could react, signaling the continuation of the intense battle. However, the stone monster began to amass a colossal ball of fire, preparing to launch a preemptive attack. With no option for retreat, Tae-hyung pressed on, determined to counter the impending energy onslaught. Striking the fireball with his stone hand, Tae-hyung attempted to neutralize its energies and penetrate its core. In the aftermath, stones began to peel away from Tae-hyung's hand, leaving it exposed within seconds. Overwhelmed by the monster's energy, Tae-hyung was sent hurtling downward after a powerful collision. Helpless, Tae-hyung landed painfully on the ground, his screams echoing from the agony coursing through his arms. This marked the culmination of Lee Chang-gi's heartflame skill, as a colossal monster loomed over Tae-hyung's prone form. Seoul Honda watched on, recognizing the difficulty in unleashing Tae-hyung's true power given the circumstances. However, Lee Chang-gi had utilized a power-enhancing stone, making resistance nearly impossible. This stone, derived from the purification of mana stones, imbued with the core essence of monsters, bestowed immense power. Though temporary, this enhancement would suffice to vanquish the enemy. Lee Chang-gi could unleash his full power, grinding opponents to dust with this stone. Yet Seoul Honda discerned a critical flaw in this method, causing him great concern. Urging his master to cease the attack immediately, Seoul Honda warned of the potential consequences of such overwhelming mana. He cautioned that Lee Chang-gi risked catastrophic consequences, including boiling his own blood if he continued down this path. Disregarding his bodyguard's advice, Lee Chang-gi unleashed his energy, shaping it into an arrow aimed directly at Tae-hyung. The bandit launched the arrow toward his adversary, catching Tae-hyung off guard and forcing him to evade. Lee Chang-gi silenced Seoul Hong's protests, refusing to heed the guard's counsel on his actions. Consumed by anger over Tae-hyung's humiliation, Lee Chang-gi vowed not to let the matter rest easily, prompting Tae-hyung to rise to his feet. Aware that Lee Chang-gi would not relent until he was defeated, Tae-hyung prepared to confront the fire monster controlled by his opponent. As the gang launched a ferocious attack, Tae-hyung found himself in an increasingly dire predicament. Lee Chang-gi, consumed by his fury, laughed in a sinister tone, harboring only the desire for his enemy's demise. Seoul Honda recognized that Lee Chang-gi had lost control of himself, risking his own survival due to the technique's side effects. Landing near Tae-hyung's prone form, a guard inquired about his condition, urging him to surrender and flee. Extending a helping hand, the guard offered to detain Tae-hyung, but before he could finish his plea, Tae-hyung struck him in the face. Tae-hyung rejected the guard's advice, unwilling to retreat from the conflict they had initiated. Seoul Honda's act of kindness proved costly as Tae-hyung displayed unexpected strength, catching the guard off guard. Emerging from the smokescreen, Tae-hyung declared his refusal to flee, taking a defiant stance against his adversaries. Despite acknowledging his opponent's superior strength, Tae-hyung resolved not to yield, preparing to utilize the hunting technique. Tae-hyung announced the end of his deception, determined to confront Lee Chang-gi directly. Meanwhile, Go returned to the Players Association residence in the new North Korea, carrying important news to share. The deputy manager proceeded to the office of one of the player leaders, recounting everything witnessed at the student meeting. The leader was astounded upon hearing such staggering numbers, finding it unbelievable that such high scores like 1920 and 300 could be achieved at such a young age. The deputy manager reaffirmed his account, providing the names of the students in question, leaving no doubt that they had awakened to remarkable levels. The secretaries were also taken aback, contemplating the possibility of surpassing the Japanese saints at this rate. The deputy manager felt a hint of alarm as he considered the implications, his thoughts drifting to the notion of surpassing the saints. Reflecting on one of Japan's main players, renowned as a saint with an average strength of 2,500 at age 18, the enormity of the achievement dawned upon him. The image of this formidable individual loomed in the deputy's mind, even as their incredible strength barely exceeded 2,500 points. Overwhelmed by the thought of the young man with an index surpassing 5,000, the deputy manager was filled with fear and trepidation. Departing the leader's office, the deputy manager couldn't shake the feeling that it might all be a mistake. Yet he couldn't dismiss the possibility entirely. Despite his uncertainty, the man pressed forward with confidence, resolved to verify the truth for himself. Acknowledging the improbability of such high scores, the deputy manager recognized the need to witness the reality firsthand. Meanwhile, Sol Hong-du continued to observe the battle between the two formidable adversaries, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle. As Tae-hyung rose to his feet, Sol Hong-du watched in awe as the young man employed a technique that left him stunned. Utilizing the hunting technique, Tae-hyung successfully immobilized the fire monster, binding its movements with his own energy. Sol Hong-du stood behind Tae-hyung, silently observing his actions, grateful for the young man's intervention, which seemed to have saved him from certain peril. The fiery entity gradually waned in strength as Tae-hyung surrounded it entirely with his own potent energy currents. Lee Chang-gi persisted with his utmost determination, sensing an anomaly with his gear unfolding before him. The successor of the Tencent group found himself perplexed by how this adversary had managed to quell a technique of such intense heat. Despite Lee Junji's fervent shouts and attempts to counter, his efforts proved futile against the relentless foe. Tae-hyung grew weary of entertaining his opponent's fantasies and resolved to conclude the confrontation with his next skillful maneuver. Channeling his energy into a concentrated sphere, Tae-hyung asserted his indifference to the opponent's lineage or rank, hinting at the imminent climax. Disregarding hierarchical standings, he emphasized the insignificance of such distinctions at this moment of truth. Lee Chang-gi persisted with vocal defiance, even resorting to threats in the face of adversity. Emulating his opponent's technique, Tae-hyung materialized a fiery apparition, directing its fiery hand toward Chang-gi. The leader of the school's bandits found himself paralyzed by indecision, merely observing the unfolding spectacle from above. Tae-hyung unleashed a barrage of energy streams aimed at Lee Chang-gi, sealing his fate in that decisive moment. The bandit was taken aback by the swiftness of events, unable to comprehend the impending conclusion hurtling towards him. Energy currents surged towards their target with unfaltering speed, leaving Lee Chang-gi with no recourse but to endure. As the young man's vision faded, a crimson blaze engulfed his sight, shrouding him in darkness. Meanwhile, the serene part of the school housing the gym remained oblivious to the turmoil, basking in the tranquility of the sun's rays. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the peace, igniting a blaze that bore the mark of Tae-hyung's final assault. The gymnasium bore little resemblance to its former self, with only scattered remnants hinting at its previous structure. Lee Chang-gi, caught off guard, succumbed to defeat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sol Honda trembled uncontrollably, struggling to grasp the reality of the unfolding events. Approaching the fallen adversary's body, Tae-hyung was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. Sol Honda, panting heavily, squatted nearby with the still-breathing successor of the Tencent group lying behind him. Tae-hyung swiftly deduced that this guardian's formidable skills had spared the young master from a fatal fate. Rising to his feet, Sol Honda inquired about Tae-hyung's next course of action amidst the raging inferno. Despite the guard's warnings of potential repercussions, Tae-hyung remained undeterred, seeing this as Shunji's own provocation. Tae-hyung, unfazed, quipped back, questioning whether he appeared easily intimidated. As the school continued to crumble, Tae-hyung reassured the guard not to fret over his employer's demise. However, Tae-hyung proposed a life-altering bargain, leaving Sol Honda stunned by the sudden twist. The guard's eyes widened as Taehyung ruminated aloud, contemplating a larger sum given Changi's status as the Tencent Group's successor. Taehyung's contemplative pause unnerved the guard, hinting at the weightiness of his decision. Eventually, Taehyung settled on the figure of 1 billion won as a suitable ransom for the head of the Taesan Group's successor. Amidst the ongoing conflagration, students congregated in the courtyard, where teachers attempted to maintain order and calm. The entire assembly was left reeling from the unfolding events, with whispers of a possible monstrous entity circulating among the students. Among them was a student named Iron. Dismissing the notion of a monster, Iron was convinced that Lee Chang's actions were behind the chaos. Curiosity driving her, she speculated that Taehyung must be the one engaging in the confrontation, given their recent conflict. Faced with the reality of their clash, Iron struggled to reconcile the unfolding events with her perception of their relationship. Despite the teacher's attempts to maintain order, Iron, immune to the warnings, pressed onward. The teacher, taken aback by Iron's defiance, attempted to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. Understanding the urgency, Iron knew she had to reach the gym, regretting leaving them alone. Breaking through the gym's entrance, Iron prayed fervently for Kim Tae-hyun's safety. Concern for her classmate outweighed any obstacles in Iron's path at that moment. Lee Changi remained motionless on the gym floor, showing minimal signs of life. Kim Tae-young stood triumphantly over him, having vanquished his most formidable opponent yet. Iron barged into the gym, bewildered by the scene before her, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Shocked by the sight, Iron watched as Taehyung requested assistance in transporting Changi to medical care. Approaching Changi, Iron questioned Taehyung about the events, to which he replied that he was not fully aware, having arrived only recently. Observing Changi's defeated countenance, Iron sensed there was more to the situation than met the eye, as Taehyung expressed his readiness to depart. Name of Yoon harbored a myriad of inquiries for the young man, her gaze stern as she demanded a thorough explanation. However, Taehyung had vanished, leaving Iron alone with Changi's unconscious form amidst the engulfing flames of the gymnasium. Puzzled, Iron glanced back to where Taehyung had stood mere moments ago, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Unbeknownst to Iron, Taehyung had employed a stealth technique to evade detection, now observing her from a vantage point on a nearby bridge. With a sense of relief, Taehyung savored his success. Changi lay defeated, and he still had funds to fulfill his obligations. Reflecting on his victory, Taehyung decided to review his arsenal, noting subtle changes to his abilities following the altercation. However, he was perplexed by the addition of a skill named Monarch's Heart, questioning its relevance to his pursuits. Intrigued by the newfound skill's potential to augment group members' attributes, Taehyung pondered why Changi hadn't utilized it during their battle. Satisfied with his post-battle acquisitions, Taehyung's smirk betrayed his contentment with the spoils of victory. Contemplating the application of Monarch's Heart to enhance acquired abilities, Taehyung's mind brimmed with possibilities. Energized by the prospect of newfound capabilities, Taehyung strode forth, his thoughts consumed by the allure of mastering additional skills. Suddenly, his reverie was interrupted by the sight of 3 ominously tinted cars blocking his path, their headlights glaring. Perplexed by the unexpected blockade, Taehyung watched as a figure emerged from one of the vehicles, the sound of the door slamming echoing in the night. The man approached Taehyung, extending a warm greeting, expressing his relief at finally locating the elusive young man. Despite Taehyung's solitary demeanor, the man conveyed his intent to engage in a private conversation, despite the presence of other guests. Asserting his need for answers, the man hinted at the depth of the inquiries he wished to pose to Taehyung. Taehyung remained stoic, hands nestled in his pockets, observing the unfolding dialogue with keen interest. Recognizing the individual poised to interrogate him, Taehyung marveled at the speed of his arrival, perplexed by the man's sudden appearance. It was none other than the deputy manager of the Players Association, who wasted no time in questioning Taehyung about his presence inside the gymnasium earlier. Meanwhile, Seoul Honda made his way to the group's compound located on the city's outskirts, preparing to deliver a comprehensive report. Trembling with apprehension, Seoul Hondo recounted to the chief the events that transpired, including his son's hospitalization and the exorbitant compensation demanded by his assailant. Tencent, the leader of the groups, surrounded himself with menacing dogs, mirroring his own discontent. Kneeling before the chairman, Seoul Honda quivered in fear, his gaze fixed upon the figure seated on the throne, flanked by his intimidating canines. The deputy's bodyguard, drenched in sweat from anxiety, offered apologies for the unfortunate circumstances. In a surprising turn, the chairman instructed Seoul Hondo to meet all of Taehyung's demands, much to the bodyguard's astonishment. However, the chairman indicated that there was another matter requiring clarification, raising a finger to emphasize his point. With a snap of his fingers, the chairman emphasized that the price they paid warranted the collection of their reward. Seoul Hondo stood in disbelief, shocked by the group's unwavering commitment to the task at hand. Attempting to interject, Seoul Hondo argued that the perpetrator was merely a youth and urged against ruining his life. Yet the group's president, Taizan, swiftly silenced his subordinate, refusing to entertain further dissent. Taizan's president, Lee Chung-soo, known for his ruthless demeanor, wielded authority within the group, reinforcing their uncompromising stance. Taehyung pondered why fate had led him to this encounter. The man before him inquired about his presence in the school gym. Confusion clouded Taehyung's thoughts as he tried to discern whether the man referred to the explosion or a different moment during the day. Meeting the man's gaze, Taehyung realized he hadn't come to the gym of his own accord and wondered if the man suspected his involvement in the explosion. Opting for transparency, Taehyung asked if the deputy manager was questioning him about the explosion outright. The man, perplexed, failed to grasp Taehyung's reference to the fire, his expression a canvas of unspoken queries. Finally understanding Taehyung's implication, the man assured him that the situation was under control and the fire would soon be extinguished. Undeterred, the deputy manager repeated his inquiry. Taehyung realized the man remained oblivious to the true cause of the fire. Pleased by this revelation, a sinister grin crept across Taehyung's features. Taehyung probed further, questioning whether the man truly hadn't been informed yet, eliciting further confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Taehyung suggested that the man had come to extend a personal invitation to join the Players' Association. Amused, the man chuckled, challenging Taehyung on what grounds he should extend such an invitation, despite knowing the answer himself. Determined to prove his worthiness, Taehyung unleashed a display of power, enveloping his body in crimson energy and showcasing his staggering power level of. The revelation left the man, along with his associates, utterly stunned, as they hadn't witnessed such formidable power in quite some time. Taehyung continued to demonstrate his prowess, emitting streams of red energy, leaving the onlookers awestruck. The deputy manager, still in disbelief, watched as Taehyung's display of power unfolded before him. Perplexed by Taehyung's sudden surge in strength, the man struggled to comprehend how the young man had grown even more formidable, realizing the previous power level was no error. Observing Taehyung's sinister smile, the man couldn't help but wonder about the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Despite their astonishment at Taehyung's display of power, the men couldn't help but notice the state of his clothing, prompting Taehyung to feel a pang of homelessness in that moment. Returning home after a hectic day, Taehyung regaled his younger cousin with tales of his accomplishments. The younger cousin was taken aback by the revelation that his brother would be participating in the player selection event scheduled for the following month. Gyun, the younger cousin, was enthralled by Taehyung's every word, marveling as Taehyung sat on the sofa, attempting to flex his biceps. Overwhelmed with admiration, Gun bowed before his brother, hailing him as majestic, though Taehyung urged him to cease the flattery. Having resolved his immediate concerns, Taehyung now focused on preparing himself for the upcoming event. Just as Taehyung began to relax, his peace was shattered by the ringing of his phone, interrupting the tranquility of the moment. Hastily checking the caller ID, Taehyung found it to be an unfamiliar number, sparking curiosity. Unbeknownst to Taehyung, his cousin's house was under surveillance by two individuals positioned atop a neighboring roof. These individuals had dispatched a guard assigned to protect one of the event participants, puzzled by the need for such vigilance. The pair, known as the Black and White brothers, were notorious thieves distinguished by their distinctive attire. Black, the elder brother, possessed an air of arrogance, bolstered by skills such as stealth and enhanced physical prowess. White, the younger brother, lacked the same level of skill, with his proficiency limited to dexterity. Despite their disdain for Taehyung's perceived lack of combat experience, the brothers conspired, intent on fulfilling their own agenda. The elder brother urged his younger counterpart to demonstrate who truly deserved the title of True Awakened Ones, receiving no response. Concerned by his brother's silence, the black brother turned back, sensing danger looming over his sibling. Enraged by the threat to his brother, the elder brother confronted the assailant, demanding to know their identity. The assailant released the younger brother upon spotting the elder's approach, prompting him to reiterate the question. With swift determination, the black brother advanced toward the enemy only to be halted by an unexpected obstacle. This obstacle revealed itself to be Taehyung, who welcomed the would-be robbers to the rooftop with open arms. The black brother felt the full force of Taehyung's strength as his nose crumpled under the impact of a powerful blow. Having subdued both thieves, Taehyung stood tall, introducing himself as the same inexperienced fool they had disparaged. Meanwhile, amidst the lingering aftermath of the gym fire, Taehyung demanded compensation of 1,000 won from the successor's bodyguard. Sol Hondo attempted to reason with Taehyung, explaining his inability to unilaterally resolve such matters, pleading for time. Taehyung reassured the man, acknowledging his predicament, opting not to be overly harsh on the hapless guard. Emphasizing his willingness to take responsibility, Taehyung appealed for assistance without resorting to blame-shifting. However, Taehyung imposed a condition. Gathering energy into his outstretched hand, he transformed it into tangible objects, signaling his intent. Proposing a contract to prevent betrayal, Taehyung outlined stringent terms highly unfavorable to the Tencent Group. Initially demanding 1 billion won as compensation, Taehyung's firm stance left Sol Hondo visibly shaken. Additionally, Taehyung insisted on concealing his involvement in the gym incident, with subsequent news reports attributing the chaos to a gas accident. The third condition stipulated that Taehyung be alerted to any potential threats, prompting his phone to ring. Sol Hondo, tasked with conveying the warning in person, found himself deep within a forest, preparing to deliver urgent news of approaching danger. He cautioned Taehyung about the impending threat, feeling uneasy about being pulled into a dual-fronted conflict. The Black and White brothers entered the fray with their deadly intent, the elder brother wielding sharp-tipped fists as weapons. Despite the elder's barrage of swift punches, Taehyung effortlessly deflected each blow with practiced ease. Anticipating the counterattack, Taehyung positioned himself strategically, preparing to retaliate with precision. With a swift left swing followed by a powerful uppercut, Taehyung aimed to strike his adversary, only to find them elusive. Employing his stealth skill, the black brother maneuvered behind Taehyung, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, Taehyung's quick reflexes allowed him to evade the strike, leaving the assailant's weapon embedded in concrete. Surprising the black brother with his awareness, Taehyung acknowledged their reputation for deadly stealth. Seizing the advantage, Taehyung positioned himself behind his adversary, asserting his superiority with a foot on the brother's head. Enveloping himself in crimson energy, Taehyung derided the brothers, declaring their reliance on stealth as their sole asset. Meanwhile, the night city shimmered with beauty as vehicles traversed its highways, casting a picturesque scene. Within one such vehicle, a representative of the Players Association engaged in a dialogue via phone, discussing their selection preferences with an unseen interlocutor. The conversation continued, with the woman inquiring about the individual the interlocutor wished to meet, furthering the intrigue surrounding their discussions. She presumed her guess might be correct after returning from Busan, but the man rebutted that he wasn't the one he sought. Approaching the window, he continued conversing, his gaze downward with satisfaction as he locked eyes with someone. The same car carrying the woman arrived at the Players Association headquarters in the new North Korea. In response, she peered out the window and mentioned she awaited Shin Yunbok's arrival until something even funnier captured her attention. The man was surprised by her response and queried the meaning behind her last expression. She clarified that Go-tuk had chosen to contact one specific challenger, disregarding the others in the series of awakenings. The interlocutors were intrigued by this young man's skillfulness, even as he continued to confront the robbers. The black and white brothers appeared different, regretting their decision to engage this formidable opponent. Tae-hyung attempted a hunting technique, but it failed, prompting him to grasp the issue. It emerged that Tae-hyung lacked the physical capabilities for hunting until the restart was complete. Night fell, with most houses darkened except for a single lantern illuminating the street. Tae-hyung subdued the black and white brothers, binding them, and enlisted allies' help. The townsfolk disliked the thugs' constant attempts to contact Players Association members, especially after attacking a high school student. Go-tuk thanked Tae-hyung for the information and sought his opinion on who might be behind it. Tae-hyung, knowing everything, chose not to respond, surprising the man opposite him. The young man shook his head, admitting that he had some theories but lacked certainty in their accuracy. Go-tuk speculated that perhaps the list of participants had been leaked online. Tae-hyung hesitated to implicate the Taesong group as he sought to avoid further trouble. Moreover, he was grappling with a personal obstacle. His primary skill, hunting, stubbornly refused to activate under any circumstances. Despite multiple attempts, Tae-hyung found himself unable to trigger the activation of hunting due to his inadequate physical capabilities, signaling the need for a reboot. Recognizing his predicament, Tae-hyung realized that he needed to enhance his physical attributes. However, this posed a challenge as it necessitated battling monsters, a task impossible without the activation of hunting. Faced with this dilemma, Tae-hyung found himself caught in a cycle of dependency, unable to increase his abilities without engaging in battles that necessitated the very skill he could not access. The prospect of facing awakened beings without the aid of hunting seemed daunting, as defeating opponents of higher rank without this crucial skill appeared near impossible. Lost in contemplation, Tae-hyung grappled with uncertainty, realizing that he was left with only one viable path forward. As the next morning dawned, the bustling activity surrounding the shopping center indicated the arrival of a weekend crowd. Nestled within the shopping center was the headquarters of Head, marked prominently by its distinctive signage, visible even from a distance. At the entrance stood Ura, a cheerful guide welcoming visitors to the premier training center in the new South Korea. Despite her youthful appearance, Ura exuded a sporty demeanor as she greeted guests and encouraged them to complete a questionnaire. Tae-hyung opted to visit the gym accompanied by his cousin, although Jean seemed less enthused about the idea. However, their plans hit a snag when Ura informed them that the gym did not admit children. Undeterred, Tae-hyung produced a VIP card granting access to the facility. Armed with the VIP card, Tae-hyung politely requested to enroll himself and his cousin for training, eager to overcome his current challenges. As Ura held the card, she recognized it as belonging to one of the 4 guilds, specifically the Mimics. Tae-hyung had evidently secured a lucrative contract with them. Ura glanced skeptically at Tae-hyung, puzzled by how he obtained such a prestigious card. She hesitated to believe he was its rightful owner. Unsure of what action to take, Ura feared potential consequences if she turned away the young men. Just then, a burly man intervened, asking Ura if she had any issues. This man, Iron Strongman, a high-ranking trainer, promptly denied the guests access to training. Iron Strongman's skill of increasing body weight reinforced his authority as he dismissed the newcomers. While Jian was furious at Iron Strongman's refusal, Tae-hyung remained nonchalant, considering him just a crazy person with a silly name. Observing Iron Strongman's approach, seasoned gym-goers recognized trouble brewing for the newcomers. Iron Strongman boasted of his prowess, declaring himself the reason for others' trepidation, but Tae-hyung remained unfazed. Tae-hyung's indifference surprised Iron Strongman, sparking a hint of anger. Jian attempted to de-escalate the situation, while Ura retreated to avoid further conflict. Iron Strongman confronted Tae-hyung, questioning his audacity in challenging him. Taehyung proposed a bet to determine who was stronger, with the loser obliged to pay a year's gym subscription. Iron Strongman agreed confidently, believing he could swiftly defeat Taehyung. The opponents entered a virtual world resembling the Abyss, where they could control their avatars seated in chairs, an unconventional setting to test their abilities. Spectators filled the virtual arena, passionately supporting their favorites, creating a lively atmosphere. Despite its virtual nature, the world felt remarkably real, with enthusiastic spectators adding to the excitement of the competition. Taehyung's cousin, Jian, was among the spectators, curious about the abyss-like world they had entered. The gym guide, known as Preventing, explained that it was a virtual reality program designed to assess capabilities. This virtual world mirrored the Abyss, with the primary objective being to compete in destroying B-rank monsters swiftly while bearing significant weight. Competing in this manner was the most popular method to establish hierarchy within the training center. The competition commenced, with participants aiming to eliminate as many monsters as possible within a limited time frame. Many spectators doubted the newcomer's chances against the experienced and formidable Iron Strongman. Iron Strongman wasted no time, charging towards the monsters and berating Taehyung for daring to challenge him. He boasted of his invincibility due to his skill in increasing body weight, confidently delivering powerful blows to the monsters. Iron Strongman flaunted his movement skill, believing it to be superior in the virtual world. As he advanced, Iron Strongman anticipated victory and began thanking Taehyung for the forthcoming subscription fee. However, his attention was diverted by a sudden bright light that blinded him momentarily. A stream of purple energy surged past him, annihilating a multitude of monsters in its path. It was Taehyung, finally fully engaged in the competition, showcasing his superior capabilities. Undeterred by the mountain of monsters ahead, Taehyung swiftly moved towards them, ready to confront the challenge. With ease, Taehyung dispatched the monsters, utilizing his shock energy to decimate them effortlessly. Taehyung wasn't about to relent. He needed to eliminate as many monsters as possible to secure victory in the bet. Moving with remarkable speed, he remained vigilant, constantly seeking out monsters to maximize his points. The two-rank fighter systematically crushed the monsters, appearing unstoppable as if his life depended on it. Feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, Taehyung relished the sensation, knowing that at this pace victory was assured. The relentless assault of projected monsters from the abyss only fueled Taehyung's determination as he swiftly dispatched each one. Iron Strongman could only watch in disbelief as Taehyung surpassed him, reaching a staggering 999 defeated monsters. The coach's shock was palpable, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and resignation. Amidst the astonishment, Taehyung's cousin Ji-yeon remained steadfast in her belief in him, despite earlier doubts about the odds. Locking eyes with his opponent, Taehyung declared that he hadn't intended to stay at the gym for more than a month, but plans had changed. Asserting his dominance, Taehyung demanded Iron Strongman pay up for a year's subscription and leave, solidifying his superiority over the high-ranking coach. The arena buzzed with excitement as a vast crowd gathered for the long-awaited selection competitions. A helicopter circled overhead, equipped with a loudspeaker, heralding the commencement of the event and inviting spectators to witness the spectacle. Participants from diverse backgrounds converged for the player's license exam, each bringing their unique skills and abilities to the table. Media coverage intensified, with reporters conducting live broadcasts from the helicopter, announcing a significant rule change allowing minors to participate in the tournament. The anticipation reached its peak as the first awakened participant, the formidable melee fighter Hong Jung-kook, was introduced to the eager audience. The second player, a young man nicknamed Drew, possessed abilities that even C-rank masters would envy. The Busan Thunderstorm, known as the God of Thunder, was the most talked-about AC-ranked battle master. Kim Jung-bok, a girl who displayed exceptional prowess among beginners, was dubbed the upcoming holiday master of the rank, and simply a stunning student in her own right. The reporter opted not to introduce the remaining participants, instead extending luck to all contenders and keeping the vast audience entertained. One girl arrived at the highly anticipated event, only to find that things didn't go as planned. Everything seemed too distant for her. Kim Jin-cha, a journalist, hoped to interview the contestants, but they were out of reach. Her future career hinged on this opportunity. Positioned at the rear of the crowd, Kim Jin-cha felt despondent, unable to maneuver through the throng. She could only hope to capture a few photos. Just as Kim Jin-cha was resigned to her journalistic career's demise, a man approached her from behind. Tearfully, she turned to face him, wondering why everyone had gathered here. Unexpectedly, the man inquired how the participants of the selection had made their way to the event. Kim Jin-cha couldn't believe her luck. To her, this participant represented a ray of hope amidst darkness, the sole chance for an interview to salvage her job. The man revealed himself as Tae-hyung, reluctantly included in the list of participants. He shared Kim Jin-cha's disdain for the crowd. Kim Jin-cha, kneeling before him, implored for just one favor: a brief interview. The arena teemed with spectators, all eager to witness the player selection competition. Tae-hyung had been summoned to the arena and had arrived just in time. Any further delay would have resulted in missing the opportunity. Apologetically, Tae-hyung greeted Kim Jin-cha and acknowledged the unusual circumstances. He was relieved to finally gain entry into the arena. Stepping into the enclosed room, Tae-hyung was met with a sea of faces. The sheer number of people gathered for the competition was beyond his expectations. The applicants were packed so tightly that personal space became a luxury. Each person in the room shared a singular goal: to showcase their skills and earn a spot as a player of the association. The confined space immediately caught the attention of those present, surrounded by white walls on all sides. Even the ceiling mimicked the structure of the walls, a detail that raised some concern among the participants. Amidst the crowd, one girl seemed troubled by a different issue, momentarily struck speechless. Tae-hyung, standing opposite her, couldn't discern her intentions as she stared at him. It was Mila who expressed surprise at Tae-hyung's presence. The young man courteously greeted the headmaster of his class. Mila couldn't help but notice Tae-hyung's toned physique, to which he humbly responded that there was nothing remarkable about it, just some casual wandering around the hall. Iron understood that the awakening might have a significant impact on Tae-hyung, but such a drastic change in just 1 month seemed implausible. Mila, still intrigued by an unresolved matter, inquired about Tae-hyung's previous visit to the gym with Lee Chang-jae. Their conversation was interrupted by a loudspeaker, capturing everyone's attention as a man appeared on the screens, addressing the participants. All eyes focused on the bespectacled man as he prepared to outline the rules for the first selection test. He instructed everyone to pay attention to their chests, where a unique number was attached to the left side. The task was to collect 5 such unique numbers, including one's own, making losing an unthinkable outcome. Holding up his hand with 5 fingers, the examiner dubbed this challenge a race for exam tickets, emphasizing the disgrace of failure. Suddenly, the ground beneath the participants' feet began to warp. Young men and women struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation, forced to adjust rapidly. Not only the floor, but the entire arena began to reshape itself. Some participants found themselves descending involuntarily at great speed. The examiners declared a 1-hour time limit for the test, permitting any means except lethal force. Peculiar cubes of room tiles materialized in midair, serving as platforms for the examiners to address the participants. With that, the competition commenced. Tension gripped the participants in the unfamiliar environment, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. Some young men immediately banded together, intending to eliminate weaker contenders before turning on each other. Unwilling to be a passive target, the girl prepared to mount a counterattack against her assailants. With precision, she launched a preemptive strike, conjuring a colossal crystal that halted the attackers in their tracks, a display of immense power. The examiners marveled at the girl's techniques, recognizing her potential and foreseeing her ascent to the rank of a future saint. Another participant attracted attention, standing resolute amidst the chaos. A Busan native of awakened rank finally sprang into action, unleashing a powerful, thunderous assault against his adversaries. In mere minutes, none could approach him as he effortlessly dispatched opponents in his path. The jury acknowledged the young man's talent, pondering the outcome of the inevitable clash between the weak and the impervious. Only Go-tuk remained indifferent to the spectacle. A man stood off to the side, manipulating something on a virtual whiteboard. He understood that the heightened interest in these participants stemmed solely from their ranks. However, Go-tuk knew of a young man with a lower rank whom he believed would easily advance through this stage because of his exceptional memory for numbers. He intended to bring Tae-hyung up on his screen to observe his actions. He wanted to witness firsthand everything the young man was capable of. When Go-tuk accessed the battle map, he was taken aback. Tae-hyung was already embroiled in his first battle, and it appeared to be quite challenging. The deputy manager couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He hadn't anticipated Tae-hyung choosing such a difficult path. In a moment of frustration, the man shouted loudly enough for everyone present to hear. At that instant, he felt the urge to reprimand the young man for his audacity. Tae-hyung was locked in combat with the awakened rank fighter Hong Jung-kook, who possessed an incredibly powerful skill, Steel Skin. Despite facing an opponent of higher rank, Tae-hyung remained undeterred. Though he lacked Steel Skin, he refused to cower from the fight. Go-tuk realized he had overestimated Tae-hyung's abilities and underestimated the rank of the awakened. Jung-kook pressed his advantage, catching the young man off guard. Suddenly, the man's perspective shifted. He considered that Tae-hyung's apparent recklessness might be part of a calculated strategy. Tae-hyung opted for a bold approach, minimizing evasive maneuvers and focusing on aggressive tactics. Fearlessly, he advanced toward his opponent, unafraid to take hits in pursuit of victory. Tae-hyung exuded confidence in his own abilities. In a swift turn of events, Tae-hyung's boldness led to a costly mistake as Jung-kook landed a powerful blow to his face, sending shockwaves through the arena. Undeterred, Tae-hyung confronted his adversary, challenging him and questioning why he continually underestimated him. Jung-kook retorted, asserting that stone would never triumph over steel, implying that Tae-hyung's efforts were futile. However, Tae-hyung had his own strategy in mind. Jung-kook was momentarily taken aback when the young man challenged him, questioning when he would finally be silent. Tae-hyung's bold interruption signaled his decision to unleash his full power in the battle. Despite his efforts, Tae-hyung still struggled with unlocking his hunting ability even after a month of training. It seemed insufficient. Determined to push his limits further, Tae-hyung resolved to undergo more intense training to unlock his hidden potential. He intended to enlist the help of a formidable opponent to push his body to its limits. With determination, he swung his fist towards his adversary. Tae-hyung followed a clear plan, accepting his own exhaustion as part of the process. He was prepared to fight relentlessly. After landing a powerful blow, Tae-hyung disregarded his opponent's incoming strikes, enduring the impact. His face bore the marks of the clash. Both combatants suffered from the collision, as Jung-kook was also struck in the face and propelled backward. Despite the pain, Tae-hyung's satisfaction was evident as he relished the unfolding battle, sporting a sinister smile. Jung-kook, bewildered by the turn of events, refused to accept his impending defeat, shouting in frustration and labeling Tae-hyung a true monster. Tae-hyung dealt the final blow, knocking Jung-kook to the ground and emerging victorious against all odds. Retrieving his opponent's number, Tae-hyung had only secured 2 numbers out of the required 5 halfway through the tournament. Go-tuk made the most of the spectacle, reveling in his victory even after the theatrics subsided. Observers noted the deputy manager's unusual behavior, attributing it to his fervor for the tournament. Go-tuk couldn't shake off the sense of foreboding brought on by Tae-hyung's impulsive decision to train during the tournament. Recognizing the need for recuperation after the grueling battle, Tae-hyung sought some respite to regain his strength. Go-tuk would advise Tae-hyung to focus on recuperating his stamina and targeting weaker opponents. However, Tae-hyung's actions took a surprising turn that left the deputy manager in shock. Despite the risks, Tae-hyung seemed determined to pursue a different course of action, alarming Go-tuk with his boldness. Onlookers observed with astonishment as Tae-hyung, with a lower rank, opted to challenge an opponent whom he stood little chance of defeating. Tae-hyung positioned himself atop one of the cubes, eyeing his formidable opponent, Ching-yan Bok, who had already dispatched 147 adversaries. The sheer number of defeated enemies surrounding Qingyun-bok impressed Tai-hyung, who couldn't help but express his admiration. Qingyun-bok's attention shifted to Tae-hyung, acknowledging the newcomer amidst the chaos of battle. Tae-hyung marveled at the multitude of numbers adorning Qingyun-bok's body, remarking on their abundance. Unconcerned with the exact count, Tae-hyung dismissed the need to tally them, recognizing their significance. As the battles raged on, all eyes turned to Tae-hyung's confrontation with Shinhan-bok, capturing the audience's attention. A sudden explosion and billowing smoke marked the clash between the two combatants, obscuring the outcome. Despite being targeted first by the Thunder Youth's onslaught, Tae-hyung managed to evade the attack deftly. Unyielding, Shinhan-bok prepared to launch a devastating counterattack with a single finger, poised to strike again. Tae-hyung skillfully evaded Shinhan-bok's assaults, employing swift movements to outmaneuver his opponent. Shifting from a defensive stance to an offensive one, Tae-hyung encased his right leg in stone skin, preparing to strike. With his leg poised inches from his opponent's face, Tae-hyung launched his attack with precision and determination. However, at the critical moment, the stones on Tae-hyung's leg began to disperse, thwarting his intended strike. The IT team was immediately caught off guard by his agility. Shin Yong-bok's unexpected swiftness earned him praise even from his adversaries. Admitting his inability to keep up with the young man's movements, Tae-hyung found himself unable to land a blow on his opponent. Another deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, signaling the renewed assault of the Thunder Youth. Forced to retreat for safety, Tae-hyung sought refuge on another floating platform, carefully observing his opponent's every move. Anticipating a challenging battle, the young man hadn't imagined that Qingyun-bok would prove to be such a formidable adversary. His opponent, clad in armor adorned with emblems, continuously summoned thunderous energy to launch attacks. Did you notice how the adversary consistently shielded himself with powerful discharges, deflecting each incoming blow? Moreover, the enemy possessed the capability to engage aggressively at both close and long ranges, evident from the damage inflicted on the surroundings. Tae-hyung pondered strategies to counter the enemy's onslaught, recognizing that his current skill set fell short, including his hunting technique. While strategizing, Qingyun-bok broke the silence, questioning Tae-hyung's reluctance to attack and offering to make the first move. Caught off guard by this unexpected proposition, Tae-hyung quickly realized the sincerity behind the challenge. In an instant, Qingyun-bok closed the distance, gathering energy in his hand for a decisive strike. Reacting just in time, Tae-hyung narrowly evaded the thunderous blow, narrowly escaping harm. Unyielding, Bok propelled himself forward with relentless determination, relentlessly pursuing his opponent. Closing in on Tae-hyung, Dunbar concentrated his energy, preparing for multiple strikes without pause. UMBC unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, but his opponent deftly evaded each one, forcing Tae-hyung to retreat. Relentlessly pursuing his quarry, UMBC demanded to know why his adversary was attempting to flee, determined not to let him escape. Eventually, the young man managed to close the distance, confronting his foe head-on and unleashing a barrage of electrical discharges. Tae-hyung found himself helpless against such a relentless assault, forced to endure the surging currents coursing through his body. UMBC appeared satisfied with his onslaught, questioning his opponent's motives for entering the fray only to flee. Choosing silence in response, Tae-hyung concentrated his strength, encasing himself in a protective layer of stone. Seizing an opportunity, the young man broke free from his adversary's grasp, launching a counterattack with his stone-clad fist. However, Bok quickly erected another barrier of electricity, thwarting Tae-hyung's strike and mocking his futile attempts. Shin-bok unleashed a blinding surge of energy in retaliation, illuminating the battlefield with an intense light. Tae-hyung shielded his eyes from the dazzling display, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Realizing his opponent's agility, the young man was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the enemy's swift movements. Ascending into the air, Shinhan-bok unleashed a powerful strike with his right arm, targeting his grounded adversary. The Thunder Youth focused his energy once more, preparing to unleash a devastating attack with a single finger. Recognizing the imminent danger, Taehyung knew he had to act swiftly, weighing his options carefully. UMBC unleashed a colossal torrent of thunderous energy, the sheer scale of the attack leaving onlookers in awe. Knowing escape was futile, Taehyung resolved to endure the onslaught, bracing himself with his hands covering his face. Moonwalk acknowledged Taehyung's resilience, recognizing him as the lone individual to withstand his relentless assault. Boombox suddenly realized his opponent's foresight, understanding that Taehyung had been observing his movements all along. Throughout, Taehyung had observed his opponent's fall, those who attempted to flee from his adversary's might. Unyielding even amidst the chaos, Taehyung found solace in the thought of a potential ally, a fellow awakened rank contender. Yet Taehyung wasn't alone. Another formidable opponent emerged, much to the Thunder Master's satisfaction. Suddenly, Shin Yunbok's lightning energy dissipated, a mysterious force closing in on him. Caught off guard, Boombox had no time to react as an unknown object struck him in the face, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The impact drew blood from Taehyung, who realized he had breached the thunderous defense. With a swift maneuver, Taehyung positioned himself on a nearby platform, poised to strike. Closing the distance, Taehyung delivered a decisive blow before his opponent could react. Shinhan Bok, unable to match Taehyung's speed, bore the brunt of the attack, sent hurtling backward. The force of the blow left Taehyung coughing up blood, puzzled by how his opponent had breached his defenses. Even his stone skin proved ineffective against the relentless assault of the God of Thunder, leaving Taehyung to realize its futility. However, Taehyung discerned a crucial detail, the material of the battlefield, offering him a strategic advantage in the battle. Recognizing the platform's purpose to harness the power of the awakened, Taehyung deemed it superior to his own stone skin. Utilizing a fragment of the platform as a weapon, Taehyung sought to breach his opponent's formidable thunder defense. Assessing the situation keenly, Taehyung gained a significant advantage in the match, improving his chances of victory. Ching Yunbong's disbelief at his impending defeat manifested in loud protests, hurling insults at his opponent in frustration. Despite the outburst, Taehyung remained undeterred, delivering a decisive blow with the stone block, shattering it upon impact. Shin Yun-bok's defeat stunned spectators, who had expected him to emerge victorious, highlighting the unpredictability of fate. Taehyung's strategic prowess prevailed, leveraging the terrain to overcome an opponent deemed unbeatable. Spectators watched in astonishment as the stone block crumbled under Taehyung's forceful strike, a testament to his strength. The jury, initially shocked by the C-rank Awakened's defeat, gradually accepted the outcome, acknowledging the young man's skill. With a satisfied smile, Taehyung earned the respect of onlookers, his performance garnering admiration and praise. However, the man's smile faded as he noticed another presence near Taehyung, unrelated to the defeated adversary. Standing victorious, Taehyung collected a few license plates, a symbol of his progress to the next stage of the competition. Having achieved his primary objective, Taehyung awaited the conclusion of the contest, determined to emerge triumphant. Yet adversity struck as Taehyung faced a sudden attack from an ice arrow hurtling towards him. Reacting swiftly, Taehyung leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the imminent threat, ensuring his safety. Immediately recognizing the material of the ice arrow, Taehyung's apprehension grew, sensing danger looming over the selection. Gazing upward, Taehyung witnessed an inexplicable ice dome forming overhead, raising concern among the participants. Perched on a floating stone block, Taehyung observed the ice dome taking shape, its contours growing increasingly defined. The spherical ice structure encased the stone block entirely, its surface continuing to freeze and solidify. Kim's shock was palpable as he realized the dire situation unfolding before him. Eventually, the ice sphere assumed a nearly complete form, resembling Earth with a single frozen continent akin to Antarctica. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The frost within the sphere intensified, plunging the temperature even lower, leaving no means of escape. Encased within the frozen behemoth, Taehyung observed ice formations resembling towering mountains along its exterior. Despite the chilling predicament, Taehyung composed himself, awaiting the arrival of his potential opponent. Immune approached, her intent clear as she showed no inclination to engage in jest with her classmate. Taehyung was taken aback by Immune's presence, though he had suspected her involvement since the Ice Arrow's attack. The demeanor of the Ice Lady matched her reputation, her gaze piercingly cold, capable of unsettling anyone. Curious about her motives, Taehyung pondered Immune's background and how much she knew about him, preferring to maintain a degree of anonymity. Initiating conversation, Immune emphasized the responsibility that accompanies great power, cautioning against the dangers of unrestrained strength. She asserted that power devoid of responsibility leads to corruption, making redemption an impossible feat. Expressing surprise at Taehyung's victory over Shin Bok, Immune remarked on the unexpected turn of events, prompting Taehyung to inquire further. Iron's fury became evident as she rebuked Taehyung, refusing to engage in conversation with someone who had also harmed Lee Changgi. Taehyung discerned the gravity of the situation, realizing that Iron was earnest in her intent to defeat him. Sensing the imminent threat to his position, Taehyung opted to employ stealth to evade Iron's scrutiny. However, Iron's adeptness at dispelling stealth rendered Taehyung's efforts futile, exposing him instantly. Leveraging her natural advantage, Iron summoned the Ice Sphere, unleashing a barrage of ice rain upon Taehyung. Taehyung evaded the onslaught of ice bombs, recognizing the futility of concealment amidst such relentless aggression. Before he could fully recover, Iron pressed her attack, delivering another blow with calculated precision. The force of Iron's kick caught Taehyung off guard, his expression betraying his surprise at the sudden onslaught. Unrelenting, Iron followed up with another powerful uppercut, leaving Taehyung incapacitated and unable to retaliate. Iron maintained relentless pressure on her opponent, lamenting her initial trust in Taehyung's character. She launched frost arrows at Taehyung, reevaluating her perception of him compared to individuals like Lee Shunji. Taehyung, grappling with his own motivations, found himself on the receiving end of Iron's punishing blows. Iron, blaming Taehyung for the events unfolding, unleashed her pent-up anger with an energy ball aimed squarely at him. Struck by the energy ball, Taehyung staggered backward, coughing up blood from the impact. Immune, determined to subdue Taehyung, encased him within an ice ball, intending to neutralize his resistance. Utilizing her power, Immune hurled the ball to the ground, shattering it into fragments, sending shards of ice and droplets of blood scattering. Following the display of force, Immune admonished Taehyung, stating that unauthorized use of magic was illegal. Despite her admonition, Immune assured Taehyung that she wouldn't involve law enforcement, opting to handle the situation herself. Iron was adamant about eliminating Taehyung from the qualifiers, watching as he began to rise from the ground. Determined to humiliate him, Immune asserted that Taehyung was unworthy of being a player. Taehyung challenged Immune's authority, questioning her right to dictate his fate. Rising to his feet, Taehyung's resilience astonished Immune, who had rarely seen anyone withstand her techniques. Taehyung's reproach caught Immune off guard, criticizing her failure to curb Lee Changgi's tyranny. Suspecting Immune's ulterior motives, Taehyung accused her of attempting to eliminate him under the guise of righteousness. Immune remained motionless, realizing the validity of Taehyung's accusations. In a chilling tone, Immune reiterated her awareness of Taehyung's intentions, heightening the tension. Gathering energy in her left hand, Immune warned Taehyung that leniency would no longer be granted. Within moments, Immune fashioned a massive staff imbued with icy energy, ready to unleash its power. Locking eyes with her opponent, Immune vowed to end the confrontation decisively with her formidable weapon. Taehyung understood the gravity of his predicament, urgently devising a plan to alter the course of events. Sensing his waning defenses, Taehyung realized that his stone skin could no longer offer him complete protection. Gradually, the protective stones began to crumble from Taehyung's body, rendering the technique ineffective against his opponent. Considering his options, Taehyung dismissed the idea of using stealth, knowing his adversary's strength would easily dispel such tactics. Despite activating the heightened attributes of his monk's heart, Taehyung realized it wasn't enough to turn the tide of the battle significantly. The elusive hunting technique remained out of reach for Taehyung, a skill that could have turned the tables in his favor. With little energy left, Taehyung couldn't replicate the paralysis trick he had used against Lee Changgi. Concluding that he had no other choice, Tae-hyung sprung into action, swiftly closing the distance between him and his opponent. His expression no longer betraying amusement, but focused determination, Tae-hyung anticipated his opponent's every move with precision. Iron, refusing to yield an inch in the battle, assumed a defensive stance, bracing herself for Tae-hyung's approach. Within the confines of the ice sphere, a sudden radiance illuminated the surroundings, emitting rays of light in all directions. The luminous beams multiplied rapidly, spreading throughout the sphere with astonishing speed, filling the space around them. Bewildered spectators watched as the ice sphere glowed intensely, unable to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before them. Among the spectators, Go took note of the unfolding events, realizing that Tae-hyung was trapped inside the luminous sphere. Awestruck, the man found himself rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before him, unable to comprehend or react. The rest of the audience mirrored his astonishment, mouths agape as they beheld the mesmerizing display. Within the tranquil confines of the sphere, a sense of calm pervaded, interrupted only by the lingering chill of previous attacks. With his final attack, Tae-hyung successfully brought Iron to the ground, immobilizing her completely. Restraining her movements, Tae-hyung held Iron firmly to the ground, gripping her hands tightly, rendering her powerless. Unexpectedly, Tae-hyung launched another assault, pressing himself against Iron and locking her in a tight kiss, catching her off guard. Iron, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, experienced a whirlwind of emotions unlike any she had felt before, unable to react. Despite the unconventional approach, Tae-hyung remained resolute, knowing this might be his only chance to gain the upper hand. Iron, still in combat stance, prepared to strike preemptively with her weapon, determined not to show mercy. Swinging her ice hammer with full force, Iron aimed at where she last saw Tae-hyung, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. Her demeanor remained cold and calculated, showing no signs of relenting as she squared off against Tae-hyung. However, her composure shattered as she witnessed Tae-hyung evade her attack and advance towards her. Rising into the air, Tae-hyung prepared to launch another assault, risking it all in a desperate bid for victory. Faced with imminent danger, Tae-hyung made a split-second decision, uncertain of its outcome but driven by necessity. Breaking through Iron's defenses, Tae-hyung resorted to a drastic measure, surprising both himself and his opponent as he leaned in to kiss her. The unconventional move left both Iron and Tae-hyung bewildered, but Tae-hyung knew he had to act swiftly. Utilizing the paralysis technique through the kiss, Tae-hyung injected his blood into Iron's system, incapacitating her. With firm resolve, Tae-hyung ensured Iron couldn't resist, holding her hand tightly to prevent any potential retaliation, aware of the risks involved in employing the skill from a distance. Utilizing the close proximity, Tae-hyung's skills proved remarkably effective after kissing Iron, significantly increasing his chances of victory. Paralyzing her with his blood, Tae-hyung forced Iron to ingest his blood. Although the act resembled a kiss, it served a different purpose entirely. Despite Iron's attempts to resist using her rank techniques, Tae-hyung persisted in pushing his blood inside, though it became increasingly challenging. Rising to his feet, Tae-hyung surveyed the scene, seeing Iron lying motionless on the ground, paralyzed by his actions. The paralysis took full effect, rendering Iron completely immobile, unable to even muster resistance against her condition. Tae-hyung's unconventional strategy dealt a devastating blow to Iron psychologically, and his charisma received a significant boost. Remarkably, he emerged victorious. Suddenly, Tae-hyung's attention was drawn to something besides the prone figure of Iron. He turned his gaze to the right, listening intently. A voice resounded in the arena, announcing the conclusion of the first test and instructing all participants to remain in their seats. The voice reiterated the end of the test, mentioning that a team of doctors would attend to the injured participants. Following the initial examination, the injured were promptly attended to by the doctors, receiving preliminary treatment for their wounds. Despite her defeat in the final round, Iron had accumulated the necessary badges and demonstrated competence in battle, ensuring her passage. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun had only managed to collect 7 badges, yet he had defeated 2 formidable opponents, including Iron. Tae-hyung's unexpected victories garnered widespread attention and admiration among the participants, elevating his status significantly. Curious about his techniques, the other participants eagerly discussed Tae-hyung's triumph over higher-ranked opponents, eager to learn from him. Tae-hyung marveled at the healing abilities of the doctors, experiencing immense relief after receiving their treatment and harboring a desire to learn similar techniques. As his name echoed loudly from behind the wall, Tae-hyung turned to investigate the commotion, curious about what was happening. Shamoon Bok took it upon himself to confront his recent adversary, hurling insults and initiating battle with Tae-hyung. Caught off guard, Tae-hyung found himself drawn into the conflict as OMBC launched a sudden attack against him. With unwavering determination, the Thunder Youth relentlessly pursued his opponent, dismissing Tae-hyung's tactics as futile. Observing the unfolding confrontation, the other participants noticed Junebug's vendetta against his recent antagonist. The onlookers rallied behind Yongbok, showing their support for their favored contender, weary of Tae-hyung's disruptive behavior. Chingyun-bok's demeanor betrayed his frustration as he lashed out at his fans, rebuking them for their ineffectiveness. In a surprising turn, he unleashed a powerful discharge, commanding their silence, leaving the boys taken aback by their favorite's actions. Tae-hyung remained unfazed by the commotion, meeting his opponent's aggression with a smirk and a dismissive remark. Junebug taunted Tae-hyung, challenging him to confront the situation without relying on tricks, questioning his worthiness as a fighter. As UMBC intensified his energy output, enveloping himself in an electrified field, his menacing laughter reverberated through the arena. Tae-hyung maintained a vigilant watch over his opponent's movements, sensing something amiss behind Yun-bok. Suddenly, Boom-bok collapsed to the ground, leaving Tae-hyung bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Writhing in pain, Junebug clutched his back, his anguished cries echoing as he lay on the floor. Realizing his adversary's incapacitation, Tae-hyung shifted his gaze to the approaching figure, bracing for what would come next. A suited figure strode purposefully down the corridor, addressing the young men disdainfully as little rats, signaling an ominous turn of events. With confidence, he advanced, stepping over fallen bodies, admonishing against stealing rightful breaks from others. As the man drew closer, Jung seemed to recognize his face, eliciting a nervous sweat from the young man. It dawned on Jung that this was the same individual who had announced the rules earlier, an unconventional referee partnered with the rank player, Park Sang. Park Sang was slated to face one of the best players in the new South Korean association, heralding a future rank player himself. Expressing surprise that Jung wished to challenge him, Park Sang extended his left hand, preparing to exhibit his strength. As energy coalesced into a dense ball in Park Sang's palm, the force pressed Jung against the ground, an unexpected display of power. Jung endured, realizing that SAE rank players differed significantly from awakened ones in their abilities. Impressed by Jung's resilience, Park Sang commended his ability to withstand the technique, surpassing even some veterans. Offering to test Jung further, Park Sang intensified the energy in the orb, ready to gauge the young man's limits. However, their proceedings were interrupted by a voice addressing Park Sang by name, causing him to pause with concern. 2 members of the jury questioned Park Sang's actions, wondering why he had targeted contestants fresh out of the hospital, suggesting he could have dealt with them earlier. Park Sang dismissed their concerns, claiming he had merely startled them as a test, though the jury remained skeptical, aware of his annual ritual. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Jung listened intently, aiming to glean insights into Park Sang's character. As the conversation unfolded, Jung focused on every word, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of Park Sang's intentions. Turning his attention to Jung, the C-ranked player inquired about his name, realizing he was the sole remaining contender standing. Despite feeling uneasy about his predicament, Jung responded to the inquiry, providing his name to his interlocutor. Park Sang immediately recalled Tae-hyung from the first exam, where he had defeated the C-ranked Awakened, Immune, and Shining Bok. A sinister smile crept across Park Sang-'s face at the mention of the young man's name, intrigued by the sudden interest in him. Casually tapping Jung on the shoulder, Park Sang queried whether he aspired to become a ranked player in the future, catching Jung off guard. With a nonchalant stride, Park Sang passed by Jung heading down the corridor, leaving behind an enigmatic invitation for Jung to meet him at the association. Jung remained bewildered, trying to decipher Park Sang's intentions as he watched the player's departure. Park Sang, seeming to evade any further confrontation, was pursued by 2 jury members seeking to reprimand him for his actions. Eventually, the day of the second exam arrived, with the assembled contestants gathering in front of the podium where the tournament judge presided. Behind the judge stood peculiar energy spheres that piqued the curiosity of the teenagers, leaving them to speculate on their purpose. As murmurs circulated among the participants, the judge initiated the proceedings, commencing the second selection exam for ranked players. Park Sang greeted the attendees, announcing the commencement of the exam, eliciting a mixture of apprehension and anticipation among the participants. Though the participants understood the venue, the prospect of the exam still unnerved them, sensing the challenges that lay ahead. Park Sang elucidated that the essence of the exam would become apparent upon entering the portals, leading to dungeons of rank D. Some participants were taken aback by this revelation, unprepared for the prospect of confronting real monsters. Participants were instructed to form teams of 5 and explore the dungeons under the supervision of a designated player. Park Sang outlined the evaluation criteria, visible on the screen, emphasizing that all necessary equipment would be provided by the association. The participants received weapons and ammunition from the association, some handling them nervously as they contemplated the challenges ahead. Park Sang directed the participants to enter the portal one by one, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of the dungeon, his demeanor tinged with amusement. He anticipated that even newcomers would fare well in the D-rank dungeon, especially with the guidance of accompanying players. However, Taehyung harbored suspicions that the situation might be more complex, speculating about the possibility of a double dungeon apocalypse. Their exploration of one of the D-ranked dungeons revealed the existence of the first double dungeon, named Apocalypse, populated by numerous players. Tragically, the first group to venture in perished, resulting in widespread apprehension among those awaiting their turn to enter. Taehyung considered warning others about the risks of entering the dungeon with a rank, but he doubted anyone would heed his caution. Aware of the future, Taehyung strategized to avoid being in the first group to ensure his survival. Despite the serene weather, Taehyung remained apprehensive, knowing that trouble loomed ahead while his fellow participants remained oblivious. Stepping through the portal, Taehyung found himself in the abyss, his expression soured upon encountering his group ahead. Greeted by their assigned player supervisor, Taehyung exchanged pleasantries with the last participant as they awaited the arrival of their final member. Their group's overseer, Madok, a ranked individual, signaled their readiness to advance into the dungeon, his history as the first explorer of the double dungeon not lost on Taehyung. Taehyung braced himself for the inevitable, knowing that their journey into the dungeon marked the beginning of his impending fate. As they delved into the dungeon's depths, they encountered their first challenge, a monstrous creature blocking their path. Prepared for battle, the participants engaged the creature, employing their techniques with seriousness and determination. The group, comprising 5 individuals, only boasted active participation from 4 members. Nonetheless, even with their reduced number, they easily dispatched low-level monsters. Upon vanquishing their adversaries, the warden offered applause and commendation for the contestants' performance throughout the skirmish. Meanwhile, Madok observed proceedings from the sidelines, emerging from the cave to express admiration for the participants' teamwork. Continuously applauding, he highlighted the teenagers' inaugural combat experience, affirming their deserving recognition as adept players. As praise for the man's mentorship skills circulated among the participants, his own achievements were downplayed, while Taehyung observed silently. He harbored discontentment over being assigned to this particular team, the same initial research squad that had discovered the double dungeon. Taehyung harbored no doubt that the ring adorning the overseer's finger was a unique artifact belonging to the pioneer explorer of the prototype dungeon. A relic of considerable antiquity, this artifact possessed extraordinary properties, capable of significantly enhancing strength, endurance, speed, and mana. Reflecting on his companions, the young man pondered strategies to avert the impending apocalypse, acknowledging his uncertainty about his own capabilities. Determined to safeguard the entire group, Taehyung vowed to navigate them away from catastrophe, despite any obstacles they might encounter. Confronted with two diverging paths, the group deliberated on which route might yield greater rewards. Seeking guidance, one participant queried the supervisor on their next course of action. Maddock, scratching his mustache, noted the commonality of such decisions during exploration. Proposing a democratic vote for fairness, the supervisor's suggestion was met with resistance from one participant who disregarded it and rushed ahead. It was Taehyung who took charge, leading the group down a chosen path despite efforts from others, including the supervisor, to dissuade him. Time marched on despite the players' fervent shouts. The young man remained steadfast in his mission to safeguard the group. Glancing back, Taehyung asserted his choice of path, distinctly recalling that the alternative led to impending doom. Pressing forward, Taehyung disregarded the mentor's counsel, compelling the rest of the group to follow suit. With a leap into the cavern, the young man descended, urging his companions to trust him as they slid down after him. Taehyung's strategy proved effective as the group, led by the determined player, avoided the looming threat of apocalypse. Racing ahead, Taehyung made unilateral decisions until realizing a misstep, prompting a reconsideration of his course. Halting their pursuit of the intrepid youth, the group beheld a luminous spectacle before them. Before their gaze stood a resplendent portal, its hues of purple and blue a stark departure from the entrance they had traversed. Perplexed by the portal's presence within the dungeon, the group, especially Team, grappled with astonishment. Team realized his error, having unwittingly led the group to a portal threatening their very lives in a double dungeon apocalypse. Standing before the ominous portal, Team lamented his inadvertent misdirection, his efforts now seemingly futile. Curiosity gripped one participant, prompting a step towards the radiant gateway. In a commanding voice, Taehyung intervened, ordering the group to halt, leaving his companions surprised by his sudden assertiveness. He elucidated the uniqueness of this portal, cautioning against rash decisions to enter without proper consideration. Addressing Maddock, Taehyung sought counsel on whether to alert others before proceeding further, recognizing the gravity of their situation. Maddock's gaze lingered on the portal as he confessed to never having encountered anything like it. He emphasized the necessity of informing headquarters first. The team breathed a collective sigh of relief, reassured by the mentor's words, trusting in his ability to choose the safest path for them. However, Maddock had more to reveal. Team was taken aback upon hearing that the mentor intended to proceed alone, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Maddock's determination to explore the anomaly resonated deeply with his passion for discovery, leaving Team astonished. Despite Taehyung's attempts to interject, the warden remained steadfast, acknowledging the young man's concerns, but determined to press forward. As they approached the portal, Maddock highlighted the significance of their limited opportunities, especially within a direct dungeon. He asserted that investigating the portal could yield valuable points, contingent on its origin and purpose. Team reacted with incredulity, denouncing Maddock's decision as reckless and insisting on adherence to the rules. Maddock, unperturbed, met Team's protest with a smile, subtly implicating him in the breach of rules. Pointing out Hyung's alleged contribution to their predicament, Maddock incited agreement from the rest of the group, further isolating Taehyung. The group's solidarity with Maddock underscored their frustration with Taehyung's unilateral decisions. Despite understanding his comrades' sentiments, Taehyung remained steadfast in his commitment to a greater mission. The group rallied behind Maddock as they stood before the portal, prompting the mentor to declare his intention to proceed. Taehyung made a final plea, addressing Maddock by name and appealing for reconsideration. Disregarding Tae-hyung's plea, the ranked player proceeded confidently, signaling for teleportation as he clicked his fingers before the portal. Tae-hyung resigned himself to the unfolding events, his eyes wide with fear as he watched Maddox's actions. As Maddox snapped his fingers, the teleporter's light began to shift, indicating its intent to ensnare the group as prisoners. Helpless, Tae-hyung stood before his companions as the brilliant light enveloped them, spreading further within the dungeon. The group, unwittingly drawn towards the light, followed its allure, and Tae-hyung realized his failure to fulfill his responsibility mere moments later. In the ensuing darkness, Tae-hyung could discern only foreboding signs, understanding the gravity of their situation. Awakening in a cold sweat, Tae-hyung's worry deepened as he contemplated their chances of survival in these unfamiliar conditions. Arriving in the new dungeon, Maddox was visibly taken aback, unable to comprehend their surroundings. Equally bewildered, the group questioned whether they were still within the same audacious dungeon. Led by a supervisor-turned-player, the group found themselves in an enigmatic world surrounded by towering columns. Further surprises awaited them as they noticed figures along the columns, illuminated by nymphs atop their heads. Behind the ubiquitous columns loomed a sinister aura, casting an eerie atmosphere over the dungeon. As they took in their surroundings, the group encountered the first sign of danger, an emerging monster shrouded in a smokescreen. The monstrous figure, wielding a sword and obscured face, elicited apprehension among the participants. Concerned, the participants turned to Maddox for answers, but he could offer no explanation. Tae-hyung assumed command, silencing the group and urging them to focus ahead, though all they could see was the ominous smokescreen. Solely, Tae-hyung grasped the gravity of their situation, warning the group of the impending danger ahead. Several monsters, resembling the formidable figure at the corridor's end, confronted the uninvited guests who had entered through the portal. These smaller creatures, almost identical to the larger one, bore glowing crystals in their bellies, signifying their status as ranked Death Knights. The group stood in disbelief, their apprehension mounting as they grappled with the unfamiliar situation. After a brief silence, the mentor resolved to take action, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Addressing the participants, the seasoned player urged them to compose themselves, emphasizing the necessity of readiness over panic. Unwilling to grant their uninvited guests any respite, the Stone Knights launched into an aggressive assault without hesitation. The monsters struck first, delivering a powerful double blow with their swords, generating a formidable energy wave. Forced to evade, the group members trembled with fear as they narrowly avoided the onslaught, while Maddox skillfully maneuvered to avoid the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Maddox initiated a counterattack, channeling energy into his hands to unleash a potent technique. With a specialized air-ranked technique, Maddox manipulated the ground beneath the stone monsters, transforming it into searing lava. Shaping the molten substance into a lethal weapon, Maddox struck at the immobilized monsters, piercing their defenses. As the Stone Knights growled in frustration, they found themselves unable to retaliate, their bodies held fast by the molten lava. Exploiting the monster's vulnerability, the mentor instructed the group to unleash all their techniques in a coordinated assault. Though their hands trembled with fear, the participants knew they had no choice but to unleash a barrage of fire and flashes against the monsters. One participant received the directive to shield their attacking partners, employing their earth defense techniques to ensure their safety amidst the chaos. Functioning as a cohesive unit under the guidance of their leader, the participants remained wary of taking on the battle alone, particularly given the absence of trust in Tae-hyung. Despite Tae-hyung's non-involvement, the group operated seamlessly, effectively restraining the monster's movements without his intervention. Their coordinated attacks proved successful, causing the monsters to collapse, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds. Maddox and the group ceased their onslaught, observing the defeated monsters with a mixture of relief and anticipation. One participant, overcome with gratitude for surviving the ordeal, expressed his joy, boasting of his resilience and eagerness to face more monsters. However, his jubilation was short-lived as a menacing figure materialized behind him, prompting a collective sense of dread among the fighters. The participants' exuberance turned to apprehension as they realized the imminent threat, prompting them to rally together in preparation. More monsters approached, resembling those they had just vanquished, indicating a renewed battle looming on the horizon. Each stone knight bore a distinctive frame atop their heads, glowing with a uniform color, adding to their eerie appearance. With their glowing stomach crystals and unsettling demeanor, the monsters exuded an even greater sense of foreboding than before. The shock permeating the group was palpable, particularly evident in the expression of one candidate for promotion. Meanwhile, Yum ventured towards the fallen monster, seeking to glean insights into the creatures for themselves. Placing his palm upon the monster's stomach, one of them sensed a strange energy, realizing that something was amiss. Taehyung surveyed the pile of defeated monsters before him, their weapons embedded in the ground and their bodies mutilated. Maddock, on high alert, surveyed their surroundings, a sense of unease creeping over him as he observed what lay ahead. As the number of monsters increased, the battles grew increasingly challenging, with each victory only summoning more adversaries. Maddock observed his charges and realized another pressing issue. They were utterly spent, fighting at the very limit of their capabilities. The newcomers, facing the dungeon's trials for the first time, were drained and on the brink of collapse, their survival in jeopardy. Exiting the territory of the defeated monster, Taehyung approached the seasoned player, alerting him to the strange occurrences unfolding. His demeanor contrasting sharply with the exhaustion of the others, Taehyung's vitality and strength were a source of astonishment for Do-hook and the rest of the group. Do-hook pondered the enigma of Taehyung's vitality, recognizing the danger posed by the portal. Additionally, Taehyung possessed the monk's heart technique, bolstering the group's attributes and endurance thus far. Speculating that Taehyung might be an awakened lower rank, Do-hook queried the young man regarding his earlier cryptic remarks. Taehyung, turning his attention to the monsters, offered a theory, suggesting that these creatures might not be Death Knights at all. The shocking statement left everyone bewildered, struggling to comprehend its implications. Determined to uncover the truth, Taehyung seized a sword from the ground, resolving to investigate their adversaries and the nature of their battles. Employing his stone skin technique, Taehyung encased his hand in stone, firmly gripping the sword's hilt. With a burst of determination, Taehyung charged into battle against the monsters, confronting a horde of otherworldly creatures poised to strike. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung found himself face to face with his opponents, executing a calculated plan of action. Meanwhile, the Death Knights, refusing to yield, directed all their weapons towards the approaching threat, prepared to engage in fierce combat. The monsters launched their attack as Taehyung closed in on them, unleashing a powerful barrage of multi-weapon combos. Amidst the chaos, a dense smoke screen enveloped the area, obscuring visibility for both Taehyung and the monsters, shrouding their surroundings in confusion. In a sudden twist, their intended target vanished, leaving only a pile of stones in its place, eluding the monsters at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, Taehyung ascended into the air, evading a direct confrontation with the monsters, catching them off guard. Opting not to engage with the monsters directly, Taehyung leaped over them, revealing his true location to the knights below. With a mighty swing of his sword, Taehyung directed his attack not at the monsters, but at a larger, more imposing figure orchestrating the chaos from behind. The Death Knight, taken aback by the audacity of the direct assault, found himself inches away from Taehyung's blade, his surprise evident. As Taehyung's sword closed in on its target, it became apparent that his strike was aimed not at the monster itself, but at a stone occupying its place. Bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, Taehyung found himself confronted by a new threat as monsters closed in on him from behind. Suddenly, the monsters began to emit a bright purple glow, indicating that Taehyung's strike had still found its mark. The monsters, previously engaged in battle, began to vanish, leaving behind glowing ashes in their wake. Even defeated monsters succumbed to the same fate, disappearing entirely, leaving no trace behind. The sudden disappearance of the monsters left everyone present in a state of disbelief, realizing they had been battling mere illusions to no avail. It dawned on them that their efforts had been in vain, as the monsters they fought were nothing more than illusions conjured to deceive them. The revelation struck them with a profound sense of shock, as they grappled with the realization that their struggles had been futile all along. Madoc marveled at the astuteness of one of the participants, perplexed by how they discerned the illusion for what it was. Taehyung confirmed that it was indeed a mere illusion, a ploy to drain them of their strength and power. The revelation left the rest of the group in disbelief, realizing they had expended their energy battling imaginary foes. Intrigued, Madoc queried Taehyung on how he recognized the trap, given his lack of prior encounters with Death Knights. Taehyung, with a sidelong glance, attributed it to intuition, acknowledging the impossibility of such knowledge. Despite his lack of familiarity with the monsters, Taehyung discerned their deceptive nature, surprising even himself. Madoc, wide-eyed and speechless, struggled to comprehend how a mere recruit could outthink him. Seizing control of the situation, Taehyung proposed they press forward to avoid their current location becoming a graveyard. With Taehyung leading the way, the group, under Madoc's guidance, forged ahead, illuminating their path. Despite Madoc's observations, the eerie atmosphere of the cave remained unsettling as they ventured deeper. Entering the apocalypse zone altered the dungeon's landscape, making navigation more challenging for the group. The pain from their battle with the illusory knights intensified, prompting Taehyung to assist the wounded members. Madoc continued to guide them, determined to find an exit from the dungeon and escape the dire situation. After a lengthy journey, the group stumbled upon a colossal gate, their hopes lifting at the prospect of finding an escape route. The sight of the gate filled them with anticipation, hopeful that it would lead them out of the nightmarish apocalypse. Despite their trepidation, the group acknowledged the risk of opening the door, recognizing it as their only chance for escape. Urgency gripped Madoc as he emphasized that failure to proceed through the door would result in certain demise, his concern mirroring that of the teenagers. Reluctantly, the group acquiesced to their warden's insistence, cautiously advancing towards the door. Assuming the lead, Madoc approached the door with determination, exerting minimal effort to pry it open. As the door swung open, Madoc's expression turned to one of disbelief, realizing the perilous implications of what lay beyond. The participants, accompanied by their mentor, entered the room, their gaze falling upon a solitary figure seated on the ground before them. Before them sat another monstrous entity, brandishing the same sword wielded by Taehyung in battle, its posture suggesting an ominous anticipation. Initially relieved at the sight of only one enemy, the group anticipated a swift confrontation. Their hopes were dashed as more eerie figures emerged behind the lone monster, multiplying their adversaries exponentially. Regret washed over the group as they witnessed the enemy's numbers swell, their shock palpable at the escalating threat. The appearance of more adversaries seemed to follow a geometric progression, their sinister presence heralded by skulls materializing from the walls. Flames erupted from the mouths of the skull figures, casting an eerie illumination across the chamber. The influx of knights continued unabated, their origin a mystery as their ranks swelled beyond comprehension. Gazing upward, the group beheld hundreds of identical monsters lining the balconies, their uniformity akin to clones. Trapped within the chamber, the group realized the dire predicament they had unwittingly stumbled into, facing an overwhelming force of formidable enemies. Inexperienced and overwhelmed, the participants struggled to come to terms with the reality of their situation, grappling with the daunting realization that the hordes above them comprised legions of Death Knights. Before them, a grand throne loomed, its steps leading upwards. Seated upon it was the imposing figure of the main monster, who commended the group for reaching this far. Distinguished from the rest, the boss exuded a fearsome aura, his dimensions defying comprehension. Known as the boss of the double gates of the apocalypse and the leader of the Death Knights, he held the rank of C, commanding his minions to initiate the battle. The Death Knights, arranged in formation, awaited their commander's signal, swords held firmly in hand, their tips planted into the ground for stability. As the column of knights began to advance, their intent clear, the guests found themselves in a precarious position, ill-equipped to confront the impending threat. The stone monster leading the charge halted before the group, brandishing its sword, leaving the participants puzzled as to its intentions. Uncertain of the stone monster's motives, the group wondered what challenge it sought to issue. Time surmised that the monster intended to challenge one of them to a duel, prompting shock among the participants, who lacked the mana to engage in combat. Taehyung sought to reassure his teammates, emphasizing that their objective was to evade conflict rather than engage in battle. Taking Taehyung's words to heart, the group turned and fled from the impending danger, their screams echoing with fear. Driven by the instinct to survive, they fled, desperate to avoid the grim fate awaiting them. Fear consumed them, outweighing any desire to maintain their status as players as they prioritized escape over confrontation. The Death Knight, sensing their attempt to flee, moved swiftly to intercept them, launching an attack to halt their escape. Reaching the entrance gate, the monster unleashed a powerful strike with his sword, prompting Madok and Taehyung to evade in a split second. Despite their efforts to dodge, the blow found its mark, felling the fleeing group with a single stroke of the sword. The survivors were utterly shaken as blood first stained the battlefield, splattering across their faces. Taehyung found himself in disbelief, facing a situation he never imagined. He looked helplessly at his companions, unsure of what action to take. Turning to his mentor, he proposed a strategy to divert the monster's attention and buy some time. Hoping to distract the creatures and buy time, Taehyung urged Do-hook to flee and find an escape route. However, Do-hook was not keen on the idea. Pushing the boy several meters away, he addressed another injured member near Taehyung. Madok decided to take matters into his own hands, not relying on the abilities of others. He began to conjure a powerful stream of energy. Yume, raising his head, was astonished by the scale of Madok's mana, unexpected from his mentor. Questioning Madok's actions, Taehyung expressed his desire to enter the battle himself, rather than sacrifice another player's life. Madok silenced Taehyung, dismissing him as inexperienced and pointing him to his rightful place. Taehyung was taken aback by Madok's words, not expecting him to assume complete responsibility for the battle. Facing each other across a white wall, the fighters listened as Madok recounted his aspirations to become a ranked player. Despite his efforts and skill development, Madok found himself further from his goal rather than closer. Taehyung was stunned, while Madok referred to the situation as a challenging task meant to aid in achieving his goal. Realizing his mistake, Madok regretted his usual tendency to stay behind and could only laugh at himself. A Death Knight prepared to attack, soaring into the air and swinging his purple sword with force. Refusing to succumb easily, Madok prepared to fight back, channeling a vast amount of mana into his right hand. Channeling the energy like a blade, he sliced the monster into pieces, saving himself and his comrades in the process. Expressing his belief in Taehyung's potential, Madok encouraged him to pursue his goals. Despite the monster's relentless advance, Madok ordered Taehyung to flee and save himself along with any survivors. Choosing to confront the monsters alone, Madok assumed the mantle of leadership at the final moment. With immense mana gathered in both hands, Madok vowed to stop the knights at any cost. Accepting Madok's unwavering decision, Taehyung realized there was no changing his mentor's mind. Determined to follow Madok's orders and save the remaining survivors, Taehyung glanced back. To his dismay, Taehyung found the contestant he carried showing no signs of life. Shocked and unsure of what to do without anyone left to save, Taehyung grappled with the situation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind him, unfolding the battlefield's events faster than he anticipated. Turning back, Taehyung shielded his face from the debris, trying to discern what had occurred. Realizing the danger, Taehyung contemplated fleeing, knowing the knights had swiftly defeated a rank A player. Madok fell in battle, a sword imbued with purple energy piercing his back, his glasses tumbling to the ground. One of the monsters disregarded Madok's fallen form, continuing its advance. Fear gripping him, Taehyung understood his impending demise as he faced the overwhelming force of the knights. All of Taehyung's companions, including the last girl, met their demise, a group of rookies ill-prepared for such monstrous adversaries. Even a seasoned ranked player fell swiftly in the battle, Madok sacrificing himself for the young man's future. Yet now that future seemed uncertain. Taehyung's team stood tense, their faces beaded with sweat, his own worry palpable. The Death Knight raised his blood-drenched sword, crimson droplets staining the ground as they fell. Facing the menacing blade, Taehyung pondered the uncertain outcome, challenged by the monster to a duel. Desperately searching for aid, Taehyung's eyes fell upon the lifeless form of a girl, her fate sealed even before this confrontation. If an experienced player like Maddock couldn't save her, what hope remained? Maddock had already been dead for seconds. Taehyung fixated on the enemy's sword, fearlessly accepting the inevitable, realizing retreat wasn't an option. He had to think of something. The Death Knight, issuing his challenge, stood resolute, awaiting any response from the young man. Uncertain of what to say, Taehyung contemplated refusal, yet doubted the knight would allow it. Then a glimmer of hope caught Taehyung's eye. A small detail on the ground sparked a newfound optimism. Intrigued, Taehyung examined the object closely, hoping for some salvation. It revealed itself as a ring, adorned with a golden frame and a radiant red gem at its center. Instantly recognizing its significance, Taehyung recalled the legend of the Apocalypse Pioneer's ring, capable of extraordinary feats. Realizing his opponent wouldn't wait for deliberation, the Death Knight moved to attack without hesitation. With death imminent, Taehyung's mind raced, grappling with the decision on how to act in the face of danger. Opting for survival, Taehyung swiftly dodged the sword strike, dropping to the ground and sliding away from the impending threat. Seizing the ring lying nearby, Taehyung saw it as his only lifeline, his chance for survival in this dire situation. Hastily rising to his feet, he donned the ring, urging it to awaken and intervene as he slid it onto his finger. As he wore the ring, Taehyung sensed a strange energy beginning to envelop him, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Time was fleeting as monsters closed in from all sides, poised to strike at any moment. At the brink of death, the ring sprang to life, shielding Taehyung from the imminent threat and instilling him with newfound hope. The sealing Death Knight stood baffled by this unforeseen turn, unprepared for the challenge this young man posed. Empowered by the ring, Taehyung swiftly dispatched the surrounding monsters, leaving the Death Knight bewildered by his sudden strength. Perplexed, the Death Knight sought to comprehend the source of Taehyung's newfound power, unable to fathom its origin. With the ring adorning his finger, Taehyung's abilities surged tenfold, granting him the strength to confront the monsters on equal footing. Delighted to find the restriction on his main skill lifted, Taehyung could now employ his hunting prowess. Amidst the aftermath of death in the double dungeon known as Apocalypse, Taehyung stood amidst the fallen, the gateway ominously open. In the heart of the chamber, Taehyung tapped into his newfound power as energy surged, signaling his newfound might. With his strength multiplied tenfold, Taehyung dispersed the encroaching monsters, clearing a path through the chaos. Yet, the onslaught continued, with more monsters descending upon him, presenting an ongoing challenge. Taehyung mustered his strength, determined to escape this perilous situation. With hunting at his disposal, he intended to make the most of it. Employing a powerful sidekick, Taehyung aimed to immobilize the monsters, buying precious seconds needed for his plan to unfold. Mastery of the hunting skill was crucial. It required 10 seconds to fully enhance another skill using this technique. Recognizing the limitations of hunting alone, Taehyung invoked the stone skin technique, fortifying his defenses for the ensuing battle. Seizing a stone from a fallen monster, Taehyung coated his sword, delivering devastating blows to multiple adversaries. Taehyung resolved to utilize every skill at his disposal, leaving no opponent unscathed in his path. With a skilled swing of his sword, Taehyung cleaved a monster in half, yet the relentless onslaught persisted. The ceaseless attacks from the Death Knights threatened to overwhelm Taehyung from all directions. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung's attention was drawn to a looming, ominous presence, far more formidable than the monsters he faced. An inexplicable explosion rocked the battlefield, shrouding the area in a dense smokescreen. Debris and dust filled the air, engulfing Taehyung and depleting the oxygen supply, further complicating his predicament. Narrowly evading a colossal spear imbued with purple energy, Taehyung leaped back, narrowly escaping certain doom. Bewildered by the sudden appearance of the powerful weapon, Taehyung pondered its origin and marveled at his own survival. Sensing an ominous presence, Taehyung's fear intensified as he grappled with the gravity of his situation. Looking up, Taehyung beheld the imposing figure of the chief knight, who rose from his throne, exuding an aura of power and authority. Holding his arm aloft, the chief knight maintained a menacing gaze upon Taehyung, instilling a sense of dread in the young man. Taehyung keenly felt the weight of the Master Knight's wrath bearing down upon him, a single glance portending imminent demise. Meanwhile, the Death Knight leader unleashed a barrage of deadly projectiles aimed at his adversary. Sensing the danger from above, Taehyung sprinted to evade the raining weapons, determined to avoid their lethal impact. The weapons littered the ground, mingling with the fallen knights, but Taehyung emerged unscathed, his agility saving him from harm. Running tirelessly, Taehyung knew evasion couldn't last forever, steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation. The Death Knight leader remained resolute upon his throne, channeling a formidable surge of energy for an attack. Recognizing the futility of constant evasion, Taehyung resolved to gather his strength and mount a counter-offensive. Focusing his energy, Taehyung prepared to unleash his crown hunting technique, directing his power towards his adversary. The Death Knight leader calmly intercepted the attack, raising his left hand to deflect Taehyung's onslaught. Taehyung's energy surged towards the monster, only to find it countered as the knight gathered energy for his own strike. The clash of energies ensued, the outcome uncertain as both sides vied for dominance. In a decisive moment, the master exerted additional effort, effortlessly dispersing Taehyung's assault. Thrown back by the force, Taehyung grappled with the realization of his adversary's formidable strength. Amidst the fray, the monster addressed Taehyung, acknowledging his strength and commendable effort, but warning of the limits of his endurance. Confident in his superiority, the Death Knight leader remained steadfast in the battle, poised for further conflict. With the enemy airborne, Taehyung unleashed a potent energy strike, minimizing their chances of evasion. And a loud explosion resounded across the battlefield, shrouding the area in a veil of dust, concealing a weapon protruding from the ground. Closing in on his target, the primary monster struck Taehyung, impaling him with his sword and securing him to the ground. The Death Knight leader concluded the duel effortlessly, pausing to pose a final question to the young man. Asserting dominance, the monster interrogated Taehyung, demanding to know the source of his newfound power while pressing his foot upon his captive's head. Writhing in agony, Taehyung was rendered unable to respond, his screams echoing his torment. With relentless pressure on Taehyung's head and the sword still embedded in his body, the monster awaited an answer. Despite Taehyung's suffering, his latent power resisted the Night King's influence, albeit incompletely. Observing Taehyung's actions, the monster discerned his unique nature, speculating on his ability to comprehend the language of monsters. Seeking enlightenment, the monster persisted in his quest for answers, curious about the true potential of an ordinary youth. Time pressed down relentlessly under the weight of the monster's foot, Taehyung's body succumbing to the strain, blood staining the ground. In a moment of detachment, Taehyung drifted into unconsciousness, his senses fading as he found himself in an ethereal space facing a colossal creature. Motionless, Taehyung sought to regain clarity, the image of the giant monster growing in his mind's eye. As he scrutinized the creature's face, a sense of familiarity dawned upon Taehyung, recalling encounters from before his acquisition of secret power. Devoid of emotion, Taehyung met the creature's gaze with steely resolve, exhibiting no trace of fear. A sudden realization jolted Taehyung's attention, prompting him to glance to his right. There, amidst a river of blood, lay 4 lifeless bodies, their stillness stark against the chaos. Recognizing one of the faces, Taehyung identified his mentor from his second qualifying exam, Haka. Yet, despite this grim revelation, Taehyung found himself confronted by the looming presence of the waiting monster. Pondering the mysteries of his hunting technique and his ability to understand the language of monsters, Taehyung sought answers. Amidst his contemplation, Taehyung realized that despite the bestowed strength and opportunity, nothing had fundamentally changed. Taehyung grappled with the weight of his power, realizing its limitations in his inability to save lives. Querying the king's motives, Tae-hyung received a cryptic response, hinting at explanations previously given. Opening his eyes once more, Tae-hyung beheld the figure of the man who granted him strength, emerging from the sunlit horizon. Admiring Tae-hyung's resolve, the king praised his tenacity, highlighting his appreciation for the young man's determination. Despite his shock, Tae-hyung listened as the king advised him to continue forward without seeking change within himself. Encouraged by the king's words, Tae-hyung felt a surge of newfound determination awaken within him. Meanwhile, the Death Knight leader stood over Tae-hyung, awaiting a response, yet sensing the young man's dwindling strength. Drawing his sword, the monster prepared to deliver the final blow, acknowledging Tae-hyung as a true warrior. However, before the fatal strike could be delivered, a mysterious interference disrupted the knight's actions, shrouding the scene in uncertainty. Employing his hunting technique once more, Tae-hyung deftly evaded the trap, disarming the monster and securing his own survival. Swiftly following up, Tae-hyung unleashed a devastating burst of energy, severing the knight's right hand and disarming him of another weapon. As the energy surged within him like a tempest, Tae-hyung manipulated the bodies of the fallen coma monsters, lifting them into the air. Bewildered by Tae-hyung's sudden resurgence, the Death Knight leader struggled to comprehend the young man's newfound strength. Rising from the brink of death, Tae-hyung stood defiant, ready to confront the otherworldly force before him, unfazed by the monster's taunts. Unperturbed by the monster's ridicule, Tae-hyung amplified his mana several-fold, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Death Knight leader scoffed at Tae-hyung, declaring this to be the young man's final battle, expressing gratitude for the entertainment. With a mocking laugh, the monster rose to attack, poised to unleash a devastating blow upon his resilient adversary. Reclaiming his severed hand, the monster delivered a powerful sword strike, unleashing an energy wave of immense power. The force of the blow left Tae-hyung reeling, his form nearly obliterated by the sheer magnitude of the attack. Confident in his superiority, the monster believed Tae-hyung to be vanquished, certain that no human could withstand such a devastating assault. Yet to his astonishment, the monster sensed Tae-hyung's continued presence amidst the maelstrom of energy. In a display of extraordinary resilience, Tae-hyung intercepted the monster's strike with his hunting technique, shielding himself from the onslaught. The monster, incredulous at Tae-hyung's survival, struggled to comprehend how his adversary had defied the odds. Seizing the moment, Tae-hyung launched a counterattack, determined to demonstrate the full extent of his newfound power to his formidable opponent. As Tae-hyung ascended to rank B, he unleashed a devastating blow of monumental force, a torrent of energy akin to lightning. The Death Knight leader cried out in agony, the first indication of pain he had shown on the battlefield, as Tae-hyung's attack overwhelmed even him. Seizing the opportunity, Tae-hyung hurled his adversary skyward, opting to wield a nearby sword in the ensuing battle. Aware that the battle would inevitably conclude, Tae-hyung grasped the sword, uncertain whose favor it would ultimately tip. Swiftly ascending into the air before his opponent could recover, Tae-hyung launched a flurry of strikes, the knight narrowly evading each blow. Confident in his accuracy, Tae-hyung struck with certainty, a burst of light accompanying the impact. Enraged by the blow, the Death Knight leader bellowed in fury at Tae-hyung's audacity. Brandishing a sharp weapon infused with purple energy, the monster prepared to launch a retaliatory attack. Channeling his energy through his left hand, the knight propelled the weapon towards Tae-hyung, lifting it effortlessly from the ground. Sensing the impending danger, Tae-hyung began to gather a crimson stream of energy around him, preparing to counter the attack. Focusing his mana into his right fist, Tae-hyung's concentration reached its zenith, his hand resembling a sharpened weapon. With precision, Tae-hyung delivered a powerful blow, generating a swirling vortex of energy to deflect the enemy's assault. The force of Tae-hyung's strike carried through, reaching even the distant body of the monster, leaving the knight helpless against the onslaught. Recoiling from the impact, the knight was sent hurtling backward, acknowledging the inhuman strength possessed by Tae-hyung. As he observed his defeated adversary, Tae-hyung reflected on the undeniable truth. His strength transcended mere humanity. With his victory nearly assured, Tae-hyung prepared to confront the reality of his extraordinary power, acknowledging that it surpassed conventional human capabilities. With a calm demeanor, Tae-hyung disclosed to his astonished adversary that his formidable power stemmed from the king. Meeting the monster's shock with unwavering resolve, Tae-hyung exuded a newfound confidence. Having revealed the source of his strength, Tae-hyung resolved to end the battle, initiating an attack with his hunting technique. The Death Knight leader began to dissipate within the immense energy surge unleashed by Tae-hyung, succumbing to the overwhelming power. As the battle concluded, Tae-hyung gained a new skill, bestowed upon him by the spirit of the King of Knights. Amidst the chaos, a gathering of people, including ambulances and police, assembled near the portals that marked the beginning of the second qualifying round. It was evident to all that the Level D dungeon posed significant dangers, placing all participants at risk within the apocalypse. Sang-hyun returned to the scene, alerted to reports of searing magic emanating from the portals. Uncertain how to proceed, the jury grappled with the dilemma, torn between immediate evacuation and the impending calamity. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Park Sang-in realized swift action was imperative, with no time for deliberation. Despite his reluctance, Sang-in resolved to intervene directly, understanding the gravity of the impending crisis. As Sang-in contemplated crossing the portal, it began to glow ominously, emitting a surge of energy that puzzled all who beheld it. Sensing the impending catastrophe, Sang-in instructed his team to prepare for the worst, anticipating the onset of a fault. The portal continued to radiate an overwhelming energy, signaling the inevitable onset of the fault, leaving no recourse but to brace for impact. Amidst the gathering chaos, Sang-in and his fellow rank players stood resolute, prepared to confront the looming threat with unwavering determination. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. As the man anticipated Sang-in, he encountered a remarkably formidable opponent. What lay ahead was beyond his imagination. Instead of a monstrous creature, an ordinary person emerged from the portal, slowly advancing towards the group. Tae-hyung, who narrowly survived the dungeon ordeal, appeared fatigued yet content with the outcome, thanks to Tae-hyung's intervention. The crisis of the dual dungeon was resolved, leading to the evacuation of the examiners and the cancellation of the tournament results. The participants' bodies were nowhere to be found within the dungeon, later handed over to their families. Additionally, the body of a ranked player, Maddock, was discovered nearby. A meeting convened at the Players Association headquarters, deliberating on maintaining secrecy regarding the apocalypse's erasure. This precaution aimed to shield Tae-hyung from both media scrutiny and potential threats from thieves. Took and Park Sang-in endorsed this strategy at the meeting, deeming it the most prudent course of action. Jin V, representing the Players Association, expressed gratitude for the attendees' support before proceeding with the agenda. He promptly solicited the opinions of two men, prompting a brief, tense silence in the room. Chae Jin-woo clarified that he referred to Kim Tae-hyun, who single-handedly cleared the Apocalypse dungeon. Park Sang-in remarked that if Tae-hyun managed the feat alone, he surely possessed the capability to compete on par with current players. Guo took supplemented, based on his observations, that Tae-hyun's true rank might be lower, yet his strength remained enigmatic. Cho Jin-wei speculated that Tae-hyun might hold a rare national rank, considering his exceptional abilities. The men exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the unpredictable potential of Tae-hyun's future endeavors. The blazing sun hid behind the moon, casting a fiery red hue across the sky, reminiscent of Tae-hyung's hunting technique. Gasping for breath, a young man struggled amidst flying stones and searing heat, a testament to the trials he endured. He faced a relentless onslaught of roaring monsters, though their low rank belied their overwhelming numbers. Despite their sheer multitude, the young man found himself surrounded with creatures filling the land, sea, and sky. Reaching the cliff's edge, he peered below, startled by the sea of monsters teeming beneath him. Bewildered, Tae-hyung found himself in an abyss, grappling with fragmented memories and unanswered questions. Suddenly, a figure with blonde hair descended from the sky, leaving Tae-hyung to speculate on the identity of the newcomer. As the man touched ground, Tae-hyung recognized him as the king, his descent accompanied by a radiant aura. Overwhelmed, Taehyung couldn't comprehend the surreal encounter with the source of his newfound strength. With the king's nearing descent, the monsters below clamored to attack, their roars echoing through the air. Unfazed, the king extended his hand, preparing to subdue the troublesome creatures. Channeling energy into his palm, the king amassed a brilliant stream of light, leaving Taehyung bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. With a surge of energy, the king unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating the monsters into white ash with a single gesture. Taehyung stood transfixed at the cliff's edge, witnessing the display of power with awe. More astonished than ever, Taehyung struggled to comprehend the extent of the king's abilities. Breaking the silence, the king addressed the young man, cryptically stating that he would await his return, leaving Taehyung puzzled by the enigmatic proclamation. Taehyung grappled with shock, attempting to decipher the king's intentions and the task that lay ahead. Abruptly, the king's form faded, leaving behind a cryptic promise of waiting in the abyss's hidden recesses. As Taehyung regained consciousness, he found himself drenched in sweat, his attire altered from the harrowing vision he just witnessed. Touching his surroundings, he realized he lay in his bed. The terrifying ordeal had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. Casting a wary glance at his left hand, Taehyung sought reassurance of his reality, shaken by the intensity of his subconscious experience. Recalling his hospitalization following the visit to the Apocalypse dungeon, Taehyung acknowledged his current setting. Despite the dream's realism, Taehyung's perspiring hand served as a tangible reminder of the lingering unease. Contemplating the king's enigmatic words, Taehyung grappled with their meaning, eager to unravel the giant's cryptic message. Unperturbed by the prospect of meeting the king, Taehyung harbored a plethora of questions, particularly regarding hunting techniques and monster comprehension. Determined to assess his progress, Taehyung reviewed his updated stats post-dungeon expedition, noting a rise in rank and an additional attribute. Though he had speculated on advancement during combat, Taehyung now witnessed tangible proof of his growth, fueling his confidence. His stats, remarkable for a 19-year-old, endowed Taehyung with the capability to contend with high-ranking players effortlessly. Reflecting on his newfound Night King spirit skill, Taehyung recalled the moment a monster unleashed it upon him, now empowered by its mastery. Delighted by his newfound proficiency, Taehyung envisioned ascending to national rank, spurred by his exceptional abilities. Interrupted by commotion outside his hospital room, Taehyung puzzled over the disturbance, unable to discern its cause amidst the hospital's clamor. In the bustling corridor, medical staff struggled to restrain an unwelcome visitor, leaving Taehyung puzzled by the intrusion. Defiantly, the interloper pushed open the door, indignant at being denied access to the sick individual. Taehyung's shock intensified upon realizing the identity of the unexpected visitor, rendering him momentarily speechless. The woman forcing her way into the room was no ordinary guest, but a representative of the Players Association of New South Korea. Acknowledging her as the guildmaster, Taehyung greeted her, taken aback by her unexpected presence. Outside, the streets bustled with rush-hour traffic while sidewalks remained relatively deserted. A man seated in a car unsuccessfully pleaded with his superior to take over driving duties. The woman revealed that she arranged Taehyung's discharge from the hospital, asserting her responsibility for his care. Taehyung observed silently from the car, eventually initiating conversation, surprising the woman. With one burning question, Taehyung queried the head of the powerful guild about her intentions. The woman explained her desire to escort him home and witness firsthand the survivor of the apocalypse. Doubtful, Taehyung challenged her sincerity, urging her to offer a more genuine explanation for her actions. Unfazed by his skepticism, the woman admired Taehyung's sharp wit, finding it rather appealing compared to her reticent assistant's demeanor. Gazing at the sunlit skyscrapers, Taehyung questioned her about the events of the third round of selection. The woman described the third round as a survival game, distinct from the previous rounds in that it allowed outside observation of the participants. She cautioned Taehyung that his abilities were now exposed, making him a target for guilds eager to recruit the survivor of the apocalypse. Taeseong's dissatisfaction with the conversation was evident, signaling his disinterest despite the woman's intentions. Despite his reluctance, Jung implored Taehyung to consider her proposition rather than dismissing it outright. Offering him fame, wealth, and everything he desired, Jung urged Taehyung to join the vagabonds in exchange for his cooperation. Taehyung remained unfazed by the offer, meeting Jung's gaze with a cold, indifferent stare. Skilled in negotiation, Jung pressed her proposal not with words, but with a persuasive, unwavering gaze. Taehyung pondered his response, maintaining his indifferent demeanor as he contemplated his next move. The Vagrant Guild's assistant felt uneasy in the tense atmosphere, her discomfort palpable. Opting for straightforwardness, Taehyung bluntly declined the offer, asserting his lack of interest. Jung's reaction was one of shock and frustration, prompting Taehyung to consider disembarking from the car. Jung nearly reached Taehyung's destination as evening descended and lights flickered to life in nearby homes. Despite the tension, Taehyung thanked Jung for the ride, intending to proceed alone. Jung was taken aback by Taehyung's refusal, attempting to halt his departure as he exited the vehicle. Inquiring into the reason for his rejection, Jung reiterated her promises, perplexed by Taehyung's refusal. Taehyung's discomfort grew, feeling irritated by Jung's persistence and insinuations regarding other guild offers. Taehyung offered no specific reason for his refusal, further complicating the situation. Adding that he hadn't received offers from other guilds, Taehyung challenged the woman's assertion of the Vagabond Guild's uniqueness. Dismissing the entire ordeal as nonsense, Taehyung expressed his disinterest openly, unabashed by his lack of enthusiasm. Jung was astonished by Taehyung's tactful yet cold rejection, rendered speechless by his demeanor. Seeking an end to the conversation, Taehyung requested to leave, turning his back on Jung and descending the stairs. Confident in his decision, Taehyung felt no discomfort, convinced he had handled the situation appropriately without causing offense. However, Jung harbored different intentions, unwilling to let the matter rest and determined to exert pressure on Taehyung. Approaching Taehyung swiftly, Jung seized his face firmly with her right hand, holding him in a tight grip. Bewildered, Taehyung turned to face Jung, silently questioning the reason for her sudden aggression. Enraged by Taehyung's refusal, Jung locked eyes with him, demanding an explanation for his actions. Radiating with energy, Jung interrogated Taehyung, questioning why he had come so far only to reject the guild. Jung decided not to prolong the confrontation, forgiving Taehyung despite her frustration. However, her forgiveness came with a lingering touch as Jung cupped Taehyung's face, tracing his cheek with her index finger. The intervention of Jung's assistant interrupted the exchange, expressing concern over Taehyung's ongoing testing and advising him to consider joining the guild to avoid further conflict. Echoing Jung's sentiment, the assistant urged Taehyung not to provoke her, suggesting that joining the guild was an inevitable step. Unwavering, Taehyung refused to temper his sharp tongue, suggesting that stubbornness may run in their family. With a mischievous smile, he turned to the woman, addressing her as Lim's elder sister, Iron. Jung was utterly shocked by Taehyung's revelation, unable to fathom how he obtained such knowledge. Taehyung asserted his familiarity with Jung, hinting at knowledge beyond her public persona, including details about her assumed identity. Jung remained in disbelief, grappling with the revelation of her true name uttered by an unexpected source. Enraged anew by Taehyung's sharp retorts, Jung sought to reprimand him for his audacious conversation. Despite the tension, the evening city held an allure, its monotonous architecture illuminated by the fading light. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the city, accompanied by a brilliant burst of light that pierced the night sky. The spectacle was orchestrated by Jung, driven to action by Taehyung's insolence, determined to teach him a lesson. Her assistant, alarmed and apprehensive, sensed the impending repercussions of their confrontation. Lim Yoon, the true identity of the Vagrant Guild's leader, had a complex history as the illegitimate daughter groomed for inheritance by the CEO of Yuksand Group. However, her status changed with the arrival of another daughter, relegating Lim Yoon to exile within her own family. Only a select few knew this information, including Taehyung, who now found himself in danger due to his bold revelations. Gripping Taehyung by the neck, Young demanded an explanation for his daring statements uttered in her presence. Taehyung retorted that Young instigated the confrontation, showcasing his sharp tongue once more, much to her annoyance. Taehyung resolved to demonstrate his strength to Young, employing a resistance technique that proved effective. Counterattacking with the spirit of the King of Knights, Taehyung successfully repelled Young's advances, sending her staggering backward. Young was left incredulous by Taehyung's sudden display of immense strength, unable to comprehend its source. Not only did Taehyung withstand the skill of a seasoned player, but he also managed to effortlessly strike back at the guild's leader. Feeling the danger had passed, Taehyung ceased his energy cover to conserve mana, fixing his opponent with a steady gaze. Young, despite her status, began to feel a sense of unease, reassessing the situation in light of Taehyung's capabilities. Confidently ascending the stairs, Taehyung approached Jung, his footsteps echoing with purpose. Coming face to face with his adversary, Taehyung leaned against the wall, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Jung. Politely but firmly, Taehyung cautioned Jung against crossing boundaries again, addressing her as Mrs. Iron. Although enraged, Jung refrained from further action, wary of engaging with Taehyung after his display of strength. Jung's assistant, taken aback by Taehyung's words, struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Near the Colosseum, crowds gathered for the third qualifying round, eager to witness the upcoming fights. The Colosseum, reminiscent of ancient Rome, provided the perfect backdrop for the tournament, accommodating a large audience. The event's presenter announced that the fights of the third qualifying round would be open to all spectators, eliciting excitement from the crowd. Tuk and Pak Sangin observed the proceedings, anticipating Taehyung's potential to impress once again. Jung attended the event incognito, blending in with the crowd as an ordinary spectator, munching on popcorn discreetly. Concerned for their nephew's safety amidst the intense battles, Jung's aunt and uncle also joined the audience. Seeking to reassure them, Jung assured her family that there was no need to worry about their nephew, as he was undoubtedly the strongest contender. Hwang Jin proudly considered himself the president of Kim Taehyung's fan club, a title held by only one member but with unwavering dedication. While Jin regaled his parents with tales of his cousin's prowess, a bespectacled girl nearby fretted with concern. This girl was none other than journalist Kim Ji-chi, determined to uncover the true sensation within the Colosseum. Kim Ji-chi's previous interviews had gone unrecognized due to Taehyung's low rank, leading her to apologize and blush profusely before her editor-in-chief. Fearing unemployment, Ji-chi believed Taehyung had departed long ago, compelling her to seek another interview subject. Wiping away tears, Ji-chi overheard nearby chatter about a peculiar atmosphere engulfing the arena. Peering around, Ji-chi couldn't discern the source of the unusual ambiance until she noticed fighters congregating around a single figure. Realizing she had never witnessed such a spectacle, Ji-chi pondered the implications, considering various scenarios. Veterans and awakened individuals with high ranks, including Lee Gilson, gathered together, forming a united front. Participants who had reached the third round of selection joined in a solemn circle, their expressions grave. All eyes were fixed on one young man standing at the circle's center, hands casually tucked in his pockets. Ji-chi marveled at the collective effort to challenge this enigmatic figure, perplexed by his perceived strength. Observing the young man's face closely from a distance, the girl found it strangely familiar, sending shockwaves through her. Unfazed by his precarious position, the fighter at the center of the circle maintained a satisfied smile, showing no intention of backing down. The event host instructed the audience to remain seated and assured them not to fret over what they were about to witness, signaling the commencement of the testing. Unmistakably, the figure in the center was Taehyung. Now upgraded to a B rank, he was regarded with caution for his newfound power. With the start of the third qualifying round, fighters unleashed a barrage of attacks, wielding their weapons with precision. Some participants, armed with fiery or explosive techniques, took to the skies, raining down flames upon the central figure. The battlefield crackled with ceaseless energy, constantly shifting and replenishing amidst the onslaught. Every eye remained fixed on the central figure, each fighter wholly committed to overcoming the formidable challenge before them. Mindful of Taehyung's previous victories, participants sought to eliminate him swiftly, fearing the devastating consequences of his potential retaliation. The prospect of facing Taehyung head-on struck terror into the hearts of the fighters, knowing he could decimate them with a single devastating blow. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung swiftly maneuvered out of the energy onslaught, surprising his adversaries with his agility. The participants stood in disbelief at Taehyung's unexpected evasion, their apprehension evident as they observed his next move. A sinister grin adorned Taehyung's face as he decided to employ his stone skin technique against his adversaries. With precision, Taehyung delivered a powerful punch, swiftly subduing the first opponent to cross his path, pinning him to the ground. The next participant felt the force of Taehyung's blow in his torso, eliciting a pained scream from the impact. Another adversary received a direct hit to the face, sending teeth flying and blood spattering onto the ground in a gruesome display of Taehyung's prowess. The audience sat in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to react to the display of power unfolding before them. Taehyung effortlessly continued to overpower his opponents, showing no signs of discomfort or struggle. Other participants found themselves helpless against Taehyung's strength, regretting their decision to challenge him as they were swiftly defeated. To Taehyung, the battle felt akin to a routine training session, reminiscent of his triumph in conquering the apocalypse. Suddenly, Taehyung's attention was drawn to something emerging from the ground, a strange green glow amidst cracking earth. In an instant, tendrils of radiation burst forth, created to ensnare Taehyung, catching him off guard. Surprisingly, one participant succeeded in restraining Taehyung with the vines, preventing him from using his techniques. Unfazed, Taehyung commended the opponent who employed the tactic, maintaining his composure despite the setback. The user of the vines warned Taehyung of dire consequences for his oversight in battle. It was the ranking genius, Lee Gilson, who asserted his dominance, vowing to emerge victorious in the third round. However, Taehyung had other plans. Utilizing his hunting skills, he swiftly broke free from the vines and launched a counterattack, subduing his opponent. Lee Gilson was left dumbfounded by Taehyung's swift response, unprepared for his adversary's resilience. Taehyung demonstrated his prowess once again, warning his defeated opponent to choose his words more carefully in the future. Recognizing the threat Taehyung posed, the other participants strategized to overwhelm him with constant attacks from multiple angles, aiming to wear him down through defense and exhaustion. However, the pace of the participants lagged far behind that of their adversaries. Swiftly, he identified the next challengers and gestured towards them. His resolve was unwavering as he sought to put his untested technique to the ultimate trial, channeling the fortitude akin to that of a knightly monarch. Charging into battle against their foes, the contenders of the third selection exhibited solemn determination, despite harboring apprehension towards the opposing force. Their fears were not unfounded, as they found themselves unable to even approach the enemy by a mere couple of meters before encountering the unfamiliar contraptions. One of the participants stood stupefied, feeling the overwhelming might of the apparatus. His eyes widened in disbelief as perspiration trickled down his face. Taehyung unleashed his formidable power in a terrifying display, immobilizing his adversaries with the sheer force of energy emanating from him. The opponents were utterly powerless, as the technique wielded an immense destructive force that rendered them motionless. The essence of the King of Knights manifested itself in a spectral spectacle, as participants beheld the eerie energy materialize into skeletal forms before them. They lay prone under the weight of this energy onslaught, utterly unprepared for such a trial. Jean and her parents observed in sheer astonishment, unaware of their relatives' possession of such formidable prowess. Go was equally taken aback, while Park sang Jean watched with a sinister satisfaction. Journalist Kim Gitu found herself bewildered by the revelation of the true power held by a seemingly low-ranking youth. Taehyung continued to assert his dominance on the battlefield, his spirit imbued with the power of kings. Eung remained composed amidst the spectacle, calmly munching on her popcorn without betraying any emotion. At one point, a woman reacted to the spectacle, dubbing the young man a psycho for employing such a technique in the heart of the action. The aftermath of Tae-hyun's encounter left the battlefield resembling an apocalyptic scene, with the smoke screen yet to dissipate entirely. Tae-hyun finally released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding after the skirmish. The battlefield was strewn with the defeated forms of his adversaries. For the young man, it marked an unequivocal triumph. Yet amidst the aftermath, he sensed another presence nearby. Just the mention of her brought a smile to his lips. He gazed straight ahead, spotting a figure emerging from the dissipating smoke. Slowly, the girl approached Tae-hyun. It was Imi, already injured from the fight and clutching her wounded hand, yet resolute to press on. Tae-hyun inquired about her intentions, assuring her that surrender would not offend him in the slightest. Imi, however, sensed an advantage on the young man's side. Though various thoughts raced through her mind, conceding defeat was not among them. Tae-hyun persisted in provoking Imi, reminding her of their previous encounter in the initial round. These words stirred a mix of emotions in Imi, anger swelling within her as she resolved to take control. Imi began emitting a tremendous surge of energy, swiftly enveloping herself in an icy cocoon. Before Tae-hyun could fully grasp the situation, the ice blocks formed rapidly, spreading across the battlefield. An ice sphere materialized, reminiscent of their first encounter, ensnaring their opponents within. Team, unfazed by the tactic's familiarity, remarked that anyone could devise something new for their rematch. Imi silenced Tae-hyun's taunts, focusing on forming the ice staff in her hands. She vowed to dispatch her opponent swiftly, determined not to repeat the mistakes of their initial bout. Kim observed with delight as his old friend displayed such resolve, though he couldn't resist needling her with his usual array of impertinent questions. The confrontation between the adversaries concluded as abruptly as it had commenced within the confines of the ice sphere. The final breaths of wind whispered through. With the battle concluded, the shattered remnants of the iron staff lay discarded on the ground, broken in two. Gradually, the dissipating smoke screen revealed the aftermath. Amidst the vast expanse of snow, M's vibrant hair was discernible, gradually shifting as she stirred within the icy enclosure. Passing by Tae-hyun, who remained steadfast in his position, the girl slowly bowed in deference. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon M as she sank to the ground, unable to withstand the might of her stronger opponent. Overwhelmed and depleted of energy, she succumbed to unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground, devoid of vitality. Tae-hyun, too, felt the exertion of the battle, a sheen of sweat adorning his brow. Removing his mask, he expressed no surprise at the outcome. Acknowledging M as his most formidable opponent in the tournament, he noted her defeat despite her strength. As the ice ball dissipated, the audience witnessed the victor of the final battle, marking the culmination of the third qualifying round. Tae-hyun emerged as the sole victor of the third selection, earning accolades and a prize for securing first place in the qualifiers. Presented with a knife and a figurine, he received personal congratulations from a representative of the Che Association, Jim Fee, who disclosed Tae-hyun's new C ranking. The representative expressed little surprise at Tae-hyun's victory, particularly after his triumph over the apocalypse. Tae-hyun remained modest in the face of his accolades, attributing his success to luck in that moment. Cho-jin expressed profound satisfaction with Tae-hyun's prowess, marveling at the treasures he had acquired. Following a brief interval, the association representative addressed Tae-hyun once more, prompting his attentive focus. Cho-jin surprised Tae-hyun with an unexpected proposal to join the newly formed South Korea Players Association. Tae-hyun found himself speechless upon receiving the proposition, bewildered as to why he was summoned to the office in the first place. Uncertain how to respond to the offer of employment, Tae-hyun remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Chang Envy, after expressing his interest in Tae-hyun, awaited a response, his gaze fixed intently on the young man. Tae-hyun found himself slightly unsettled by the statue presented to him by the new South Korea Players Association. Within days, the once-regarded underdog ascended to the ranks of a ranked player, triumphing over formidable opponents in the qualifying rounds. Furthermore, he received offers not only from a prominent guild leader, but also from the strongest player affiliated with the new South Korean association. Chinwei's silent scrutiny filled Taehyung with pride, knowing his prowess had garnered recognition from one of the world's best players. Yet Taehyung grappled with indecision, his mind consumed by chaos as he struggled to navigate the weight of the situation. The decision weighed heavily on him, more daunting than rejecting offers from guilds. He reached for his tea, seeking solace in its warmth. Finally mustering his resolve, Taehyung declined the offer, citing his reluctance to align with any of the major guilds or players' associations. Jin was taken aback by the response, prompting Taehyung to clarify that his decision lacked a specific rationale. Sipping his tea, Taehyung explained that he preferred to operate independently, believing he could contribute more effectively on his own. This declaration caught Jianwei off guard, as refusals to join the association were rare occurrences. An enigmatic smile played across Jianwei's lips, his emotions swirling beyond comprehension as he processed Taehyung's response. His emotions swirling, Jianwei couldn't help but smile, finding Taehyung's decision refreshing in its uniqueness. Jimmy's laughter reverberated loudly throughout the hall, though it seemed more akin to hysterics stemming from psychological distress. Taehyung remained composed in his seat, calmly sipping his tea. He exuded confidence, returning the man's smile with his own. Jin slowly settled back into his chair, acknowledging Taehyung's choice of a path characterized by self-assurance, opting out of association membership. Intrigued by the promise of a new proposal, Taehyung set his tea aside, attentive to Jin's words. Jin's sinister smile lingered as he regarded Taehyung, hoping the young man wouldn't resist his forthcoming offer. A representative from the association extended an invitation for the selection winner to participate in the upcoming Asian friendlies. Following these developments, Taehyung ventured into the dungeon to confront the monsters, recognizing it as a necessary step. Within days, Taehyung acclimated to the monster-infested territory, dispatching them effortlessly with one hand. With the monsters vanquished through his hunting techniques, Taehyung finally took a moment to catch his breath and survey his surroundings. Having cleared yet another dungeon, a portal materialized before him, offering a return to the world of ordinary people. Thoughts of the Asian friendlies lingered in Taehyung's mind, leaving him indecisive about his next course of action. The Asian friendlies, held among Asian nations, held considerable prestige on the continent. Each country selected 5 representatives from guilds or association members to partake in the hunt for monsters and thieves. To earn the title of representative, individuals had to demonstrate their prowess in hunting down these threats, accruing valor points for their efforts. Taehyung recalled Jin's encouragement for him to participate in these games to advance to the next level, realizing that it wouldn't be a straightforward endeavor. Recently elevated to the status of a C-rank player, Taehyung realized he needed to expedite his progress by hunting down stronger monsters and thieves. Despite his efforts, he found himself unable to achieve significant results in accumulating valor points, despite clearing all known dungeon associations within the month. As time pressed on, Taehyung entertained a daring idea, recognizing it as his only viable option despite its inherent danger. With resolve, Taehyung began to step into the portal, knowing that someday he would have to confront the challenges he envisioned. Test groups congregated quietly on the city outskirts, unsettling the birds with their presence. Within the building, restlessness brewed, evidenced by a glass of whiskey carelessly tumbling to the ground, its contents spilling across the floor. The president of Tencent Group, consumed by agitation, lashed out, seizing one of his subordinates by the throat. Sol Hondo, working as a bodyguard for Li Chang Gza, intervened, urging the president to spare the unfortunate individual. Li Chang-su remained inconsolable as long as his son languished in the hospital and the perpetrator, a prominent rank player, remained at large. Tarzan's agitation escalated, resulting in him hurling his subordinate to the ground with unchecked force. Sol Hondo bore the brunt of his boss's wrath, crashing to the ground with a resounding impact. Abruptly, a secretary interrupted, informing the president of guests from the Thieves' Guild seeking an audience. Lee Chun-soo's anger flared at the sight of these guests, who had failed to deliver on their promises despite accepting payment for eliminating a nuisance. Charging himself with energy, he prepared to confront the guests, only to be halted by an unsettling presence. The space around his secretary warped, as if being drawn into another dimension, prompting a sense of unease. Emerging from the portal, a man apologized for the situation involving the president's son, urging him to remain calm. He defended this by emphasizing that Tenzin still viewed this individual as the ultimate objective. Lee Chun-soo was astounded and apprehensive at the sight of such an unexpected guest. Wearing a respirator over his face, this individual greeted others warmly, identifying himself as the deputy head of the Thieves' Guild. Emitting eerie red energy streams, he presented himself as Shadow, withholding his true rank from those around him. Meanwhile, a portal manifested at the far end of the city, distinct from those typically used by members of the Thieves' Guild. Emerging from this portal was a young man, finally returning to the real world to seek respite. No sooner had the boy stepped out of the portal than he was greeted with exuberant welcomes, leaving Taehyung puzzled by the sudden attention. Standing before him was a man holding a tablet with inscriptions, stationed at the central gate. Announcing his intention to escort the young player to the auction, the man revealed himself as a member of the Alchemist Guild. Introducing himself as Pak Gun, he displayed peculiar behavior, seemingly overwhelmed by the presence of the young man, expressing deep reverence upon meeting him. Park Janine, behaving oddly, professed himself a fan of the young man and requested an autograph, making the atmosphere uncomfortably tense. They were scheduled to attend the auction at Asia's premier venue, East Point, renowned for its substantial financial stakes. As the largest auction in all of Asia, individuals from various regions flocked here in search of prized acquisitions. This auction uniquely showcased enormous lots that captivated the eye, albeit at considerable expense. Offering automatic translation services for spoken languages, East Point boasted numerous advantages over its counterparts. Fulfilling the man's request, Taehyung autographed his forehead, emphasizing the auction's foremost advantage, its robust security measures. Guards like Pak Genin played pivotal roles in the auction, boasting exceptional skills in portal control. Park Genin elucidated how the ever-shifting war points drastically minimized the chances of unauthorized entry into the auction. Taehyung wholeheartedly concurred with his bodyguard's assessment, acknowledging the auction's formidable security measures. However, despite the impressive defense mechanisms, Taehyung couldn't shake off a sense of unease, recognizing a potential vulnerability that even robust protection couldn't entirely mitigate. Taehyung's concerns centered on C-rank terrorist thieves, whom he believed could infiltrate the auction undetected, posing a significant threat. The auction commenced with attendees gathering, and bidding began under the host's welcoming address. The host presented the highly anticipated lot of the month, the Phoenix Elixir, displayed under protective glass. As the presenter extolled its virtues, Taehyung found his attention wandering, preoccupied with thoughts of potential terrorist attacks. His mind consumed by this looming threat, Taehyung awaited the arrival of terrorist adversaries and contemplated his response. Despite his gaze fixed on the host, Taehyung couldn't shake thoughts of the elusive thieves, hindered by his lack of information about them. Before Taehyung's return, news outlets reported significant damage inflicted upon East Point, attributing the attack to the notorious terrorist Niranjan Iru. Taehyung's quest for accountability regarding the terrorist attack was momentarily interrupted by Genin, who presented his boss with an ice cream. Politely declining the offer, Taehyung redirected his inquiry to the local head of security. Confusion etched Pak Genin's expression as he grappled with Taehyung's unexpected query, unsure how to respond to his boss's inquiry. Pak Genin reluctantly admitted his reluctance to discuss the security chief's presence at the auction, indicating a discomforting presence amidst the event's proceedings. Park Genin revealed himself as the 12th-ranked player in the New South Korea, also claiming the distinction of being the youngest among all C ranks. Observers were astonished by the sight of such a grand motorcade. Han was constantly surrounded by a sizable entourage. This young man seemed to command attention wherever he went, leading the convoy with confidence as he approached Taehyung, accompanied by Pak Gun. Expressing his pleasure at the visit of the renowned young player from North Korea, Misaki R.I., the young man introduced himself. He held the dual roles of head of security at East Point and a C-rank player from Japan, known by the ominous nickname the Devil. Taehyung turned to his bodyguard Pak Genin for the newcomer's identity, but Genin was momentarily speechless, stunned by the encounter. Regaining his composure, Genin urged caution to his young charge. Genin recounted to Taehyung how Ray earned his moniker the Devil by betraying his brothers for personal gain, cautioning him about the newcomer's reputation. Ray, or Saki Ray, expressed admiration for the young prodigy from the New South Korea Association and extended his hand in greeting. Taehyung hesitated at the gesture, pondering Ganin's advice, but eventually reciprocated to show respect and avoid offense. From the security head's initial movement, Taehyung noted his left-handedness, finding it peculiar. Deciding to extend his hand in return, Taehyung sought to maintain civility and avoid confrontation. As their hands met, an unusual energy phenomenon ensued, catching Taehyung off guard. Taehyung experienced a surge of discomfort as an electric current coursed through his body, intensifying with each passing moment. Desperate to counteract the effects, Taehyung summoned his own energy in response. Saki R.I.'s unexpected technique proved formidable, leaving Taehyung grappling with increasing pain. With a sinister laugh, Saki R.I. revealed himself as a cunning and dangerous adversary. With a sneer in his voice, Saki Ray questioned whether Taehyung's team had truly fallen for such a simple trap, challenging Taehyung's rank. Unwilling to tolerate the taunts, Taehyung resolved to retaliate and dispel Ray's arrogance. However, Taehyung's intentions were halted by the sudden clamor around him, alarming him and freezing his actions. Observing people clutching their throats and struggling to breathe, Taehyung realized the repercussions of his technique on innocent bystanders. Recognizing the inability to counterattack without endangering the surrounding crowd, Taehyung's hands were tied. Just as suddenly, Saki Ray ceased his technique, revealing it to be a jest, leaving Taehyung bewildered by the abrupt change. Withdrawing his hand, the security head admitted that the technique might have been too forceful for the impertinent challenger. Following his jest, Ray embraced Taehyung as if they were old friends, a gesture that struck Taehyung as peculiar. Whispering disdainfully, the Japanese player admitted his inability to fulfill the duties of a bodyguard despite his rank. Unsettled by the encounter, Taehyung received a warning from Ray to refrain from provoking further trouble. Saki Ray concluded the exchange casually, behaving as if he were in his own domain, releasing Taehyung from their interaction. The head of East Point Security Service bid farewell to his guests, his sneer persisting as he wished them a successful auction. Hakkinen, noticing Taehyung's discomfort, observed as Taehyung tended to his injured left arm, a reminder of the clash with Ray. Taehyung watched his potential adversary intently, realizing that defeating him would be more challenging than anticipated. As dawn broke over New South Korea, a towering building with countless floors stood prominently, marking the beginning of a new day. Within the building stood a group resembling a formidable crime-fighting squad, gathered beneath a lantern's glow. Observing their unexpected visitors, the squad members puzzled over their identities and how they had infiltrated unnoticed. The squad leader dismissed inquiries about their identities, focusing instead on the presence of the teleportation gate control office on their side. Determined to confront the intruders alone, the leader ordered his team to provide cover, citing his status as the sole A-rank player among them. However, the leader's optimism quickly faded as they were swiftly defeated within minutes, facing overwhelming odds. Even the A-rank warrior proved helpless against the enemy's advanced equipment, succumbing to a purple energy monster's grasp. The perpetrator behind the assault was revealed to be a lone A-rank thief named Narendra Nehru, whose age belied his skill and prowess. Nehru's minions stood by, observing the confrontation without intervention, informing their master of developments at the auction house. Nehru learned of Kim Taehyung's arrival, a ranked player from New South Korea, prompting consideration of their next course of action. Contemplating his options, Nehru cautioned against rash decisions, preferring a deliberate approach. Asserting his superiority over Tae-hyung, Nehru spoke with measured confidence, his words commanding the attention of his wards. Nehru's wards listened intently, understanding the gravity of their master's words, anticipating divine retribution for their actions. Situated on an undisclosed island surrounded by water, the two-story building served as their base of operations. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from a nearby high-rise, its force causing ripples across the water. Despite the disturbance, the auction continued in neighboring buildings, with only a few participants remaining in the final stages of the bidding war. Despite the anticipation, no one emerged victorious in claiming the main prize. Panic swept through the building as the shockwave from the neighboring explosion reached them. Initially serene, the corridors buzzed with activity as guests sipped cocktails and engaged in conversation, unaware of the impending chaos. The terrorist attack shattered the tranquility, engulfing the lives of those present as fire consumed the rooms, leaving them helpless. The explosion, disproportionate to the building's size, reverberated with a terrifying force, instilling fear in everyone present. Within moments, explosions echoed across both skyscrapers' territories, signaling a widespread threat as the entire area became a minefield. Park Geun-hye sprang into action, fiercely protective of his young charge, shouting above the chaos to guide him through the smoke-filled corridors. Amidst the haze, Tae-hyung emerged, urged by his guard to evacuate immediately. Shocked by the scale of the attack, Tae-hyung grappled with the realization that the entire building had been rigged with explosives. As people scrambled to flee, Tae-hyung pondered when the thieves had managed to plant the bombs, lost in thought amidst the chaos. Amidst the chaos, the sound of human screams pierced the air, signaling the terrorists' presence within the building. A man in a suit attempted to evade a terrorist, who had already seized a hostage, his gunfire striking fear into the hearts of those present. The terrorist issued demands, threatening fatal consequences unless the hostages complied, their lives hanging in the balance. Just as he threatened, the terrorist abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing the imminent danger too late as his head was severed from his body. Tae-hyung intervened, swiftly dispatching the terrorist with a newfound weapon, saving innocent lives from further harm. In a decisive move, Tae-hyung's swift action protected the innocent, severing the terrorist's head with precision. Concerned for Tae-hyung's safety, Park Geun-hye urged him to retreat from the escalating battle, his worry evident as chaos reigned around them. Despite Park Geun-hye's concerns, Tae-hyung had his own agenda. He instructed his bodyguard to alert the association of the terrorist attack and call for reinforcements while he set off on his own mission. Determined to apprehend those responsible, Tae-hyung now possessed a rare talisman bestowed upon him by Jin V. A weary group of armed soldiers stood guard, resolute in their duty despite their exhaustion, refusing to yield ground. Ahead, no ranger wards barred their path. They aimed to retrieve a crucial item as requested by their leader. The squad leader emphasized their singular objective: to obtain the auctioned artifact without further conflict. When the guards refused to relinquish the artifact, the band of thieves' leader issued a deadly command, igniting a brutal confrontation. A bloody battle ensued as the thieves ruthlessly attacked, leaving a trail of death in their wake. Outmatched and outnumbered, the guards succumbed to the thieves' superior weaponry, casualties mounting with each passing moment. Overwhelmed by the thieves' onslaught, the security forces fell one by one, their bodies lying lifeless on the ground. Despite their victory, the band of thieves' leader found access to the artifact elusive, reaching into the box in frustration. Despite the challenges, the thieves succeeded in securing the valuable artifact, recognizing its immense worth. The Phoenix Elixir held unparalleled rarity, offering the permanent enhancement of stamina and mana by 20 points, a power coveted by many. Understanding the significance of the artifact, the thief comprehended why Narendra Nehru had risked everything to obtain it, sensing its potent energy. Contemplating the elixir's power, the squad leader considered indulging in its benefits, preparing to partake. However, their plans were abruptly interrupted by another powerful explosion within the building, halting their progress and throwing them off balance. Amidst the chaos of battle, a fallen comrade lay dead on the battlefield, a victim of the violence that had erupted. The squad leader, Dick, gazed down at the lifeless body of one of his own wards, struggling to comprehend the sudden loss. Wards turned to Dick, alerting him to an imminent threat ahead, their faces etched with concern. Recognizing the need to prepare for unseen dangers, the thieves braced themselves for the looming threat, though their adversary remained invisible. Suddenly, a fighter standing near the smokescreen received a devastating blow, incapacitated before they could react. As the sinister squad dwindled in numbers, Dongua positioned himself behind his remaining wards, ready to defend. In a matter of seconds, 2 more thieves fell to unexpected strikes, their demise swift and bewildering. Realizing the nature of their opponent's skill, the thieves understood they were facing a stealthy adversary. Even Dick, the leader of the band of thieves, fell victim to the stealthy attacker, a sword piercing his body. With a cry of pain, Dick's mask fell apart, blood staining his face as he grappled with mortal danger. Desperate to turn the tide, Dick raised his hand, summoning his own skill to defend himself. With a swift motion, Dick unleashed his technique, golden shackles spreading rapidly across the room. The chains enveloped the battlefield, ensnaring even the fallen, a strategic move to trap the unseen enemy. Dick's chains, both sturdy and agile, filled the space, their movements imperceptible to the naked eye. Through his skillful maneuvering, Dick succeeded in capturing the stealthy enemy, turning the tide of battle in his favor. With confidence, Dick informed the enemy that their concealment had failed, sealing their fate. Satisfied with his counterattack, Dick pressed his hand against the wound, instructing the enemy to prepare for their demise. The unknown adversary expressed admiration for Dick's ability to predict their stealthy movements, acknowledging the skill involved. However, Tae-hyung had no intention of accepting death. Instead, he aimed to acquire the enemy's skill for his own purposes. The battle claimed many lives, catching the imprudent off guard and exacting a heavy toll. Numerous innocent civilians were taken captive, bound tightly and held under guard by monstrous beings with hungry eyes. As the hostages awaited their fate, monsters lurked nearby, hunger evident in their menacing gazes. In the teleportation gate control room, the hostages were surrounded by monsters, their fate hanging in the balance. Narendra Maru, overseeing the situation, expressed satisfaction with the outcome, deeming it simple for him. Looking down upon his captives, Maru demanded their submission before his perceived deity. Maru's plans were momentarily interrupted, as one of his wards brought news of a signal from the Dex group, tasked with retrieving the Phoenix elixir. Holding a walkie-talkie, the ward relayed the update, indicating the group's struggles in acquiring the elixir. Maru's spirits lifted upon hearing of the Dex group's difficulties, anticipating obstacles in their mission. Bringing the walkie-talkie closer, the woman tuned into the communication, the device emitting a faint hiss before connecting to the desired frequency. Suddenly, a voice broke through the static, addressing the main bandit and startling everyone present with its unexpectedness. Narendra Maru never experienced the sensation of being contacted via walkie-talkie, and the sound of a voice on the phone did not elicit much joy from him. Inquisitive about the caller's identity, he queried the voice on the other end, which belonged to Tae-hyung, emanating confidence. Employing his hunting prowess, he managed to subdue Dyke, leaving the leader of the band of thieves incapacitated for battle. Tae-hyung conveyed to the master thief that he currently possessed the artifact required, asserting his possession of it. Declaring his unwillingness to surrender the artifact without a personal meeting, Tae-hyung summoned the thief to rendezvous for its exchange. Narendra Nehru found himself astounded by this unexpected summons, never imagining he'd be coerced by a mere youth. Tae-hyung swiftly dispatched all surrounding robbers, leaving their lifeless bodies strewn about. Determining that the thieves could afford to wait for their elixir, Tae-hyung indulged in a sip, confident they wouldn't object. Instantly invigorated by the elixir, Tae-hyung felt a surge in both his stamina and demeanor. Despite multiple dungeon expeditions yielding no character enhancements, a few sips of the elixir proved efficacious. With the elixir secured, Tae-hyung no longer fretted about it falling into terrorist hands, sensing an approaching presence behind him. Guests entered the building corridor, moving leisurely and at ease. Led by Saki RI, a squad of security forces approached, exuding confidence in their abilities as they assessed the scene. Surveying the room ahead, the head of security observed numerous corpses strewn about. The security team commenced examination, one member concluding there were no survivors among the corpses. Despite conflicting readings, the unmistakable danger signal necessitated the guests' swift departure. With a chuckle, Saki RI amused himself at the expense of his bewildered subordinates, whose commander's laughter left them perplexed. Instructing his team to focus ahead, the young man urged them to witness his capabilities firsthand. Amidst the confrontation, Taehyung confronted Taehyung, urging him to abandon his concealment, as his technique was transparent. Recognizing the challenge, Taehyung acknowledged the futility of hiding from such a formidable adversary and dispelled his stealth. Reflecting on the revelation, the young man pondered the imperfection of his once assumed flawless skills. Ray and Taehyung locked eyes once more, sharing a moment of silent contemplation. Initiating dialogue, RI queried the high-ranking player's solitary presence, prompting Taehyung's response regarding the perceived terrorist threat. Taehyung swiftly retorted, questioning the security chief's priorities amid the crisis. RI's laughter echoed in response, dismissing the urgency of the situation as he pursued his own agenda. The team, unsettled by RI's cavalier response, began to harbor suspicions of his motives. Retrieving the artifact from his pocket, the young man voiced his suspicions, implicating RI and his squad in treachery. Asserting his ability to neutralize any planted explosives, the young man accused RI of orchestrating the threat. Noting the terrorists' assault from the west, the young man emphasized the necessity of permission to breach their defenses. Drawing conclusions, Taehyung deduced the presence of an enemy spy within the security ranks, with evidence pointing to RI. Accusing RI of treason, the young man was met once more with mocking laughter, further fueling suspicions of betrayal. Bowing his head, he braced himself for a potential confrontation, reiterating his warning to steer clear of his affairs. The security chief rose abruptly from his seat, his actions instinctual, almost unnoticed by himself. Brandishing his gift knife, the young man readied himself for defense, anticipating the enemy's next move. Taehyung skillfully anticipated the opponent's sword strike, swiftly blocking it just before it found its mark. RI's sole desire was for his adversary to relinquish the artifact, refusing to depart without it. Understanding the stakes, both young men engaged in a game of wits, with Taehyung daring his opponent to take the artifact by force. Observing the standoff, the other security personnel opted not to intervene, choosing to spectate the unfolding events. Red energy surged, coating the corridor walls as Taehyung engaged in a fierce battle against his formidable adversary. The intensity of their clash threatened to rupture the walls, pushing Taehyung to his limits against such a formidable foe. The container once holding the unique Phoenix elixir levitated, its absence noted by keen observers. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the security service refrained from intervening in the duel between C-ranked players. Acknowledging their leader's formidable reputation, one member cautioned against crossing him, fearing dire consequences. Taehyung found himself retreating, outmatched in strength and relying on his dagger to fend off relentless attacks. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, the young man braced himself for the grueling battle ahead. Unlike Taehyung, RI possessed enhanced predictive abilities, anticipating strikes beyond mere auditory cues and energy auras. He skillfully bypassed his opponent, ensuring Taehyung remained unaware of RI's presence. With a powerful swing of his sword, he struck the target precisely, rendering the enemy immobilized. Recognizing his precarious situation, Taehyung knew he had to act swiftly to defend against the incoming blade. Yet, at the critical moment, it was already too late. Taehyung's partial protection of his body with stone skin proved futile. Despite his efforts, a severe wound emerged on the young man's left shoulder, causing blood to gush out profusely. Both combatants employed stealth techniques, but a vast disparity in strength and proficiency was evident. Taehyung reluctantly retreated once more, while security personnel observed one fighter soaring above them. Faced with his predicament, Taehyung opted for the hunting technique, executing it flawlessly. Harnessing the influence of those who adhered to his words, he left his opponents bewildered by his actions. Simultaneously, Taehyung amalgamated stone skin with his techniques, fortifying his hands with stones. Employing the Night Spirit technique, he subdued opposition from lower-ranked adversaries with ease. Despite their advanced equipment, security personnel found themselves helpless, relying on sheer luck. Taehyung's treatment of his adversaries was ruthlessly efficient, devoid of any mercy. Having dispatched the weaker foes, Taehyung refocused on his primary objective, scanning the area diligently. Initially unnoticed, he suddenly heard the enemy's voice emanating from above, prompting him to look up. It was Misaki R.I. perched on the ceiling, asserting his superiority over Taehyung's skills. Utilizing his advanced stealth abilities, R.I. launched a powerful surprise attack on the enemy, catching them off guard. Taehyung struggled to keep pace with R.I.'s swift movements, managing only to bring his hands up in a feeble attempt to defend against the onslaught. Below, supporters of the Malevolent Guild patrolled the controlled area of the building. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind them as Ray delivered a devastating blow to the floor, assisted by Taehyung. The impact was immense, tearing through multiple floors with the force of an energy arrow. Eventually, they crashed onto a lower floor amidst a cloud of dust and debris. R.I. successfully executed his attack, pinning the enemy down. In the past, they wouldn't have stood a chance, but now Saki R.I.'s dominance was evident. Shocked, the enemy realized their efforts were futile against R.I.'s prowess. Taehyung employed a technique he acquired from a previous adversary, using iron chains to halt the enemy's sword. Satisfied with the effectiveness of his new technique, Taehyung asserted his superiority, confident his opponent couldn't defeat him. The head of security realized the enemy had circumvented their previous detection methods. Adjusting their strategy, they aimed to draw the opponent beyond the range of their skill and immobilize them, forcing R.I. to retreat. Undeterred, Taehyung pursued the retreating enemy, launching an attack and commanding them to halt. Reluctantly, R.I. complied, finding themselves ensnared by chains from all directions. Frustrated and overwhelmed by his opponent's strength, Izaguirre lashed out in anger, hurling insults in a futile display of hopelessness. The iron chains constricted R.I.'s body, gradually tightening with each passing moment. Taehyung relished his dominance in the fight, a smile playing on his lips as he ensnared his adversary. Eventually, R.I.'s body succumbed to the relentless pressure of the chains, his internal organs crushed as he coughed up blood. Despite the devastation wrought by Saki's final attack, the corridor stretched several floors below, underscoring his inability to emerge victorious. Emerging from the water almost dry, Taehyung successfully apprehended all those involved in the terrorist attack, taking them prisoner. Even the lowest-ranked players found themselves bound by iron chains, drained of their strength. Some players attempted to resist the technique, but their efforts paled in comparison to those of the C rank. Izaguirre, now Taehyung's primary captive, seethed with dissatisfaction, regarding his captor with disdain. As Taehyung approached, the head of security vented his frustrations, hurling insults at him. Taehyung merely smiled in response, questioning why a C-rank player would risk so much for petty gains. Izaguirre retorted, claiming Taehyung would never understand his motivations, infuriated by the obstruction of the evil guild's plans. Tired of Izaguirre's incessant yelling, Taehyung decided it was time for a lesson, delivering a swift blow to his head with his foot. R.I. was sent flying several meters from the impact, prompting Taehyung to comment on his verbosity given his current predicament. Despite the blow, R.I.'s concern immediately turned towards Taehyung, maintaining their facade. Taehyung approached the fallen body, questioning if R.I. had anything to share about Marinaro. He assured the enemy that reinforcements were on their way, as every association in the country had been notified. He confidently predicted the demise of Madara Maru upon the arrival of additional forces. R.I.'s laughter echoed in response. He dismissed the notion that additional forces would aid in defeating the thieves, causing a momentary unease among those present. A person wearing black shoes rushed down the corridor, evidently preoccupied with an urgent matter and oblivious to their surroundings. The base of the Players Association in New South Korea buzzed with tension as something seemed amiss to everyone within its walls. Jean White and Go found themselves at the information headquarters, their attention drawn by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. A man burst into the room, wasting no time in approaching the table, clearly agitated and in a hurry to convey vital information. Gasping for breath, the man struggled to articulate his message swiftly, his urgency palpable in the air. The man vented frustration towards a master of one of the four great guilds, the alchemists, demanding answers regarding the fate of reinforcements sent to East Point. Expressing concern for the comatose individuals within the building, including fellow members of his alchemist guild, the man sought clarification. Jin instructed Sanik to remain calm, assuring the individual that backup forces had been mobilized promptly upon receiving the distressing news. The new South Korea Players Association had assembled a group of elite players under the leadership of SAE rank player Pak Sangin. Dick inquired why immediate action hadn't been taken to aid the victims, offering assistance from the Alchemist Guild. Chief Jin Wei clarified that the issue wasn't a lack of military forces, but rather the challenge of reaching the island. Gotuk explained that terrorists had seized control of the central teleportation gate, effectively blocking all access routes. The individual was visibly shocked upon hearing this information, prompting Gotuk to reassure them that the situation was being managed. The assistant manager revealed that there were currently 2 C-ranked players stationed at East Point. Despite Taehyung's recent attainment of this rank, he still held a significant advantage. Gotuk believed that Taehyung would be able to hold his own until they regained control of the teleportation gate. A woman entered the office, suggesting that Taehyung might be facing an ordinary C-ranked opponent. The conversation halted as everyone turned towards the front door, surprised to hear a woman's voice. It was the head of the vacant guild, Yu Ain, who decided to join the discussion on further plans and actions in this situation. Meanwhile, Taehyung continued interrogating his captives, standing over the defeated C-ranked enemy. Saki Ri exuded absolute confidence in his ally, questioning if Taehyung was familiar with a technique known as a contract with the devil. Taehyung was unfamiliar with this technique, prompting Ri to explain that it was one of the most nefarious thief techniques. According to Ri, depending on the sacrifices made, the thief could summon monsters of varying ranks, each with unique abilities. Taehyung grasped the concept of the technique but refused to believe that it involved human sacrifice, despite Ri's implications. However, Ri's confirmation of Taehyung's worst fears hinted at the true horror of the technique, involving the sacrifice of living people. Concurrently, a colleague shared Miranda's capabilities with the group, becoming the sole bearer of this knowledge within the association. Hearing the full description of the thief's most dreadful technique left those present utterly shocked, unsure how to respond. Jin appeared particularly affected by the revelation, his expression frozen in disbelief upon learning the grim details of the technique. Everything began to make sense. Miranda Nero had amassed over 100 hostages, and the men now understood the dire purpose behind it. Xonic felt deeply disturbed by the notion that a thief could sacrifice 100 people at once to summon monsters. The possibility of this being true with Miranda's abilities remained unconfirmed, but if it were, it would spell disaster. Taehyung persisted in interrogating his defeated opponent, determined to extract as much information as possible. Hearing unsettling revelations, Taehyung couldn't help but denounce the Thieves' Guild as despicable. Misaki Reyes sarcastically warned Taehyung of his luck in defeating him, insinuating that such tactics wouldn't work against Marinaro. Ri proposed a grim scenario, urging Taehyung to pray for mercy as hundreds faced imminent death. Taehyung found this prospect deeply unsettling. Was there any other way out for Taehyung? Ri laughed hysterically, seeing the young man struggle against an unbeatable foe. Overwhelmed, Taehyung pressed Ray tighter against the wall, desperation evident in his actions. The situation on the island where East Point was located grew dire, with fires in the skyscrapers subsiding. In the central section, the teleportation gate held hundreds of prisoners, while Narada-maru surveyed them from above. A thief's subordinate brought him troubling news. Izaguirre had lost his battle. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Kim Taehyung, who defeated Reiji, remained unknown, along with the location of the Phoenix elixir he possessed. Narada Maru reassured his subordinate that Taehyung stood no chance in a one-on-one fight and would have to wait for support from the association. However, the thief was unwilling to wait. He raised his hand, emanating a sinister black energy. He intended to use his most dreadful technique, extracting the spirits of innocent hostages from their bodies. Souls seemed to depart their bodies in mere seconds, leaving people with an inexplicable sensation they couldn't shake. Continuing his eerie rhetoric, Miranda Nero suggested smoking out the young man if he refused to show himself. Despite the terror of the technique, one woman resisted. Miranda Maru lifted her body, preparing to perform the ritual. He gazed at his victim, eager to commence the ritual and appease the deity in whom he alone believed. Miranda Nero persisted with his gruesome ritual until he was abruptly halted by an unexpected interruption. Those whose souls were nearly taken felt a reprieve, attributing it to the sudden darkness that enveloped them. The thief's supporters were bewildered by the unfolding events, as no combat had taken place on the island. Miranda Nero grew wary, concerned about the situation unfolding at the main section of the teleportation gate. His victims, held in thrall by his energy, suddenly vanished, leaving him perplexed by the inexplicable occurrence. Suddenly, the thief sensed a presence behind him. Taehyung, intervening to prevent him from completing his dreadful technique. Taehyung swung his fist with full force, aiming to strike the enemy and halt him in his tracks. Miranda Nero, however, was no ordinary adversary. Sensing the impending danger, he prepared to confront it head-on. Skillfully evading collision with the shackles, the seasoned thief sought to extricate himself from the perilous situation. Despite his evasion, Miranda Nero faced another surprise as he noticed a new threat looming before him. Taehyung had the enemy cornered and poised to deliver the decisive blow, his determination unwavering. Yet the thief had a contingency plan at his disposal. Sensing imminent peril, his visage contorted, transforming into monstrous forms. Serpents materialized from his being, poised to defend their master by unleashing fiery energy from their mouths. Kim was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, completely unprepared to face such creatures. Narada Nero ascended into the air with his serpents, his newfound allies ready to strike at a moment's notice. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, shrouded in billowing smoke as the thief's serpents launched their attack. Taehyung narrowly avoided direct collision with the fireballs, struggling to comprehend how the man concealed monsters within his very being. Observing his adversary's shadow emerge from the flames, Taehyung pondered the nature of this mysterious figure. Retreating to where the prisoners were held, Taehyung was immediately recognized, prompting pleas for rescue from their dire situation. Desperate cries filled the air as the prisoners begged to be freed, some even offering substantial rewards for their liberation. However, Taehyung had different plans, swiftly enveloping some prisoners in his chains and instructing them to remain silent. Despite the chaos around him, Taehyung's attention was drawn to loud noises emanating from his left side, prompting him to investigate. Soon, the cacophony enveloped him from all directions as he found himself surrounded by voracious monsters. With no time to strategize, the monsters launched a relentless assault on Taehyung without hesitation. Despite their coordinated attack, a veil of smoke obscured the outcome, leaving the monsters in suspense as they awaited the clearing. To their dismay, Taehyung emerged unscathed, swiftly dispatching his adversaries while ensnared within his chains. Ascending into the air, Taehyung unleashed a surge of energy, carving deep gashes into the monsters' bodies with precision. His hands, now covered in stone skin and enlarged, displayed his unwavering resolve as he refused to surrender. Taehyung emerged as a formidable adversary for the serial thief, effortlessly dispatching multiple monsters with each strike. However, Hume's troubles were far from over, as a significant number of monsters remained to confront the unwelcome intruder. The remaining monsters, including grotesque larvae-like creatures with glowing red eyes, fixated their gaze on their target. With hunger driving them forward, the monsters wasted no time and launched themselves at Taehyung, intent on devouring him like their predecessors. A horde of enraged monsters surged towards Taehyung with unexpected speed, catching him off guard. Drawing his dagger, Taehyung barely managed to block a strike from a monster, astonished by their uncanny agility. From above, Miranda Nero observed the chaos unfold, deriding Taehyung as a fool for underestimating the monsters. He boasted that the monsters created with his devil-touch skill surpassed ordinary creatures in strength and ability. Controlled by the thief's skill, the monsters were obedient to his commands, their enhanced durability a result of dark magic. These creatures proved far more resilient and formidable than their appearances suggested, relentlessly pursuing Taehyung. Taehyung felt the brute force of their attacks as one monster struck him forcefully in the chest. Sent crashing to the ground, Taehyung coughed violently from the impact, feeling the severity of his injuries. Narada Nehru taunted his adversary, warning him that defeating Rita did not equate to facing him on equal terms. Meanwhile, the thief's prisoners watched from the sidelines, subjected to powerful shockwaves emanating from the battle. People couldn't comprehend Taehyung's motives amidst the chaos, fearing he might fall short in this intense battle. One prisoner expressed frustration towards Taehyung for seemingly abandoning their rescue and struggling against mere monsters. Contrary to this view, another prisoner argued that a closer observation of the fight revealed Taehyung's true intentions. He explained to the captives that Taehyung's courageous actions diverted the monsters' attention away from them, ensuring their safety. Despite the odds stacked against him, the man asserted that Taehyung wouldn't allow any monster to harm them. Gradually, the captives began to discern the wisdom behind Taehyung's movements, realizing his selfless dedication to their rescue. Furthermore, he disclosed Taehyung's efforts to evacuate several hostages, suspending them in the air with chains to expedite their escape. These revelations moved one captive to tears, affirming his belief in Taehyung's unwavering commitment to their well-being. Those suspended on chains remained unconscious, a strategic move by Taehyung to swiftly evacuate them from danger. Taehyung's relentless battle to save the captives instilled newfound faith in his intentions, solidifying their belief in his heroism. Empowered by this newfound trust, the prisoners rallied behind Taehyung, loudly voicing their support and unwavering confidence in his victory. Despite the overwhelming odds, Taehyung pressed on, utilizing his metal chains to fend off the monsters. Employing energy-infused chains, he caught the giants off guard, obstructing their movements and limiting their attacks. With swift and decisive action, Taehyung lifted the monsters into the air with his chains, slamming them to the ground with formidable strength, ensuring they remained incapacitated. Frustrated not only with the monsters but also with the captives' unrest, Taehyung raised his voice, commanding them to remain silent and still. The audience was stunned by the young man's unexpected outburst. Unaware of their disturbance, they failed to comprehend his inner turmoil. Miranda Nehru maintained personal remote control over his monsters, passively observing the battle without exerting much effort. Taehyung found his situation increasingly challenging, with confused prisoners milling around and the number of monsters multiplying. Asserting his refusal to tolerate the situation any longer, the young man's words left the prisoners in disbelief, their loud pleas urging him to reconsider. Miranda Nehru responded with a demonic laugh, questioning the young man's resolve to surrender at that moment. However, Taehyung had a different intention. He shouted loudly, commanding the player park to bring it to an end. Miranda Nehru was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, struggling to comprehend the situation as the advantage still seemed to be on his side. Suddenly, the serial thief noticed portals opening all over his hideout, with a man at the center. Park Jinan arrived at the battle on Taehyung's orders, emitting energy from his palms and controlling the portals. Amidst loud shouts, the man apologized for his tardiness, pledging to swiftly resolve the situation. These events unfolded after Taehyung defeated Ray, binding them with iron chains to a wall. Park Jinan discovered Ray's motionless body, shocked by the brutality inflicted upon him. Inquiring about the situation, the man received a clear answer from Taehyung, who stated that Ray was colluding with terrorists and received his just punishment. Park Jinan found it hard to believe that this had occurred while he was on duty. Taehyung reassured him that this was not the primary concern. The main issue, Taehyung emphasized, was the teleportation gate control room, overrun with monsters created by terrorists. The young man confidently asserted that dealing with the thieves wouldn't pose a significant challenge for him. However, there remained one unresolved issue: His assumption was that the monsters, having witnessed the events, wouldn't remain passive and would promptly commence hunting for potential hostages. Kok Genin was utterly perplexed by the young man's intentions. Taehyung clarified that he required the man's expertise to execute his plan. Pak Genin was taken aback upon hearing this. He couldn't fathom why mastery of temporal manipulation would be pertinent in such circumstances. The man readily agreed to assist, but emphasized the impracticality of establishing a link to the association through conventional means. He reciprocated with a smile, expressing complete indifference. His intentions for employing this technique were entirely different. Park Jae-in was astounded upon learning that the young man intended to utilize the gate to transport all the monsters elsewhere. In real time, the plan began to unfold. Park Jae-in employed his gate teleportation technique, and monsters began materializing everywhere. There were ample creatures to satiate all the monsters. Taehyung flawlessly orchestrated everything to ensure his and the hostages' safety. Monsters surged towards the teleportation gate, powerless to resist. Teleportation abilities rendered resistance futile. Exerting significant effort, Park Jae-in drew the monsters toward the portal. Additionally, the creatures' bodies began to disintegrate mid-flight. Miranda Naru watched unperturbed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He had completely lost control over the monsters. The seasoned thief seethed with anger, accustomed to maintaining absolute control. The situation was now entirely unfavorable for him. The portal continued expanding, drawing in more monsters, each entering the abyss one after another. Initially skeptical of the young man's plan, Park Jae-in's perspective shifted after witnessing its execution firsthand. The man couldn't fathom the plan's success. He marveled at Taehyung's precise calculations and strategic prowess. As the teleportation gates began to close, the monsters vanished from the radar, leaving only scattered remnants to contend with. Naru remained as the last obstacle. Park Jae-in glanced at Taehyung with unwavering certainty that victory was within reach, owing to his strength and intellect. Taeyong turned to Park Jae-in, indicating that his part of the mission was done, and urged him to evacuate the hostages immediately. Park Jae-in was stunned by the order, unable to grasp why Taehyung would willingly face certain death alone. Defiantly, Park Jae-in declared his intention to stand by Taehyung's side and fight together, refusing to abandon him. However, Taehyung rejected this notion, citing that both he and the enemy were of C rank, necessitating a solo confrontation. Firmly rooted in his decision, Taehyung emphasized his inability to ensure everyone's safety in such a battle, thus urging an immediate evacuation. Facing his adversary, Taehyung remained resolute, reiterating his command for Park Jae-in to evacuate everyone promptly. Enraged, Naru directed his fury towards Taehyung, shouting curses at him. Taehyung welcomed the confrontation, rubbing his fists together, prepared to listen to Naru's tirade. Park Jae-in struggled to accept the unfolding events, particularly the prospect of leaving Taehyung behind to fend for himself. With little choice, Park Jae-in turned to the captives, instructing them to evacuate immediately, pointing towards the exit. Taehyung glanced back, relieved to see the people finally beginning to leave. At least he had managed to avert further disaster. With only one task remaining, Taehyung faced his opponent with a smirk, continuing to provoke him. Narada Naru wasted no time, immediately launching an attack against Taehyung, who swiftly dodged to evade the blow. Employing his metal chains, he hurled several hefty stones towards his formidable adversary. However, the young man quickly realized the futility of such tactics as the thief effortlessly deflected his assault. Narada Naru exuded absolute confidence in his prowess as he advanced towards his opponent, taunting him with veiled threats. Channeling energy into his left hand, the man proclaimed the young man's incompetence, convinced of his impending victory. The serial thief's hand morphed into the shape of a dragon, unveiling his formidable special technique intended to conclude the battle. With a significant buildup of energy, Naru directed his attack towards the young man standing before him. Taehyung found himself compelled to defend against the onslaught, lacking the strength to withstand such a powerful surge. A deafening explosion resonated across the battlefield, shrouded in a thick veil of smoke, casting a pall of dismay over the team. Undeterred, Narada Naru pressed on, conjuring several additional monsters to assail his adversary. The young man sustained grievous injuries upon impact with the ground, coughing up blood as he struggled to rise. Despite his wounds, he defiantly raised his hand, but the thief scornfully asserted that victory was beyond his grasp, regardless of his feats. With an array of monsters at his command, Narada Naru confronted his opponent, his malevolent laughter reverberating through the halls. Taehyung found himself at a disadvantage, the thief mocking his efforts as futile and warning of dire consequences. Narada Nero harbored murderous intent towards his adversary, viewing him as a blasphemer who deserved punishment for his disbelief. The monsters under the thief's control lay in wait, poised to strike at any moment, all focused on Taehyung. Despite the agony coursing through his body, the young man rose defiantly, unyielding in his resolve as he continued to defy his adversary. Meeting his adversary's gaze head-on, Taehyung declared that Naru would be the sole casualty in this confrontation. Recognizing the gravity behind Taehyung's words, Narada Naru immediately adopted a defensive stance, prepared for what would follow. With determination, Naru raised his left hand, unleashing a formidable surge of energy, intending to reveal his full power in mere moments. In a matter of seconds, the young man's energy coalesced into the form of a colossal dragon's maw, hurtling towards the elderly man. The energetic dragon obliterated everything in its path indiscriminately, leaving devastation in its wake. Caught off guard by his opponent's immense power, Miranda Naru found his situation considerably worsened by this unexpected technique. Gazing upon his opponent, Naru realized that Taehyung had been concealing his true strength until now. Taehyung was resolute in his determination to bring the battle to an end, deftly guiding his draconic creation with precision. However, Narada Naru refused to yield, standing firm despite the imminent danger, his arms outstretched. Eventually, he brought his hands together, calmly asserting that he had anticipated this development and was prepared to confront it head-on. Commending his opponent's skill, Naru revealed that he too possessed a hidden trump card, leaving the team in shock at the thief's audacity. Amidst the chaos, the sound of human cries reached Naru's ears, prompting him to shift his gaze towards the source, confirming the grim reality. Before him stood 3 helpless victims, chosen by the thief to meet their demise as part of his sinister technique. Powerless to intervene, the victims succumbed to excruciating agony, realizing the futility of their situation. In a despicable act of sacrifice, Miranda Naru condemned his own loyal subordinates to their demise, a testament to his depravity. Taehyung was incredulous at the enemy's manipulation of his own words for their sinister purposes, sending shivers down his spine. Completing the sacrifice, Miranda Nero began to channel the technique, a mass of energy coalescing from his back. As the energy continued to accumulate, Naru beseeched God for assistance, invoking divine punishment upon the unbelievers. Sharp-toothed apparitions materialized on the battlefield in response to Naru's plea. Taehyung was horrified by the unfolding events, his eyes wide with disbelief and dread, sending chills down his spine. Utilizing the divine will, Miranda Naru conjured a colossal green dragon, posing a mortal threat to the young man. Employing a formidable technique known as the Bone Dragon, the serial thief unleashed a powerful energy beam from his mouth. Amidst the chaos, 3 skyscrapers loomed on the island, their interiors bearing witness to the clash of titans. Within one of the high-rise buildings, an ominous haze enveloped the windows as the battle between the 2 giants raged on. Park Jae-in endeavored to evacuate the hostages from the building, yet encountered opposition from minions of evil. Prepared for combat, Park Jae-in assumed a defensive stance, fully aware of the numerous terrorists still lurking within the building. Armed thieves confronted the hostages, puzzled by their presence and suspecting an attempted escape from the upper floors. Their leader confidently declared that the prisoners would not escape, only to witness a strange phenomenon unfolding before them. Succumbing to an unseen force, the terrorists began to sink into darkness, their bodies convulsing and spewing blood in a sudden and unexpected turn of events. Park Jin and the hostages stood in stunned silence, witnessing the inexplicable events unfolding before them as Miranda Naru continued his sacrificial rituals. Unsure if his intervention was necessary or if the thief would perish without his involvement, Park Jae-in hesitated as he readied for battle. The sudden tremor shook the building, instilling fear in the hostages and unsettling them to their core. Sensing the vibrations emanating from the nearby building, Park Jae-in turned his gaze towards it, attempting to decipher the cause of the disturbance. Within that very building, Tae-hyung engaged in a fierce duel with the primary thief, a fact that preoccupied Park Jin-young's thoughts due to the gravity of the conflict. With a ferocious charge, the green energy dragon struck its target, sending Tae-hyung plummeting downward. Mounted atop his dragon, Miranda Naru swiftly pursued Tae-hyung's falling body, taking control with precision. Helpless against the overwhelming force, Tae-hyung found himself unable to counter the relentless assault. Determined to eradicate the enemy completely and erase their existence from memory, Miranda Naru pressed on relentlessly. With an ominous laugh, he proclaimed the futility of the team's survival against his unstoppable technique, citing the failure of all who had faced it before. Despite understanding the dire circumstances, Tae-hyung remained unswayed by the enemy's verbal manipulation, his resolve unyielding. Recognizing the need for immediate rescue rather than succumbing to his fate, Tae-hyung prepared to employ his metal chains. Securing the chains around his left arm, he forcefully anchored the other end to the wall, a desperate attempt to save himself. Confirming the chain's grip, Tae-hyung exerted all his strength to pull himself away from imminent danger. Breaking through the wall, Tae-hyung narrowly evaded the pursuing green dragon, refusing to yield in the face of adversity. Landing on a nearby floor, he skidded to a stop, determination burning within him as he prepared to face the next challenge head-on. Despite his miraculous escape, Tae-hyung found himself resorting to self-harm in order to survive the relentless onslaught. Realizing the importance of keeping a vigilant eye on his adversary, Tae-hyung quickly lifted his gaze, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the menacing green creature. Tae-hyung's sense of safety was short-lived, as he abruptly recognized the imminent danger looming right before him. Narada Nehru keenly observed Tae-hyung's attempt to evade detection, swiftly predicting his movements and slipping through the hole in the wall created by Tae-hyung's earlier strike. Before Tae-hyung could even catch his breath, the dragon launched another energy ball at him, its speed catching him off guard. Enduring excruciating pain once more, Tae-hyung braced himself for what seemed like the final assault from Miranda Nehru. Hurtling towards the wall behind him with terrifying speed, the impact would have spelled certain death for an ordinary person. Despite the harrowing ordeal, Tae-hyung's resilience persisted as he found himself in free fall after crashing through the building's outer barrier. Recognizing Tae-hyung's continued survival, Miranda Nehru resolved to eliminate him once and for all, recharging his dragon for a decisive blow. However, Tae-hyung had other plans, summoning his strength mid-air to launch a counterattack using his own hunting technique. With determination fueling his actions, Tae-hyung targeted the persistent threat that had plagued him throughout the conflict. Unfazed by Tae-hyung's countermove, the dragon prepared to unleash another energy ball, poised to strike without hesitation. The dragon's mouth brimmed with a concentrated green energy ball, poised to unleash devastation at a moment's notice, signaling the climax of the battle. Tae-hyung could only watch in shock as his own technique failed to deter the impending attack, realizing the inevitability of the oncoming onslaught. A deafening explosion reverberated across the island housing the 3 skyscrapers, akin to a nuclear plant meltdown, with billowing oil adding to the chaos of the scene. One of the skyscrapers lay in ruins, its remnants scattered through the air amidst lingering green energy. Having unleashed his super-powered assault, Miranda Nehru awaited the aftermath, revealing the extent of his formidable strength once the smoke dissipated. Unsurprised by his opponent's resilience, Miranda Nehru offered begrudging praise to Tae-hyung, acknowledging his adversary's tenacity. The unexpected survival of Tae-hyung amid Miranda Nehru's onslaught defied the old man's expectations, leaving him astonished. Tae-hyung's miraculous escape, aided by his metal chains and hunting equipment, saw him tethered to a stone chest to prevent further harm. Though depleted of energy, Tae-hyung persevered, mustering the strength to recover and prepare for the ongoing battle. Despite exerting himself with his hunting skills, Tae-hyung managed to narrowly fend off the previous attack. Hanging from the precipice of a high rise, Tae-hyung observed his adversary, incredulous that they shared the same rank. Recognizing Miranda Naru's vulnerability after such a powerful display, Tae-hyung resolved to outlast his opponent and seize the opportunity. Observing tension in Miranda Naru's demeanor, Tae-hyung sensed his opponent nearing the brink of exhaustion. Understanding the importance of endurance, Tae-hyung focused on wearing down his opponent to capitalize on any openings. However, Miranda Naru dismissed Tae-hyung's strategy, claiming insight into his adversary's intentions, surprising Tae-hyung. Confirming his ability to discern Tae-hyung's thoughts, Miranda Naru opted to wait for the opportune moment rather than succumb to a frontal assault. Tae-hyung's shock at his adversary's perception led him to realize Miranda Naru's adept tactics, though they seemed ineffective in this instance. Channeling immense energy, Miranda Naru warned Tae-hyung that his tactics would no longer suffice, signaling a shift in the ongoing battle. Infusing the dragon with his energy, the thief augmented its size and velocity, bolstering its formidable capabilities. With newfound speed, Miranda Naru swiftly advanced towards his adversary, intent on swiftly ending the confrontation. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Time found it difficult to comprehend the reality of the situation, longing for a respite that seemed increasingly elusive. From within a nearby skyscraper, the recently freed captives watched the unfolding chaos through the windows, their satisfaction marred by the grim events. Park Jimin lamented leaving Tae-hyung to face the thief alone, realizing his error too late as the battle escalated. Suddenly, the dragon redirected its aggression towards the skyscraper housing captives, catching everyone off guard with its unexpected change in target. Without regard for innocence, Narendra Nehru callously assaulted the defenseless prisoners, unleashing devastation upon the building. Meanwhile, the Players Association of New South Korea received urgent alerts regarding the imminent threat to its members and the populace. A dispatcher urgently initiated an emergency teleportation gate call, her tense demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. The Players Association swiftly mobilized reinforcements to East Point, prepared to confront the danger head-on. Acknowledging the perilous nature of the mission, the association's decision to intervene underscored the severity of the threat. Led by Park Sang-jin, the squad of players assembled at the portal, their leader instilling confidence and resolve in the face of adversity. Despite the dispatcher's warnings, Park Sang-jin remained resolute, determined to confront the impending danger head-on. While Park Sang-jin's determination remained unwavering, not all members of the squad shared his enthusiasm, yet they obeyed his orders nonetheless. Park Sang-jin seized every opportunity to neutralize the terrorists, urging his comrades to act decisively, regardless of the cost. Unyielding in his determination, Park Sang-jin led the charge through the portal, emphasizing the importance of protecting their fellow players amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the recently liberated prisoners lay battered on the ground, struggling to recuperate from the brutal assault. Among the injured was the Passy chairman, bloodied but miraculously alive, defying the odds of survival. Dazed and disoriented, the chairman slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to assess the chaotic scene before him. To his astonishment, Tae-hyung stood before him, utilizing his hunting technique at the last moment to shield them from harm. Overwhelmed by Tae-hyung's selfless act, the chairman fretted over Tae-hyung's precarious condition, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Despite the odds, Tae-hyung refused to relent, exerting every effort to thwart Narada Nehru's relentless assault. Matching the Green Dragon's formidable energy flow, Tae-hyung refused to yield, determined to protect his friends at any cost. Narada Nehru, taken aback by Tae-hyung's resolve, scoffed at his futile attempts to shield his companions. Mocking Tae-hyung's efforts, Narada Nehru predicted their demise beneath the rubble, dismissing any hope of salvation. Concerned for Tae-hyung's well-being, Park Genin urged him to reconsider, knowing his defenses couldn't hold indefinitely. Advising Tae-hyung to prioritize his own survival, Park Genin implored him not to sacrifice himself in vain. Tae-hyung remained steadfast, silently enduring the onslaught while wrestling with Park Genin's words of caution. Recognizing his current inability to confront the Bone Dragon directly, Tae-hyung resolved to endure and await a more opportune moment in the battle. Narada Nehru, aware of Taehyung's unwavering loyalty to his friends, continued his assault with a sinister grin, confident in his eventual victory. Despite the mounting odds, Taehyung persisted in his defense, unwilling to yield as he deemed it premature to abandon his efforts. Locked in a fierce duel of hunting techniques, Taehyung and the Bone Dragon unleashed torrents of energy, illuminating their surroundings with blinding light. Fully aware of the stakes, Taehyung resolved to persevere, understanding the necessity of depleting the enemy's strength while holding on. Amid the intense battle, Taehyung grappled not only with his own plight, but also with the daunting task of saving the others. Suddenly, Taehyung was startled by an unfamiliar voice behind him, expressing weariness with the ongoing conflict. Alarmed by the unexpected intrusion, Taehyung swiftly turned to confront the source of the voice, only to find emptiness behind him save for the injured. Despite his apprehension, Taehyung found the absence of any visible presence puzzling, adding to the sense of unease. Observing Taehyung's distress, Park Genin puzzled over the young man's reaction, unable to discern the cause of his agitation. Taehyung, visibly shaken, struggled to comprehend the origin of the voice that had unsettled him. Suddenly, Taehyung felt a peculiar sensation in his hands, signaling an adjustment to his hunting skill. As his strength surged to its limit, Taehyung's body began to falter under the strain of the intensified hunting technique. Despite the overwhelming pain, Taehyung received the unexpected news of his hunting rank rising to SS, further complicating the situation. Racked with agony, Taehyung grappled with the enigmatic voice's influence, uncertain of its significance amidst his escalating turmoil. Meanwhile, Narada Nehru pressed on with his relentless assault, the Bone Dragon unleashing torrents of energy. Bewildered by the sudden surge of power, Narada Nehru struggled to comprehend the source of the newfound energy. Taehyung remained steadfast amid the chaos, radiating an overwhelming aura of energy that engulfed his surroundings. As his hunting skill rank ascended to SS, Taehyung found himself inexorably bound to the hunt, unable to relent even as his power surged to unprecedented levels. Taehyung's agonized cries filled the air as his body succumbed to the relentless assault, the red energy tearing him apart from within. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung recalled the mysterious voice behind him, realizing it was the king's doing, transferring immense power to him at a deadly cost. Understanding the dire consequences of the king's intervention, Taehyung recognized the perilous augmentation of his hunting skill, fueled by the king's transferred powers. However, the newfound strength proved fatal, ravaging Taehyung's body as he defiantly refused to accept such a helpless demise. Determined to survive despite the overwhelming odds, Taehyung struggled against his failing body, unwilling to succumb after overcoming countless obstacles. Despite the excruciating pain and fractures riddling his body, Taehyung persisted in his resistance, driven by an unwavering will to live. Yet, the strain proved too much to bear as Taehyung's right arm was torn from his body, his form crumbling like brittle stone. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Taehyung lost consciousness, his body slumping limply to the ground. Bleeding profusely, Taehyung lay motionless, even as the power of his hunting technique continued to surge. Narada Nehru sought to shield himself from the overwhelming energy, grappling with the realization that the supposedly deceased enemy wielded unimaginable power. Perplexed by the source of the immense energy, Narada Nehru grappled with the mystery of Taehyung's seemingly inexhaustible power. Witnessing Taehyung's apparent demise, Narada Nehru could scarcely believe the reality before him, confirming the extent of Taehyung's power. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Taehyung lost consciousness, leaving Narada Nehru to assume his defeat was final. Despite Taehyung's incapacitation, his technique persisted, stoking Narada Nehru's fury as he cursed his formidable adversary. Unyielding in his resolve, Narada Nehru declared Taehyung's resistance futile, confident in his imminent victory as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Despite Taehyung's seemingly lifeless form, Narada Nehru moved to deliver the final blow, determined to secure his victory. Pouring maximum energy into the Bone Dragon's claws, Narada Nehru aimed to rend his adversary apart, only to be met with an unexpected obstacle in the form of a surge of red energy. With lightning speed, Taehyung's hunting technique severed the bone dragon's claw, catching the thief off guard with its swiftness. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Narada Nehru found himself engulfed by the shock wave from his own failed attack. Unbeknownst to the thief, Taehyung had risen to his feet behind him, poised to resume the battle with renewed determination. Realizing the danger, Narada Nehru turned back to confront Taehyung, his worst fears confirmed by the sight of his adversary's renewed vigor. Taehyung unleashed his hunting technique, summoning a massive three-headed dragon that dwarfed the bone dragon in comparison. Infusing the dragon with his fury, Taehyung unleashed a deafening roar as it surged with colossal energy. Narada Nehru, bewildered by the sheer scale of Taehyung's creation, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the young man's power. Despite his precarious position, Taehyung taunted the seasoned thief, refusing to cower before him. A wicked smile graced Taehyung's lips as he declared his refusal to bow to any imagined deity, asserting his independence and defiance. Narada Nehru's confidence waned in the face of Taehyung's overwhelming power, leaving him momentarily speechless with disbelief. With a mix of horror and fascination, Narada Nehru gazed upon Taehyung, questioning the source of his seemingly miraculous resurgence. Unable to reconcile Taehyung's seemingly ordinary appearance with his extraordinary abilities, Narada Nehru struggled to comprehend the depths of the young man's strength. Taehyung, gathering energy in his hand, cryptically asserted his supremacy, dismissing Narada Nehru's doubts with a veiled threat. Locking eyes with his adversary, Taehyung proclaimed himself as already beyond the realm of the living, instilling a sense of dread in Narada Nehru with his chilling declaration. Miranda Nehru's eyes widened in horror as he comprehended the direness of his situation, realizing he was at a severe disadvantage. Desperate to turn the tide, Narada Nehru unleashed a final onslaught of energy, enveloping Taehyung's body in a relentless assault. Yet, the young man remained unperturbed. Taehyung displayed an uncharacteristic calm and confidence as he effortlessly manipulated the energy flow with his right hand, asserting his control over the battlefield. A tremendous explosion of energy reverberated across the battlefield, heralding Taehyung's newfound skill, a pact with the devil.